All right. Oops, over here. There we go. Let me get this effect off of here. Hey. Happy Saturday. Huh. Trying to get my effects up here. Huh. That's weird. Oh, here we go. Trying to get rid of this back screen. Just close it off. There we go. A little boring today. How's it going, everybody? Happy Saturday. Hello. Good to see everybody. I like that. May the force be with you. You as well. So just to let everybody know, hey, on the live, I'm going to be taking care of getting the dog out for a walk in a little bit here. I can let my phone charge for a little bit more. But just finishing up the morning routine. Thank you. Yeah, I was watching a bunch of lives this morning. Sorry to talk with my mouth full. Almost done. Hey, Ro. I like to get on a lot of people's lives because it's just interesting to see what other people are talking about. Some people do the craziest lives. Like I saw somebody had this, he was like one of these breakfast guys on the grill. He just had his phone up while he was working on the grill. And he had like 800 people watching. Like, what? So, a lot of women, if you haven't seen this, women will wear like something either tight or loose or whatever with no bra or whatever. And they'll just be like doing their morning routine and there'll be like 2,000 guys watching her. I'm like, what? Somebody needs you need to be present when you eat. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, what's up, man? That's Al Sufi. He's my friend who's Syrian and lives in Canada, Toronto, if I'm not mistaken. Who has a very good grip on what's going on in the world, by the way. Yeah, exactly. Rose said trying to get money. You know, people who are solely out on these social media apps to monetize, I understand. It's like, it's a way to make your living. But anyhow, just scantily clad women. It's like, come on, man. There's better things to do with your time, right? There's so much more going on in the world. Hello from Sweden. Beautiful. Yeah, Free Palestine. Hi, Peach. My mornings are usually tough. Somebody has, how am I doing today? This is how my life goes, for those of you who don't know. I wake up around maybe 5:36. I feel like absolute shit, like I'm hungover. It takes me till about 10:30, 11 to start to break out of it. In fact, I got to take my medication. I take this medication to help with my body pain. It's like the least problematic of the stronger ones, I should say. I'd rather not take it, but I just feel like shit all the time. Anyway, I've been dealing with this for years. I'm used to it. I try to do things like relaxation exercises, which I'm kind of a hyped up person as it is, right? Mental control pills. Yeah, what I need is a frontal lobotomy. I think that would be the way to go. Yeah, by the way, Viv, thank you. Viv emailed me and offered some help, so thank you, Viv. She asked me a very challenging question. Maybe you all can help me with this because I didn't have like a good answer for her. I gave it some thought. She asked me, because she's trying to help me, she's good with marketing, right? And no matter what you're in life, even something like this, I'm sort of somebody who just talks, but you have to find a way to reach people, and that's marketing. So in this case, it's, hi, Stephia. In this case, it's just, trying to figure out how to contact and get on different platforms. And hey, AJ, people have been amazingly kind to me so far, which I really appreciate. I'm just trying to figure out how to best do all this because I don't know. I've just been doing it for like 7 weeks. Or no, I'm sorry, 9 weeks. So, and part of it I was off actually because I got unceremoniously, I was off for a week during that. After the first 2 weeks, I was off for another week. Anyway, why does the IDF promote such young companies? Well, remember, they don't have an unlimited number of people to draw from in Israel. Kristen says, what am I marketing? Well, here, I'll share with you all what my vision is for this. And who knows? I mean, you never know where something's going to go. I mean, I've had other businesses where you kind of envision what's going to happen and then you start it up and you run it. And, I've been lucky that every single time I've done it, it's worked. But most businesses fail, right, in the first 5 years. So this one could fail too. But the goal, there are groups online like the Daily Wire where they have a collection of different personalities. And, I don't like their mission, or like PragerU, if you're familiar with who they are. Dennis Prager. I mean, I think they're a bunch of jackasses who are all corporatized, so I don't want to be that. But what I'd like to do is get some like-minded people who give a shit about the world, or not in for self-promotion or money, and get them onto a team of people that we can go into a lot of good subjects and educate the public and bring around some positive, change. I think what we need to do, just this is my take, and maybe you disagree. I think we need to sort of like draw down what we're doing, like get back to community, right? Spend more time in front of each other, with each other, help each other. Don't fight against each other. Work together. We evolved in small groups to work together to survive, right? That's what we did. So we have to get back to something similar to that for us to work our best, right? That's very similar. Now we have a very complex society now with a lot of humans, so it's going to be a navigation process. But people say, well, what are you, for unaliving 5 billion people? No, of course not. That could happen involuntarily with some of the changes that are coming up. Who knows? Yeah, Liam O'Mara, I follow him all the time. Yeah, somebody recommended Liam O'Mara, Liam O'Mara. I'd love to talk to Liam. He's a professor. He's I think he studies Middle East history or something like that. And he has a long commute to where he works, but he's got a long beard and long hair. He's phenomenal. I mean, I love his lives. Yeah, it's great. It's good that some people see the same stuff. And the other cool thing is there are people here who you meet and you just learn stuff from people. It's like, oh, I can't. So Liam O'Mara, if you haven't followed Liam, definitely check him out. I think he's on a 2-week break right now, so I think he's going to do more lives. But he's an academic, so he writes and he researches, and I'm like a lazy academic. I don't do as much as Liam does, but I don't aspire to be at that level. I'm sort of going to be like a third-rate commentator, and that's okay. Not everybody wants to sit down and read or write a book. It's going okay. Yeah, it's Saturday. I'm happy to be alive and happy to have a chance to talk to you all. Somebody says about using Discord. Yeah, I have a Discord server set up. For those who don't know what the hell that is, Discord is another app. It's like a platform, and it's sort of collaborative like Telegram, but it has more features for like groups. A lot of video gamers use it. Hey, hold on, dog. We're going to go out in a minute. Give me a break. Dog wants to go out. So I just got to let my phone charge a little bit more, maybe 3 minutes. So dog, 3 minutes. You got it? Dog doesn't speak English, Arabic. So Discord is something a lot of people who trade use it. A lot of people who do video games use it for their community. It's a community interactive tool. And I don't know how secure it is. That's one of the challenges. Hey, Maz. How you doing, Maz? Maz is so unbelievable. Maz just keeps showing up and helping. So it's amazing. So we just let you know, I know I'm getting sidetracked, but we had a small group of people. Initially, I'd reached out to people and said, hey, I'm trying to do X, Y, and Z. Would you mind helping if you can? So people initially volunteer, which is beautiful. I probably didn't do a good enough job of kind of keeping the momentum going, but it's amazing how quickly it falls apart if you just have volunteers. And I know that from political organizing and stuff. You invite people out to protests, and 100 people say they're going to go, and you get 3. It's just, that's how it works. It's so funny because it's the same thing. I know I always beat this dead horse. Excuse me to the horse reference, but I always ask people to follow my backup account, and it's amazing. The same numbers come up. It's 3%. That 3% is so humanly consistent. As you get older, you start to observe certain weird facts, and people who say they'll do something, it's about 3% actually do. That's why this is not to beat on the system, but the people that do make it to the top, as much as they're bastards and they're greedy, they do work hard, and they usually organize their time, and they're very judicious with how they use it, and then they build relationships really well and network. So those are skills to navigate the system. I think the system is blatantly unfair, but people who learn to navigate it, I admire their skill and their work ethic, right? Even if I think they're sociopathic madmen or women. So anyway, getting back to what my vision is for this. I know I kind of do a lot of end runs here. The goal is to have a media group of some type. I guess I'm the first person in it. I don't even want to run it as far as the executive goes, but I'd like to just do this stuff. But if I have to, I will. But the goal is to build what's called a cooperative business. And for those of you who don't know what cooperatives are, I've talked a little bit about this yesterday. So right now, most businesses are either family-owned or individually owned, or maybe there's a partnership. Sometimes there's what's called private equity, which is like an investment set of owners. Or there's publicly traded companies. Most of the big companies like Apple and Microsoft, people can buy shares, right? So the founders start the company privately, then they, quote, take it public. One of the big investment banks will do an offering to the public, and then people buy the shares, and these people get ridiculously rich, right? That's not what I want to do. Okay, the goal for this group is to use the benefit of the content, which has value to people, hopefully. It's straight down the line, honest. I don't want to have anybody who's in it for money or fame, or as soon as I see that, they're gone. So the point is, it's going to be owned by the people that work there. From the person that does the accounting on up to the person that runs the place, everybody's an owner. So nobody feels like they're being screwed or marginalized. That's the first thing. So that's cool. Everybody gets paid a little more because you don't have to have investors you got to give money to. It cuts out the investors altogether. Now, sometimes you have to borrow money to cover certain startup costs or other things you want to do to grow the business. That's called debt financing. But you don't have to give equity away to other people where some of the money has to go to them. So and I have an MBA in finance, so I can tell you, I could talk about that for 6 months. But so the bottom line is, the people who work there and the money from the enterprise stays at the community level. It doesn't go up to Wall Street, or it doesn't go to a couple owners that go on vacation to France every 6 fucking months or whatever. So it's not about private jets. It's not about vacation homes. It's not about fancy living, fancy clothes. Look, t-shirt, sweatshirt, it works. But the point is to get a bunch of really good people who both want to help support the enterprise, as well as the people that are the upfront faces, whomever they may be, and the writers, and create just a good sort of outreach for organizing and informing people. That's the goal of it. Now, who knows where it'll go? Maybe it'll stall. Maybe there's not a big enough appetite for that. But I think people are kind of at a point now, especially with what we're seeing, that they're just kind of totally sick and tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired, right? They're just looking at things like they're just disgusted. It's like you want to throw up. It's like this is just such a bad deal for most people, right? So we got to give people something else to tap into to get them excited again, right? Because people feel helpless, right? So you got to be careful. It's a careful dance because you don't want to make people in power feel threatened, but at the same time you want to use legitimate legal tools of information and organizing, because the first step of change is you got to be informed, right? Most people are in their lane, I call it, and that's the mainstream lane. They believe in the system, they believe in American exceptionalism, they believe the media, they believe the elections, blah, blah, blah. So the first thing is to break people out of that mold, right? Get them clued. But even if you snapped your fingers tomorrow morning and everybody was clued in magically, it's still a huge lift to do some of the hard but necessary work, to engage in some of the necessary things that are going to affect change of some type. And again, none of it may work. I think that's a legitimate thing to look at. And that's a sad thing to look at, but it's among the range of possibilities. Just like when you plan a business, you got to plan for all sorts of things. So in planning a movement, it's the same thing. Now, I've worked on smaller political movements in my state to change state law. And I'll tell you this, we used to have something called smoking in bars. So when I was younger, I used to go out and go to bars when I was younger. I didn't drink a lot, but I still like to go out and watch sports and stuff. But you'd have food and people would be smoking. It was disgusting. So not only would it interrupt your meal, but you'd go home, your clothes would stink. It's just an unpleasant experience. But the people who ran the bars thought that if they cut out the smoking, it would kill their business, right? So they were against it. So it took us 7 years. I used to go stand outside. No shit, I swear to God. I had a sign that said, sign here if you want no smoking bars. I had an email address called nosmokingbars@comcast.net. I took 7 years of my life to help organize a movement to get rid of smoking in bars because I just hated it so much. So, but I learned a lot from another guy who's a doctor friend I still play tennis with. And he really coordinated the effort. I just helped work on it. But it took us 7 years just to get one law changed in one state in the United States, right? And that wasn't even that big of a deal. And it turns out the money wasn't that big a deal after all. These bartenders who were scared to death they'd lose their homes, they made more money after the change. And this happened in California first, so we had an example to draw from. But political organizing is tough. It's very, very, very difficult to get people to do things outside of their normal behavior. I'm just going to share that observation. It's not because they're bad people. It's just people get used to a pattern of living, and it's very hard to change that pattern. We're all behavior patternists in our life, and anytime you have to break out of that, it's a big ask for people. So there's that. But on top of that, the power structure. Remember that when there's a social change, like equality or equal opportunity or whatever it may be, that doesn't necessarily affect the power structure, right? The stranglehold that the wealthy class has in the national security state, that doesn't threaten them. But as soon as you start organizing around economics and or militarism or empire, now you're talking about a whole different animal, right? You have people that are like, whoa, dude, what the F, So you got to be careful how you do it because, you don't want to piss off the wrong people. Look what happened with Julian Assange. I mean, he released a bunch of stuff. He didn't even steal it. He just released it. And it was so unflattering to the power structure, they completely destroyed this guy, right? So again, he was very, very overt and brash with how he navigated, right? He was like, fuck you, I'm releasing it, go to hell. And that's one way to do it, but you can see what the pushback is, right? So you don't have to do that. When I see people on here doing stuff like that, I'm like, you don't have to do it that way. You can be a little more subtle. But the point is you have to engage a lot of people, okay? Because it has to be a distributed, decentralized effort. In my state, we could work with, it's called coalition building too. For example, we got the local medical community, which had a bunch of member doctors on board with the legislation. So you go from building a small group to bigger representative groups. You go to the leadership and you say, hey, can you see if your group will embrace this? Then they sign off. Now you have the power of, instead of having 50 people, now you have 15,000 people. Right? Then you get another group on board. Maybe it's the I don't know, bartenders, not whatever it is, bartenders for change. You get them on board. Now you have 22,000 people. That's what you have to do, is you have to build that. And then you come up with a common goal, right? And a lot of times you have that common goal as you're building it. You have like an executive committee, like my doctor friend, who outlines the means as well as the desired outcome. That's what you have to do. You build that out first. Then everybody can look at that and embrace that. It's sort of a common set of embraced ideas. And then you just go to work on following the steps and getting the results as best you can. But remember, we didn't have a huge power structure resisting it. It was just changing a sort of a social norm, right? But it gets totally different. It's a much different minefield to navigate when you're talking about this stuff. So again, the real point is, there's three things that the public has more of than the establishment, right? The establishment has a lot of money and a lot of power, right? Let's acknowledge that. But what the people have are three things. We have our buying power, right? We have our sheer numbers, and we have our labor. So the labor is required for the system to function, right? Now, less and less with automation and AI and stuff like that, but still it's a big component of the economic activity. These people cannot run their companies without us, right? And the companies is how they make their money. So a lot of it now is corporatized, and a lot of people have their corporate job. And everybody's worried, including people who say things about Palestine or Israel, that they're going to lose their corporate job, right? Because the corporation has a no political policy or whatever the fuck it is, right? So these are legitimate concerns. When you approach somebody who's in their lane and they're doing just fine, and you start talking all this stuff, they're like, what's the big deal? Hey, Nina, what's the big deal, dude? Like, what's wrong? Everything's fine. Like, they just don't see it. So it's usually only when somebody starts to feel it, right, in the pocketbook, or something draconian, like some rule change that's like, well, this is screwed up, that they start to kind of raise their head up, right? So there's that. On top of that, most people believe the media, they believe the election system, they believe in Americans, what do they call it, American exceptionalism, all that bullshit. So they're kind of like, in this weird kind of place, like most of us have been before they wake up, right? Their consciousness hasn't been raised. So that's what they call it in the communist stuff. So raising consciousness is really important. But in the end, most people are not going to do something until their situation is so bad that they want to do something. That's the bottom line. I've learned that. And most people are, most people don't take action in their lives. They kind of tend to sit back and are passive, right? So that's all got to be overcome. And if you only have like a 1/4 of the population doing something, it's not going to be enough, right? So you have to kind of find ways to engage in difficult conversations, just like we're talking about with Israel-Palestine, right? Same thing. So who knows? But what I want to do is, getting back to the business and the role that it'll play and all that, you have to get people broken out of their malaise. That's the number one thing you got to do to start things. You got to kind of break their bubble. So that's what I want to do with this media group. And there are other people doing that are doing a great job. It's just, it doesn't have enough of a reach, and we just have to keep contributing to that and keep pushing that. That's what's got to happen. And like I said, it may be too past time to do that, but that's what we have to try, right? You have to at least give it the effort. If you love your kids and you want a better life for the future, you got to try, right? It may not work, but you got to try, as Chris Hedges says. So with that in mind, what this thing's going to be basically, and this is also going to be part of the story. This is a business it's content driven. Right? Media is content driven nowadays, and you have to put out good content because people expect new and exciting and interesting stuff, kind of like what I'm doing here, but on a bigger scale. So other people are doing it very well with establishment money. So the narrative that's going out is establishment narrative, right? As it would be. So to be counter-establishment narrative, you have to have another way of navigating with either user-funded or some other contributions from people who embrace the cause, who have money. So yeah, Nina, I don't know if I got your email or not. I got one from someone named Viv, but I don't know if I saw your email yet. I can check, but I don't remember seeing it yet, but I haven't looked carefully through my email. But I will after the call, after this live. So the reason why it wants to be a cooperative, I've had businesses my whole life where I've done well financially. Money doesn't mean shit to me anymore. I mean, money is like oxygen, right? You have to have some, because you got to pay bills, and you can be on the street with a cardboard sign if you don't pay your bills. And you got to pay for the dog food and the cat food, right? That's most importantly. But if you get too much oxygen and you light a spark, it blows up, right? So I think this it's a sickness when you have too much, right? It kind of causes you to get arrogant and egotistical, and you feel like you're more important. And I've done it. It's seductive, and I don't want to be a part of that anymore. I know it brings out the worst in us. So the goal is to take the money that comes in, whichever way it comes in, whether it's through some kind of advertising with a good person or product. I'm not going to take money from Procter and Gamble or whatever. But if it's something we all agree upon, for example, just to give you a quick example, something that I use a lot is something called a Vitamix. It's good for making healthy foods. It's a very quality product. I've had it for 15 or 20 years. It lasts. It's not a piece of shit. It's not cheap, but it's less expensive than the cheaper alternatives like what do they call it? The Ninja products, that bullshit. And then I have something called a Hypervolt, which is, I'll get it real quick. Let me show you. Somewhere around here. Oh, here it is. It's on my desk. 1 second. There it is. And listen, I don't have an advertising deal. I'm just going to show it to you. It's one of these massage guns, and it's a very high quality one. And if you look at, if you ever watch any sports, which I don't watch much of, but if you look on the sidelines, like at a football game or basketball game, this is what they use for the pro athletes. Now, my dog ate the tip off this one. They give you like 3 different shaped heads. But anyway, so you turn it on down here, and then you turn it on up here, and this has 3 different settings for speed. So it kind of just works like this, like works out your muscles. So it's really good. And so this is the kind of thing that I'd call them and say, hey, I've been using this for 10 years. I have people that online that might benefit from us talking about what so that kind of stuff, But I'm not going to be hawking bullshit, right? I'm not going to be selling lipstick or whatever. No offense to lipstick people. But you get the idea. So whatever the revenue can come in from whatever positive sources, whether it be, could even be grants if we had it set up in a sort of a not-for-profit mode or whatever. We could have an arm that was not-for-profit for grant writing. But anyway, the company's going to be cooperatively driven, though. So imagine if you worked at a workplace for a second. I want to give you a great picture of this, okay? This is really cool. And these exist, by the way. In South America and in Europe, people get to work in these types of structures. I mean, there are some people that don't care as much about money as they care about serving the community, which is really cool. So the structure of the company, you work in the company, it's democratically run. So a bunch of people at the top don't make a bunch of decisions based on investor pressure or whatever and kind of stick it down on the workers. That doesn't happen. Everybody gets a decision. So there's usually an executive committee that goes through the various issues and kind of consolidates it, and then it goes to a vote, and everybody votes for it. And so if you think the boss shouldn't get a raise, the boss doesn't get a raise. Or if you think the boss should get a raise, you give the boss a raise, or whatever the person, maybe it's an executive team or whatever. So, but here's the big difference. Right now in modern corporate America, the people that at the top, the CFO, the CEO, they get paid like 300 or 400 times what the average worker gets paid. So if you're getting paid 60 grand, someone's getting paid like 24 million. You're like, what? Like the CEO of Uber. Derek Khosrowshahi, he gets $24 fucking million a year, and they cut driver pay by 35%. I mean, that is disgusting, right? This guy his salary got raised by 100%, and they cut the driver pay by 35%. I know, I was doing it. I stopped doing it. So it's called a Hypervolt. I know it's backwards. You can't see it here. Hypervolt, like hyperactive kid, volt, electricity, Hypervolt. And so it's great product line. I mean, I'm not not making any money. I don't have a sponsorship, but it's a good product. It helps me a lot. So anyway, so you in the company, and that goes away. There's no massive executive pay. So the executives, they had to go to school and learn maybe business school. They had to invest. So they get paid some more because they have different skill sets than the average person does, but it's not outrageous. So for example, it might be a multiple of 4. Or maybe 5. Sometimes I've heard as much as 10. So if the average worker gets paid $50,000 or whatever it is, now it's probably higher with inflation. The CEOs don't get paid any more than about 4 times that, which is not, let's say 250 grand is not an unreasonable salary for somebody who's spent $150,000 on their school and they're paying off their student loans and running a whole business, right? So something like that. And then the group gets to vote on compensation. So there's a range, but if the person running it's a fuck up, you get rid of them and you put somebody in let's say I'm running it and I'm not doing a good job. We want to hire somebody else. If the team votes on that, so be it. That's what the team wants. That's what you do. So the fact that it's democratically run is really cool. And the fact that you can come to work every day, one, you have an ownership stake and it's equal. right? For the most part, and everybody gets a share. So you have the same incentive to make the company work well as anybody else does because you're the one of the owners, and so that's a really good model. And you get better benefits if you're a woman. We can afford to give people time off like they should get to do the family thing. It's all part of life, right? So these are the things that I think are important to do, and having a more community-based structure makes life work. And everything's supposed to work for people, not for investors, right? It should work for the community. Now, it's not just about people. Okay, this is the other part of the equation. We all know there's problems that industrialization is causing, right? It's not an easy fix because we all like the lifestyle, and a lot of that industrialization is required to have this lifestyle. But we have to figure out a way to balance all the things we want to do versus what we need to do to keep everything correct for the next couple hundred years so our kids don't live in a shithole. So that's going to involve some changes in terms of how we consume, how we act, how we move, a sort of a simplification process. We can still have very good lives without traveling to Singapore for vacation, right? We have this internet thing. We can communicate long distances. We can live a very good life on a very much lower consumption level. And we have to accept that because that is the reality. We can't have 9 or 10 billion people, half of whom are living at the American standard. We don't have enough planet to go around. So if you care about the biosphere, which I think is, we can't survive without it, but it can survive just fine without us. And that's the number one thing. The biggest problem, I say this often, if you don't agree, it's okay, but the Abrahamic religions teach this idea that there's been a divine gift of us, this great creature called man or woman, and that we have dominion over all that is, right? We can use it as we want. I think that's crazy. It's awfully convenient, right? We're the chosen species, right? And yeah, we have some fundamental capabilities that are greater than a squirrel. Like we can build buildings, we can create trains, and all those things that our technology and our brain can do. But put yourself in an ocean next to a dolphin and navigate 1,200 miles with no submarine or no compass or no GPS. The dolphin can do that. You can't. You and I can't, right? So there's a lot of things that other creatures can do. A beaver can build a fucking dam with wood in the stream. I can't do that. I guess I'd have to try and practice. So different species have different capabilities. A bee can pollinate food or plants that need to be done for the growth of flowers and for agriculture crops, right? I can't do that. So the point is, there are things in the world that are connected in a way that we can't really understand why or how, and we're doing things to disrupt it in a very short period of time. And the way that the biosphere functions, it changes very gradually. It doesn't do well with sudden change. So we have to figure out a way to make what we're doing work within a system where we're going to fuck the system up to our detriment, right? So modern industrial, fossil fuel combustion driven multinational global capitalism ain't going to work long term. And it will collapse under its own weight anyway, because it extends debt too far. But that's the economic side of it. There's a great guy to follow if you like these kind of conversations, which I think they're fascinating. But you have to think in systems because a lot of things are interconnected and complicated, right? There's a financial system. There's the material side of the financial system. There's the energy component. There's the social component and political part of it. There's the ecological part of it. All these things have to kind of find a way to come together as a big puzzle. And it can work out different ways based on what people do, just like the war situation we're watching. So there's a great guy named Nate Hagens, Hagens, who I've been following for years. He is awesome. He's an ex-Wall Street guy who was serving these wealthy people and realized they were no happier no matter how much money they were making. So he started to step back to look at what I just described, like all these different systems. And he puts it together in ways that are just incredible. I've learned a lot of what I know I've learned through Nate. And if you go to my Twitter feed, I have a list of all the great people who I've learned from. It's not complete because you can't remember everybody. But if you go to my Twitter, it's just Chip Barnes. It's on my link tree in my bio. So check out my Twitter. I think you'll really like it. The very first post that I have is, I was on Haley's live for like 5 seconds. She was just finishing up, Haley. So go to my Twitter, and there's a pinned tweet, first message, that has all the people that I follow and all the YouTube channels I think are good. Now, I'm always adding to it and updating it because people will clue me into different people. Somebody clued me in last night to a really good one that I'm going to be adding. So check it out. Yeah, there's my link tree. So if you want a shortcut to that, all you do is click on that word link tree in my bio. It'll launch you to a little list of stuff. It's got my social media. It's got some Telegram groups. It's got some ways you can donate if you want to help the cause. But what's going to be cool is if we can successfully launch this company I'm talking about, this collective. And by the way, I want to take this model because I'm sort of a serial entrepreneur. And if I can get this one started and have somebody else kind of take it from there, I want to go do other stuff in the community. Like we should try to get as many businesses running in a cooperative fashion. Cut out these chain stores. Fuck those people, man. They've taken over everything. Why should we go to Walmart, or why should we go to Chipotle, or why don't we have a local family that makes that money, especially in these low-income communities? Why should they get the life sucked out of them and live in poverty? Let's empower some of those people, right? And let's put people to work, have them make a livable, decent wage, and do better for the community, right? And take locally grown stuff. Somebody said that. We're not going to be able to afford having stuff grown in California, flown 3,000 miles away, and then try to eat it. That's idiotic. And what if oil starts to cost more? How can that model be sustainable, right? So you can't ship stuff from China if it costs $1 trillion to ship it. And as hydrocarbons become more scarce or contentious, which is your oil, coal, and natural gas, it's going to change everything, right? So that's why there's so much fighting over it, because everybody knows that. So anyway, and there may be plenty of it. That may last a lot longer. I don't know. But there's all sorts of things we can do to make transitions. Somebody says use credit unions, which are locally owned usually, versus big banks. So instead of keeping your money at Bank of America or Wells Fargo or JP Morgan Chase, put it in, I have one called Point Breeze Credit Union where I do my banking. There's all sorts of, there's Navy Federal Credit Union, whatever. That's more of a bigger one, but you get the idea. So yeah, and we need to localize our finances, I mean, why should we be dealing with Federal Reserve notes? Who the fuck are they? We shouldn't have to use the government. The Federal Reserve is a private bank owned by a bunch of private banks, and they make all the interest. Why are we using their money? Let's make our own money and just exchange it back and forth and fuck them, right? So local currencies or local means of exchange or bartering, all that stuff. So those are all the details. We'll work that shit out. But the bottom line is we need to figure out a way to make things more community-based and cut out these large centralized systems with all these energy requirements. That's what the problem is. The system is so dependent on international finance, currency systems, and energy. And it's overbearing right now. It's built itself into this massive debt bubble, and it's not going to end well. And guess who's going to come out on the good side of it? Not us. The other people are basically using the current excess they have to build things that are physical to get away to when things fall. So we got to do something sooner than later. And so these are the stuff that I think will work best for us, because we may not be able to break the power dynamic, but we can shift what we choose to do locally if we can make it work. So I want to build a company that talks about that, have an arm that does some of these projects, as well as create a media system that's going to be, more direct, more objective, more reasonable. And there's other people doing this, right? And we can work with them and not double up and, be complementary. But, it's all about creating good content and getting good stuff out, but like a guy like me, I need help. I'm running ragged. I'm not sleeping as much as I should. I'm doing all sorts of work. And so if I had somebody to help me like post and slice and dice my content, create thumbnails, get my website up, that kind of shit, I'd be a lot closer to some of these things I'm trying to do. But the goal is, just to let you know, I've talked about finances. I'm very transparent about this. So if you do decide to help out, this is where it's going to go. So my monthly living expenses, I'm very transparent. I've taken off the last 2 months to work on this full time. Haven't made a penny. I used to do some trading. Used to make about $4,000 a month, which was enough to cover my bills. And I drive for Uber to make up the difference. But here's what I'm doing now. I'm doing this because I like it. I think I'm good at it. People seem to like it. So I think it's the best place for me to put my efforts. But I got $2,600 a month that I live. That's what it costs me to live. I have a $1,400 apartment, and then I have $1,200 car rent, internet, cell phone, all those bills add up, insurance for the car. It adds up to $2,600. Okay, so I'm going to keep putting my finances out publicly. I'm going to put all my information publicly on my website so people can see every month how we're doing. If we have excess, I'm going to try to hire some people, right? Bring them in to help do the stuff. If we have more than that, we can either retain it in the cooperative if people want to do that, or we can spend it on some charities, right? So there'll be like 10 charities we agree upon, and we'll decide how we want to allocate the excess to charity. So that's where the money's going to go, okay? There's a really good charity that I like in Gaza called Help Cats. I'm a big animal lover. So I've donated $50 a month to them forever. And he cares for 50 cats, so I give $1 per cat per month to help him with the food. Anyway, and I talked to him 2 days ago. I messaged him through Twitter. That's how we've always connected. And he says a few of the cats have gotten out because of structural damage to their shelter, but that most of them are still there. I think 35 out of 50 are still there, and he's taking care of them. So yeah, people are there. This is the sad part. Because of the lack of food, I don't know. I haven't talked to him in the last 4 days. A lot of people are getting anything they can to eat, including stray dogs, horses, donkey, whatever. I mean, it's gotten bad. So it's all different regions within Gaza. It's, some places are worse than others. But anyway, I can understand that. Listen, when it comes down to survival, listen, at our core, let's be straight. We need oxygen, right? You can't last more than 3 minutes without oxygen, right? You need that. Then you got to have food. You got to have water. If you don't have liquid in your body, you're only going to last like 3 days, maybe 5 if you're really lucky. Then if you don't have food, you might be able to get away with maybe 45 to 50 days, maybe 60 if you're really lucky. But so those are that's our absolute needs, right? Now you could argue shelter, clothing, maybe love or community. Those are sort of psychological ties. But at its core, you got to have air, you got to have water, you got to have food, right? So if you don't have that in your life, your survival instincts will kick in ways you wouldn't even imagine what you'd be willing to do to survive. You would do anything, including eat other humans. I know that sounds crazy, but you would do it if you had to, as you should. So at our core, we're just like any other animal. We don't like to think of ourselves that way, but when you have those basic needs, you fulfill them whatever way you can, or you die. And so we're wired not to die like any other species, so you do what you got to do. That's horrible, obviously, and what they're facing is what a terrible choice to have to make, right? To have to do things that are unthinkable to survive. So anyway, let's hope things don't get that way for everybody, but and let's hope things change for them as soon as possible. But all right, my phone is almost fully charged, almost. The dog is probably dying to go out, so I got about another 5 minutes before I'm not going to close the live. I'm just going to start moving around a bit. So I've been glancing at the comments. People are talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Yeah. And so basically this is the part I think that screwed everything up for humans. And I know a lot of people don't agree with me on this. Like, Jackson Hinkle, for example. If you know who Jackson is, I love Jackson because he's got, excuse my language, balls the size of Texas. And he just doesn't seem to give a crap. And he just says what he wants to say and let the chips fall where they may. And hey, Mary, his style's different than mine. I mean, I try to be a little less combative and confrontational. Not that I don't want to be. I enjoy that, but I just don't think it goes over as well with most people. But that's his style, and he's got a big following. And but I disagree with Jackson on a couple things. He sees more industrialization, like with the Schiller Institute, the Lyndon LaRouche movement, that what our big problem is getting the banksters and all these big rich people out of the way, which I agree with, and then build more infrastructure for better human achievement and human benefit. And I think it's great to have those things. I'm not against that per se, but just like with what happened in the Nakba, right? I'm not against Jewish people having their own state. I'm against the negative impact that had on others. Right? That's where that makes sense sort of psychologically. I don't want one group to be marginalized for the benefit of another. I don't want humans to benefit just because, and I don't want it at the cost of the natural systems we depend upon. It doesn't make sense in the long run for us to do that, right? It's kind of it's like shooting ourselves in the foot, right? Sabotage. Yeah, I talked a lot about Fiona Ryan yesterday during the lives, but I'll talk about it some more, Kitty. Just remind me, okay? It says 15 tanks today as of 2. Are you talking about 15 tanks as far as like destroyed Israeli tanks? Or I guess you're talking about that, right? Anyway, Mary said 15 tanks today as of 2 hours ago. Just so you know, real quickly, I don't want to deviate because let me finish the one topic, then we'll go talk about the battle. So this is the fundamental driver of all of our problems. And I've studied this at length, and it's where I've arrived at after all the work I've done for years. It's very simple. It's amazing how simple it is, right? The number one driver of all the problems we see on the earth is the fact that humans have a false belief in human supremacy. And I know that we're taught growing up, it's almost like this invisible thing that we think like we're the shit, right? Like, of course, people don't even think about it. Of course, we're like the apex predator, blah, blah, blah. We're not. We have some tools that we've been able to temporarily leverage to be dominant, right? But as I like to say, walk out in the woods, just with your pants and your shirt on, and encounter a mother bear who has her cubs, and try to reason with that bear that you're superior and see how it goes. So the rule of the jungle always rules and nature always bats last. And that's what humans are sort of forsaking right now. And it's not unusual, by the way. Every civilization that's ever risen and gone down has done the same thing we're doing. We're just doing it at a scale that's much bigger than before. So it's a global problem more than it is a regional problem. And it's something called overshoot. For those of you who don't know what overshoot is, imagine if you bring a bunch of deer, which this has happened, to an island that didn't have deer before, an invasive species, and then the deer explode because there's tons of foliage on the island, and their population explodes from like maybe 50 deer to like 15,000. But then at some point every spring, the foliage can't grow back fast enough to feed all the deer, and then the population crashes, because then it just goes to a terrible crash. It rises really quickly and then it crashes. That's called overshoot. When you overshoot the regenerative capability of the resource base in which you live. Every civilization that's ever come and gone did that. And even the ones that realized through their intellectuals that they were in the middle of that, and they went to the leaders and said, hey, dude, if we don't stop doing X, we're going to encounter Y. The leaders said, oh, whatever. You don't know what you're talking about, right? And they keep on going. The inertia of the system is so strong that they just keep on going because of the arrogance of thinking we'll just figure something out along the way, right? And the same thing we're going through now. It ends badly, right? And that's a normal thing. We're fucked up. We're like these crazy smart animals that can't get out of our own way, right? That's what we are. So we just do things, and especially in groups, we have certain group dynamics that just play out this way because of those fun. Now, where is it different? Where do humans not fuck up? Look at the Native Americans. Now, they weren't perfect. They fought each other for territory and other things. But in terms of their fundamental beliefs, most of them, they saw the dynamics differently. And the role that they saw themselves as was much different. And therefore, they functioned differently, right? They weren't trying to exploit and accumulate excess, right? Enough was enough. They had a certain standard of enough, and they respected the wind and the rocks and the mountain and the earth and the stream and the bear. You got the idea. We're not. We look at those things as tools to our benefit, and we exploit them. We're willing to cut down and just destroy acres of nature to build a fucking, auto dealership or whatever. It's this indifference, and sort of like superiority breeds arrogance and indifference. You see it right now in terms of the leadership of Israel. You have these crazy, Jewish supremacists, these Itamar Ben-Gvir and this guy Smotrich and Benjamin Netanyahu. They're what's called Jewish supremacists, and they look down on others that are non-Jewish or not part of their crowd as inferior. Same attitude. So it gives you the right to marginalize and exploit the other. But if you look at, somebody says I'm a neo-Yahtzee. No, I'm not. Taddy, no, I'm not. These are you don't know me well enough to make that claim. Spend some time. I think you'll see what I'm talking about. I'm very reasonable and very fair-minded about how I analyze things. And I apply the same thinking and objective process to each thing that I look at in a way that makes sense because I tie them together. So the point is, not every human is bad. Like, we're not all bad. That's the good news. We have great capacity for great good, and we have great capacity for great bad. It's all the incentives and the shaping and the culture in which we grow up. So if you have incentives that tell people you should go make money, you should compete against your neighbor, you should get ahead, you should try to get as rich as you can, and that's where you're happy, you see one set of behavior. If you have a culture that says we need to be respectful to each other, we need to be respectful to nature, we need to work within the bounds of nature, we can't take too much, we got to take some. Right? Nature's not perfect. There is food chains and there's brutality along with beauty. So we have to work within reality, but we shouldn't overdo it, right? Because it hurts us in the long run. Somebody asked me if I'd go to Gaza. Yeah, I'd be happy to go to the Middle East. I mean, I'd go anywhere. I've been to Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia. I'd love to go to some of the other Gulf states, including, visiting the occupied territories or Gaza. Yeah, it'd be fun. I don't know how I'd get there, but I'd have to work that out. But chances are, listen, I'm not trying to whine about it. I probably won't be alive by then. I have a lot of problems with the Gulf War that are kicking my ass. So, but if I'm still alive, yeah, I'd do it. But anyway, so that's the fundamental drive. Everything flows from that mindset. So ultimately, to solve all of our problems, we have to change that mindset. I'm firmly believing that. Now, if you look at what's happened historically, we discovered how to harness fire. That was a big one. We discovered how to domesticate plants and animals. That was a huge one. And then we found out how to extract and burn hydrocarbons. And that was a huge game changer. Those are the three big events, along with, Renaissance and arts. But those things were only available because we had excess calories, right? Before we leveraged domestication of plants and animals, we didn't have enough time. We were out doing shit. Like, you had to go find something to eat, right? But when you finally had more calories than you needed to move, you could basically sit and think. And then all this stuff started to happen. You had people start to hoard stuff. That's how hierarchy got started. And that's what caused all these problems in these sort of imperial, material-based systems where people can hoard something. It creates a division of classes of people, and you multiply your population, and then people have to suffer. So it's all born of the same thing. Somebody's asked me if I have Gulf War. Yeah, really bad Gulf War problems. So it's not much I can do about it. It's just going to take its course. Would love to. I've had to come to grips with it actually. It's you go through those phases of grief, like you're like, damn, like first you want to figure out a path, but eventually you just let go and be like, all right, it is what it is. It's like when you get a cancer diagnosis. You can be miserable, or you can just try to make the best of the moments despite how you feel. Would love to take your mom's village of Bud in Palestine. Would you love to? Yeah, that'd be. Listen, I'm open to anything, and people want to. I'd love to come into somebody's home and get to meet them and enjoy a meal and enjoy the culture. And I've heard people from Palestine are amazingly welcoming to people. They're very kind to others. So, would love that. Yeah. By the way, if you want to email me, Popsicles asked me if I meditate a lot. I know I need to do it more. I don't do it as often as I'd like to, but I do it from time to time, and it really makes me feel better when I do it. Lately, I've just been so busy, I haven't made time for it, but yeah, I should. Thanks, a good reminder. I have not done vagus nerve work. In fact, I came by a video yesterday about vagus nerve work, and maybe that would be helpful. So thanks for that reminder, Josephine. Appreciate that. So I don't want to lose my train of thought, but anyway, the bottom line is we have a lot of problems. This is what I would say to everybody who's concerned, okay, about where things are going, especially ecologically. Just let go. Let go of all the concerns. The concerns won't help us get anywhere. Like, I can't be too worried about my personal situation because it's not going to make me get any better. What I can do is I can do the things like the vagus nerve work or meditation. Just try to focus on that part, right? Let's do what we can, and then the outcomes are going to have to be where they're going to go. And is it sad that we may not get positive outcomes on all these different levels? Yeah, it sucks. But you can either be miserable about the possibility of that, or you can just take the day to day, be grateful, and have the moment, and try to do what you can and be nice to people, right? So, yeah, people want me to write a book. I'm like, I can't even get my act together. I can't write a book. So anyway, I want to answer some comments, and I'll start organizing, getting out the door. But appreciate everybody listening to that. The cooperative thing, I think, is something that's really sorely needed. We have to cut out this investor class. They have such a stranglehold on everything right now. It's like a snake. It's like squeezing the life out of everybody. So we have to get rid of that. We have to stop all the seedy stuff that our three-letter groups do. We have to stop being an imperial dominating power. I mean, read Michael Parenti. Michael Parenti. There was somebody I was watching a live. She was reading out of one of his books about American imperialism. Just awesome stuff, solid gold. I mean, if you don't understand how the American system works, read Michael Parenti. It'll blow your mind. You're like, oh, shit. Yeah, it's bad. Our country's very, very bad in terms of how the government behaves. Same way I feel about Israel. I have nothing against the people of Israel because they're just people. And most people don't support bad shit. They just benefit from how their country operates, and they reap the benefits internally, and they live a good life. And they think, well, we're just a better country. Well, your country does some pretty dastardly shit on your behalf to get that for yourselves. And that's the part I don't like, is people being hurt or environment being hurt. I requested, he doesn't invite me to email him, thank you. Yeah, by the way, if you want to email me, just to let you know, I created a new email for this type of work. It's my website is chipbarnesonline.com. And it's not created yet, but it's being worked on right now. And then, and there'll be like a newsletter, and you can put it on an email list if you want to. I'm so sick of getting emails from people, so I don't blame you if you don't want to get on the email list, but if you do, you can. And then my email is just chipbarnesonline@gmail. chipbarnesonline@gmail. Real simple. So, yeah, listen, I don't know how much I have PTSD. I mean, of course, you see things in war and that are not good. But I've seen a lot of gore in my life. I used to go on this website called Documenting Reality, and it would show a lot of, the stuff that happened with ISIS and stuff. So I'm a little bit desensitized to the stuff. And a lot of other people are much more affected by the things that I saw than others. I'm not stronger. For some reason, it didn't affect me as badly as some of my friends. But this is the other sad part. I know a guy who was dealing with he hung himself. He couldn't take it anymore. So I'm not gonna hang myself, at least not voluntarily. If you find out that I hung myself, I didn't do it on my own. But yeah, what's up? Oh, there's Ollie. Cool. By the way, I was on Ollie's live. And listen, I respect Ollie because he gave me a lot of time to talk on his live, which I really appreciate. Have you ever been on somebody's live and they just basically step on you? Like they just crawl, and you say like 3 words and they just jump on. Ollie didn't do that, to his credit. Now, what Ollie did towards the end, which, it's his live, he can do what he wants, but I was just about to finish my most important point, and unfortunately, he took over the conversation, so I didn't get a chance to finish. But like I said, it's his live. He can run it how he wants. But Ollie's here. It's nice to see you in here, Ollie. The other thing is, this is, if we ever want to get peace and work in harmony, we can't talk past each other, right? It feels good to do that, right? You're like, I told that person off, right? But that doesn't help anything, right? My goal when I have a debate with somebody or have an exchange, I even call it an exchange, is not to quote destroy the person, right? Sometimes people will say, well, you out argued the person, but that doesn't create common ground, right? And if we're going to work together, we have to have common ground. So don't berate somebody for not knowing what they don't know yet. Don't try to clobber somebody. Uh, Ask them questions to draw them in. That's what I want to do. So we'll see. But there are going to be people that, and some people would argue that I may be this way. But I've taken a long, long time to learn what I've learned about this issue. And I think it's well informed, but I'm always open to learning more. And other people can see the same events and interpret them differently. I always like to differentiate between what I call biophysical reality, like there's water falling outside, right? Somebody will say it's raining, somebody will say it's pouring, somebody will say it's the worst rain, different takes on what's happening. But what's happening is happening, right? It's when people deny what's happening that I get pissed off about, because the physical reality is indisputable. That's why we're seeing a different reaction this time, because in all the other conflicts that I've watched in this long-going saga have not gotten the coverage that this is getting. And so it happens like out of sight, out of mind. And the American media and the Western media is atrocious at accurately reporting the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Atrocious. And it's all because of a very strong push by the Israel lobby. They have a lot of influence over what the American media and what the American government does, and the business community. Let's face it. It's not to be mean or try to make some mean or sort of disparaging assessment. It's just reality. The world Jewish population is 17 or so million people, which is a fraction of the 8 billion. And in America, I don't know the exact numbers, but it's a very small portion of the American population. But people have a lot of wealth and power who are Jewish. Doesn't mean that that's a conspiracy. Like Michael Rappaport said, we're just that good. That's what he said, his words. Like I said, I admire people who can navigate the business community, whether they do it through networking or hard work or both. I admire that. That takes a lot of effort and a lot of tact and strategy. But it still doesn't change the dynamic that many people in power have leniencies, or they have tendencies to support something that the general public may not support as much. And I think that's a bad thing. But I understand it. That's why people have different points of view. All right, I'm behind on the comments here. Yeah, somebody says they don't like to watch Fox or CNN. The Western corporate media has an agenda, and they tend to hire people who believe in the American system, and they won't buck the tide. They're kind of a get along, go along type of worker. They want to pay their mortgage. Caitlin Collins or whatever on CNN. She's one of those fast rising stars or whatever. That's a perfect person. She's very bright. She's very smart, but she's very ambitious, right? And people who are ambitious don't rock the boat. Yeah, like I could never, ever. I know I met Van Jones. If you know Van Jones, he's a CNN contributor. And Van was a good guy, but he sold out for money. Unfortunately, that's just, a lot of people do it, Ali says, my question isn't showing up. What do you mean, Ali? I see your statement that you've asked. So, but if you have a question, there's two people in the queue. I have to blow my nose and my tissue paper is not right here. Give me 1 sec. Much better. Yeah, I'm happy to answer your question. Ali says, you're right, but the lives aren't on the line with microwave. I have no idea what the hell that means. It says, your question isn't showing up, Ali. I'm looking. It says, can you bring me up? I'll be quick. Yeah, sure. So Ali's here. Yeah, come on up. I'll show you there in a second, Goat Farmer. Thanks for waiting.
Hey, Chip. Hey, thanks for having me up. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, I was just wanting to ask, how do you feel about Harvard supporting the genocide of Jews and the destruction of Israel?
That's an interesting statement. Well, I think the question's a little loaded. I think that the way the question was asked to the person, I don't know if she's the president or whatever they call it. The question was asked, I think the question went like this. Does Harvard's policy against hate speech include people claiming to want to commit genocide against Jewish people? I think that was kind of the way the question was framed.
Yeah, and she refused to answer, essentially. She just kept going down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, so first of all, I think that it's important to differentiate between, I say this all the time, I said it in a video I posted last night. It's important for people to be historically sensitive to any group that's been marginalized. In terms of free speech, it's a little touchy, okay? And this is a speech issue. So they're in the position where they have to defend a constitutional right versus maybe how they may personally feel, or maybe they don't personally feel that way. I don't know what's in her head, but it's a tough dance. And in an academic environment, it's good not to strangle various points of view, even if you find it offensive. Now, I happen to think that something like that is anti Semitic, but I don't think it should be forced down the throats of others to comply or to acknowledge it the way that one might want them to because of the free speech aspect of that.
Hmm. Okay, so
But,
I
but,
mean,
but I don't, but I don't, I do not agree with the way you phrased the question because I don't believe that by virtue of her standing on that particular pillar, that she was doing what you claim she did or the institution was.
well, yeah, I think multiple universities have done it. I mean, we've seriously had board members step down just to get out of answering the question. I believe it was MIT. They actually had a girl who was in her second year in school there actually came up and did the story on the news for it because the guy who was supposed to stepped down because he refused to talk about anything like that. So when you're having to bring students in to fight your battles for you, I think that's pretty uh, unprofessional. I guess would be the best thing to say.
Well, one of the things I think is fair to point out as a counter argument, not that, listen, I'm not for anybody doing anything that's anti-Semitic or disparaging to any group of people. There is legitimate criticism of certain actors within a community who are doing certain things behaviorally that's fair for criticism, but in general, it's stupid to ostracize a whole group and be like bigoted. That's unacceptable. But what I would say is this: there is an agenda in the United States among many that are in positions of power to force compliance from certain people related to certain issues they would like to see in place more so than others. And because of the power they hold, a lot of times they're able to do so. And I think if you looked at the way the questions were being framed and sort of targeting these particular individuals with that style of approach, it was congruent with that type of thing. So I don't really like to see that. And I don't think anybody should be forced into trying to support someone else's point of view just because somebody thinks it's their point of view. I understand the sensitivity of it to certain people. Historically, what happened in the Holocaust, it's horrific. And I think anytime people experience discomfort from anti Semitism, that's really bad. But when you compare it to a bomb being dropped on a civilian building and 15 people dying, it's not as bad as that.
Would you agree with the statement that if you can't condemn genocide, then you shouldn't be in power?
No, because the word genocide is absurd in this context. If you're going to use the term, there needs to be a significant event that backs up the term. There is no event happening. There may be an expressed intent among certain people who are anti-Semitic. Maybe you want to point out certain members of the H group saying that they've changed their mission, but maybe some of them individually still agree with what the
It,
original
it's just
message
it's
was.
just the it's if it was one school chip, if it was just one university that was doing this, it would be you know a different story. But right, I mean, we've had people from the University of Pennsylvania, had the president of that school step down because she couldn't answer it. We had Harvard, MIT. I mean, these are prestigious schools, right? They should be able to answer a simple question such as,
Yeah, but the
"Do you
question is
condemn it?"
the question
And
is the
if they
question is leading,
responded
Alec.
like you are, if they responded like you are right now, saying, "Well, to even call it a genocide is crazy." If they responded like that would be one thing, but they're not. They're refusing to answer.
No,
So that
let me
shows
put
by refusing to answer that they are at least thinking that it's a possibility that this could be it, or could it, if it's not right now, turn into a genocide, right?
No, I mean, listen,
And they're
if you're gonna
refusing
if
to
you're gonna
answer.
say that if you're gonna disparage people for not admitting something that might happen in the future, that's an awfully high bar to hold people to. The other thing to remember is, Ali, not everybody has the same mental acuity to be able to answer things in sort of an articulate, sort of well-rounded way. Or there could be a board discussion prior to the congressional hearing where the board said this is certain terrain we don't want to cross for the reasons we want to maintain academic and/or free speech, parameters, and therefore they were sort of put in a handcuff situation. I don't know, but let's not disparage them per se. Let's ask them a question. Why did you not respond? You're assuming the reason why they didn't respond is because they're anti-Semitic. I don't know if that's true or not. And people shouldn't that. There is no intended genocide that I'm aware of anybody to harm people who are Jewish en masse. I think that sort of fear and victimhood mentality turns a lot of people off, quite frankly, because it ain't happening. Now, what is happening, just so you know, while that claim is being made, juxtapose that to what is actually physically happening. I won't talk about intent. Bombs are dropping from the sky, missiles are coming from the sky, people are coming in with tanks and or small arms, and buildings are being dropped and people are dying in mass. So what if you want to phrase that as? That's what's happening. People call that because people are dying in mass, right? Which is what you're saying you want to have avoid people expressing intent to people die in mass. It's happening in real time. So it's kind of people look at that and say, wait a second, we're seeing people dying in mass in real time, and you're complaining that it might happen, and you don't like the language people are using. Get the f out of here. That's
Well,
what
at
people
the
are
same
thinking.
time, Chip, at the same time, these are prestigious people. I'm a high school dropout. You know what I mean? These people are the presidents of universities. They should have the I think they should have the capacity to be able to say something like that, especially when responded to. And if it was just like I said, I'm always going to turn back to this. If it was just one person, it'd be one thing, but it's three people at all different prestigious schools. They should be able to answer. I mean, the answer is, do you condemn genocide? People should say yes.
Well, the point is that first of all, there isn't one. Okay, if you say to somebody, do you condemn what was done to Jewish people during World War II, which was clearly a genocide? I'd say answering that question is very straightforward. You're kind of demanding compliance for somebody with your agenda by phrasing it that way and demanding an answer one way, and then criticizing people who don't play into that sort of gotcha game. Here's what I would say, Ali. I think the amount of emphasis that you're giving it is your choice. I think most people are not accepting the premise, and therefore, and also it's a theoretical discussion. And I know it may be outraging to some people that they won't engage in embracing the desired answer for the theoretical discussion. Not everybody's required to. They have free speech and they don't have to play into somebody's demands, right?
So
I can't make demands of you to acquiesce to my desires. Why should anybody else be able to desire theirs? Do theirs.
right, and at the same time, wouldn't you say that which we got to talk on it a little bit yesterday, but not really to the full extent.
Mhm.
I want to more on touching about Hamas. You know, this is a terrorist organization. Would you agree?
I would say that some of their tactics could be considered unconventional. And if you remember in the American Revolution, the same
They've
unconventional
admitted
tactics
to. I
were
mean,
being.
they've admitted.
No, I'm
Maybe
not.
not
I'm
using the
answering.
word,
I'm
but
answering your question honestly. Okay, I'm telling
okay.
you. So under the circumstances of the general context of the broader context of the war, they are technically considered a resistance group. Now, their tactics may be considered unconventional, and some of the harm they bring to civilians may be categorized as terroristic tactics. Okay, but other people, I don't call them a terrorist group because not everything that the Hamas organization does is terroristic. But I do say that the acts that they perpetrated on the 7th involved terrorism towards civilians. But I don't believe them firing rockets from their territory at an adversary that's blockading them militarily is terroristic. I think
Okay,
it's
Jeff.
defensive in nature.
I'm going to read something now from
Well,
Hamad
I got people
Jeff.
waiting. I can't give
He's
the
the
entire
leader of
verse.
Hamas. He's the leader of
Please,
Hamas, who he
please go ahead.
says, "O Allah, enable us to get to the next of the Jews. The
Yeah.
day of your slaughter, extermination, and annihilation is near." Then goes on, and this is all public, right? You can find this. Until
Yep.
not a single Jew or Zionist is left on the face of the earth.
Right. Right. So
Wouldn't
I
you,
think
I
your
mean,
point. I think your
let's just
point is
break that
quite.
down. Wouldn't you?
No, but let me address that. So, okay, so what you're saying is an individual within a group who's not the entire group, but maybe one of the leaders of the group, okay, expressed something that's outrageous and unacceptable in terms of how we view things from a public standpoint. That is a genocidal comment. I agree with that wholeheartedly. However, if you study some of the rabbis who interpret the Talmud, they say the exact same things about non-Jews. So you have to do what's good for the goose has to be good for the gander. So maybe the H group has a greater capacity to carry forth some of those thoughts than maybe the person who's the rabbi, but the sentiment is the same. So you can't say to one, how can this person have a genocidal mindset? Isn't that outrageous? How can they possibly be dealt with? What about the rabbis from Israel who are saying that stuff? Can Israel be dealt with because of their statement? Their
And
statement doesn't represent
it's
all
getting
people.
bigger than this because I mean, they're literally indoctrinating Palestinian children. You know what I
Nope,
mean?
not true. Not
They
true.
are. They
Not
are.
true. Not true. Not true. Sorry, so Ali, thanks for coming on. I appreciate your. That was a really good exchange. I appreciate that. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, I mean, listen, I will never disparage somebody for their point of view. I think Ali raises some good points to try to challenge the argument and frame it in a way that is seen from another point of view. And I agree with that. I see that, Mass. So I respect the point of view. I just disagree with it. And I also think that some of the argumentation is rather one-sided and rather demanding of somebody support your point of view over maybe a different set of possibilities, which I think is unreasonable. That's just my point of view. So I understand why people feel strongly about it and feel outraged and stuff, but there is a level of victimization that many people use in the community. They claim anti-Semitism over and over, and it's overused, unfortunately. It's like the boy who cried wolf, and if you cry wolf too many times, people start to ignore the wolf because it doesn't have as much power and meaning. I have a graphic which I'll pull up, and I'll bring it right now. I'll show you what it is, and it's something that I think is fitting, and I wish it weren't. It's like some people play the race card too. They use the same tactic. And I don't think that's a good thing to do. However, I am sensitive to the historical concerns of those who don't want to be persecuted or exterminated. I think that's a perfectly legitimate point to make. But if it's overused like it is right now, people talking smack does not result in behavior. It's maybe an expressed intent among a vast minority. Oops, sorry, I just knocked it out of there. But I want you to see this. And I'll bring up Khalid in just a second. I know he's waiting. Thanks for being patient. But it saddens me to see this overdone because I think it's beneath the dignity of people who are Jewish to do this. Oh, wow, Fiona's on here. Fiona, do me a favor. Come on as a guest. Right now, I can't take you on as a co-live host, but come on as a guest, and I'll take you up. That was Fiona Ryan. If you don't know Fiona, she just went through a really problematic arrest and stuff. But anyway, so let me see here. Let me pull up this one thing, and then I'll bring up Khalid. Thanks for waiting. And then I have you next. The other person that was waiting, I apologize. I know that you've been waiting patiently. I have to bring up Khalid because he's time sensitive. So here's what I have here. I don't know if you can see it, but it says here basically what it basically says, if you criticize anything to do with Israel, and I have a video that shows somebody from Israel saying this is their go-to tactic. This is an Israeli Jewish woman who worked in the media, that they claim you're being anti-Semitic. And if in doubt, if somebody continues that, you guilt them into they are a denier of the Holocaust, right? It's these sort of deferral tactics that get used to defer from the core of the argument towards these guilt and distraction tactics. And again, I would rather not have to focus on this kind of stuff. I have nothing against Jewish people. It's about the behavior and duplicitous nature of some within the Jewish community who lean on these types of idiotic tactics and techniques that make everybody else look bad, that we have to focus on. So I don't believe that a congresswoman asking a university head to demand compliance with a free speech categorization is fair, right? Fiona, somebody said you thought we were co-hosting tonight. I wasn't aware of that. I mean, I never coordinated with you about that directly, did I? I think I expressed an interest to have some sort of a dialogue with you at some point, but I never got directly in touch with you. But anyway, hang there. I mean, I'll bring you up as a guest. Let's bring up Khalid really quickly, and then I have to get to Goat Farmer, Fiona, because he's been waiting patiently, and then I'll bring you up. Hopefully I'll get it as fast as we can. Sorry for the wait. Hey.
Hello, everybody. Hear me here. Yesterday, I told you tomorrow we will hear about massacre more and more because nobody caring about it. Today, it's happened. One massacre. It's never happened in the history. Even in the history, it's never happened one massacre like this. Yesterday, the bulldozer of Israeli army, it's go to hospital Kamal Adwan in north of Gaza. And there is some people they go to because they are afraid. They go to inside the hospital with them child, with them family. And they was in the bowels of the hospital, they do some camping. And the bulldozer, they go up the child, up the woman, up the man, up all people there. More than 100 person he was in this bowels. They are unalive under the bulldozer. I put one video about this. Everybody can go to my Instagram and they watch this video. I have the same name on Instagram and they watch what the bulldozer he do in the body of the people. It's awful video. The other awful videos, these people was unalive without food. They was not have food. Even the animal there, they don't have food. When these people, they unalive, there is some animals coming to eat from this body of the child and the people there. I put other video. There is one cat eating from one child body. They can go, everybody here can go to my Instagram and they're watching this video. If I speak so much, they say maybe something it's never happened, it will not happen. Just they can go to my Instagram and they're watching what's happening yesterday in Kamal Adwan Hospital. This massacre, it's never happened, I think, in the history. One bulldozer go to in the hospital and damage child bodies and woman bodies and civilian bodies like this. It's something, it's very horror. Everybody he must watch these videos. Everybody he must sharing this video to show the world how much they are T group. It's not soldiers of one country. They are one mafia. No, mafia, it cannot be doing something like this. It will never do something like this. We will never see in the history, in the future or before, somebody he do what they do yesterday in Kamal Adwan Hospital. Just Chip and anybody here, they put my name in an Instagram and they go to watching what they do in the body of martyr and how the animal, normally the cat, they never eat meat, but the cat, they don't find any meat, then they eat meat of the child. I put one video, before I put two video, other video, and the first time I tell the people the animals, they eat from our body, and we watch it in the street, they say no, maybe it's not happening. I put three video now, the animal, they eat from the child bodies. I think people, it's difficult.
Khalid, if people want to see the video, though, just take one breath. People can see your first name. How do they find you on Instagram to see these?
The same name in here I have there, Khalid Al Sabah. I have the same name in Instagram. Because
so-
if I put in TikTok, they delete me direct.
Okay, so just to let you know, I'm gonna say it slowly for the audience. So it's Khalid is spelled KHALED as in dog. Khalid.
Yes.
And the last name is spelled It's Al Sabah. It's ALSABBAH. Khalid Al Sabah.
It's like this. Khalid Al Sabah. Double
Okay.
B Al Sabah. They just can go there and they're watching the update. And
Now,
today we use
Khalid, there's somebody saying they spelled your name and they couldn't find you on Instagram. So you have your Instagram handle.
Yes, Khalid Al Sabah. Double B. KHALED ALSABBAH.
So you're saying on Instagram, if they type in that with no spaces, they'll find you. That's your like Instagram name.
Yes, I don't know. Maybe on Instagram they hide sometimes the name of journalist. I don't know. Sometimes they do this to not show people, you know. They
Okay,
make
somebody said they found it. So the person who said they didn't find it, please try typing it in again because it does work for one person. Okay, Khalid, I'm sorry that I interrupted you. I just wanted to make sure people could get to see your work. Is there you have any more updates?
No. This update, and we have two journalists more today. They are unalive. Then since I talk with you now, 6 journalists they are unalive in 24 hours.
Man, that's horrible.
And thank you, Shep. And I hope everybody they go and they watch about what's happening today in Kamal Adwan. It's never happened in the history. What Israeli doing here? They're saying sometimes they coming here and they're saying about Holocaust. What's happening just today in Kamal Adwan? It's never happening even in the Holocaust. They go and watch what the soldiers they do in the body of the child and on the body of the people there. Poor people, sickness people, old people, child people. And thank you, Shep. Thank you for always to put me to share the update for the people. Maybe the people they're sharing or something it's happened to change this difficult time for us. Thank you so much,
Okay,
Shep.
Colin.
Thank you, everybody
Please
here.
stay safe. Thank you very much. All right, yeah, that's troubling, right? That's just more troubling news. Not that it's unexpected, but geez, the Palestinian people cannot catch a break, man. I've been watching this for 34 years, and it just gets worse every single decade. It just keeps, and what's happening now is the absolute worst of the worst. Okay, I made the GOAT Eric Forner come up too. I'm sorry, Eric, it took so long to get you up. Fiona, you're next.
Chip, I'm going to email you and just let me reiterate. So first of all, I want to say thanks for having me up. Your email is chipbarnesonline@gmail, so I will email you. Somebody else posted Khalid's Instagram, so I will go look at those videos. And I want to, if Ali is here, I want to compliment him, high school dropout or not, for being educated about the situation and expressing his opinion. So
Sure. Listen, we have to be willing to listen to each other and do our best to be kind, you know?
So, I do want to bring up one, there's a lot of misinformation out. Maybe I can bring up 3 points, but I'll make sure they're all quick. One is,
Okay.
Before 1967, Gaza was administered by Egypt, and Gazans or Arab Palestinians living in Gaza said their life was better after the 1967 Six-Day War. So just to be clear, that's coming directly from Arabs who lived both before and after. What I find disheartening is everybody agreed in June. The United States, Shell Oil, which used to be British Gas, Egypt, the Palestinian Authority, the State of Israel, and H Group all agreed in June to drill for natural gas in the Mediterranean Sea off of Gaza. And this would have made the Gaza people prosperous. They estimate, according to 2000, 23 years ago, that there's enough natural gas there, 1 trillion cubic feet of natural gas to fuel uh, um,
Just so you know,
Turkey,
the
Turkey
agreement
for
was
half
not
a year.
between the agreement was not between the Israelis and the H group. It was between the Israelis and the Palestinian Authority.
No, H Group agreed to it in June.
Okay, I
H
didn't
Group,
hear that.
no, no, I've verified it. So it's the 12 there's the 12 companies which are represented by those countries, which in British Gas is now Shell Oil, and H Group agreed that to split the profits, because really the profits, that money would belong to Gaza. So they
So,
agreed to split the profits with the Palestinian Authority.
so just so you know, so you're saying that the impact of that would have been more prosperity for them, so they kind of shot themselves in the foot. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, it's disheartening because in America, including imports and exports, to make a long story short,
Mhm.
every American has 1 acre of farmland. In Gaza, they have 100 people per acre of farmland, with
Right.
considering that the buffer zone is 15% of the land, but 29% of the farmland. It's 150 Gazans per acre of farmland. So they're not sustainable. I mean, and the blockade doesn't block them from fishing. 95% of the fish around the world is caught within 20 nautical miles of shoreline. So
Right.
the blockade doesn't stop them from fishing. This is misinformation. So anyway, I appreciate, I think, and I hate, there are 5 options here. One is Israel goes away. That's not happening. Jews are unalive. That's not happening. The other 3 options are continue to suffer, get along, or get out. I think the last 3 are the only realistic options. Considering that women and children were let out of Ukraine, I think the women and children should be let out of Gaza. Anyway, I
Okay.
appreciate your time. And especially I
Thanks for
want
your
to,
input.
if that guy Ali is still here, I appreciate that. Um, I appreciate that you would have a comment again. I appreciate his comments about the college professors.
Sure thing. Thanks a lot for checking in. I appreciate it. Okay, so just a couple things about that final framing. I happen to disagree about the options. So remember the context of all this. This is what happened. Okay, let's just talk about reality. Okay, what happened was in 1948, and I'll be brief, a bunch of people who lived on a land. It was not a land without a people. It was a land that had a lot of people on it. When the state of Israel was created, a lot of those people had to move. They were forcibly moved off their land. Okay, so that was the original problem, or the Nakba. Now, I'm happy that the people who wanted a Jewish homeland got what they wanted. I'm glad. That's good. But it affected a lot of people negatively. I think that's bad. Okay, so there's a historical grudge just because of that happening. Now, we know the reality of where things are today politically. It's not unlikely, like you said, that the state of Israel or people living in it are going to go anywhere, right? Probably not. That's why Hamas revised, or the H Group revised their charter in 2017, kind of acknowledging that reality. Got to be practical, right? But the fact that people, since they've been moved and marginalized and became, basically, when you're a refugee, you're just trying to get your life together, right? And the fact that since becoming refugees, they've been further marginalized, moved off their land, had all these negative things happen over the years. Now, have they fought back some and done things that I wouldn't do? Yeah. They've resisted in ways that I don't agree with, which can be called the T word, right? But over time, just like the American colonists, they were called the T word by the British for resisting the way that they did unconventionally. When you're screwed and you have very little choice from occupation and blockade, you have to do things unconventionally. You can't call up the other army and say, hey, would you like to meet at Saturday at 7 a.m.? Just not practical, right? You get your ass handed to you. So that's why things happen. When you don't include that historical context and you make these suggestions about possible solutions absent that, I think you're being disingenuous. And if most people know, this person sounded like they were very well informed. They obviously done some research about the hydrocarbon negotiations, which I don't know every detail of. Maybe he does. I don't know the details of the farmland per capita. I don't know if those numbers are accurate or not. I'd have to fact check all that stuff he talked about. But what I will say is this. The problem that drives the behavior of a resistance is the thing they're resisting against. People don't just start doing bad things for nothing, right? They don't get up one day and go, how can I go unalive these people who I just don't like? Just doesn't happen most of the time. It happens very rarely. It could happen, but people behave because of a reaction to behavior towards them. That's human. That's how we're wired. So if you treat somebody with dignity and respect, they'll do the same back to you. We know that from our own lives, right? If somebody treats you like garbage and is screwing you constantly, you're trying to find a way to get out from under being screwed, right? That's just normal. So therefore, if that version of being screwed is a military occupation and a blockade, regardless of how you want to justify it for your own security or whatever you did, it doesn't matter. People are going to resist, as they will continue to do until this is resolved in some way that's respectful and decent and gives people autonomy. Until then, they're going to resist. If people want peace, that's what's going to have to happen. If you don't want peace, don't do that. That's it doesn't matter. That's not Israel Palestine. That's anywhere. Okay, so that's what I have to say about that. Fiona's still here. Let's bring up Fiona. Then we have Maverick. Good stuff. Thanks for contacting us. That's good stuff.
Hello.
Hello, Fiona.
Sorry, just 1 second. I just very quickly ate my dinner. Just 1 second.
And if you could cut the background noise too, I don't know if it's possible. I think it's our television on or something.
Can you turn that down, please, Liam? Or off?
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Hi.
Hey, Fiona, what's going on?
I got a message yesterday saying that you wanted to do what I assumed would be a co-host live with me and talk to me about probably the arrest that happened earlier this week.
Well, I mean, yeah, generally, let me share with you the path of my knowledge about all this. So I just recently learned about you. I was thumbing through some lives about 5 days ago, and I was listening in. I didn't know who was speaking, but I found that it was you, and I was like, wow, this person really seems knowledgeable. You were talking about some other conflict in addition to this one, and you just really impressed me. And I was like, wow, this person's really got their head on. And then I went and watched some of your videos, and I enjoyed your content. And then I heard about your situation, so I did a video responding to what you'd done, the video you put out, and it had a ton of views. And then I started getting bombarded with all these messages, and they weren't flattering. Now, I don't ever just take somebody at their word and just jump on it. So I started doing some research based on what people had said. And like anything else, you're going to get some people who attack us or attack people just because of their point of view, right? That there's trolling in that regard. And then there's some other stuff that people point out that might have some teeth. And so I did some work, like anybody should, not just to take it on face value. And I did find some things that I thought were worthy of some of the concerns that people had expressed, although I don't know for sure what the intention was behind some of those things that I saw. So when I wanted to speak to you, this was prior to any of that having happened. I wasn't aware of any of this other stuff, so to speak, quote unquote. So, I certainly don't want to put anybody on the spot and have them have to quote defend themselves, because I'm not out to kind of prejudge anybody. In fact, the last thing I want to do is anybody with whom I agree on a very important issue like this is to find points of disagreement, right? That's not what I'm about. But the people that have said to me, this is what I've basically gotten, and you can respond to this however you choose. They've warned me to be very careful in terms of my interaction, not just with you, but somebody named Quinn the Eskimo. I got a lot of those messages.
Really, Quinn? Wow.
Yes. Anyway, so I don't want to come out and say publicly the things that I found that I believe were not outrageously put as trolls, because it's not my place to do that. But if you want to share some of your experiences with people trying to marginalize you or whatever, or if you just want to talk about other stuff, that's fine too.
No. I'm more than happy to go over. I think there's probably three aspects of this that need to be discussed. The first is the arrest, because I think that it's really important that people understand, especially here in the UK, that the police raided my home on a charge of tortilla, and I think we all know what that means. In front of myself, my young children, they piled me, a disabled woman of nearly 40, into the back of a metal police van. They took me to a police station. They then de-arrested me for the initial T charge. Although there's two aspects to it. One was directly a T charge, so I am a tortilla. Yes, I am out there. Yeah, being one. The second charge that they had, which wouldn't have given them access to my property, was something called Section 12 of the of the Terrorism Act, the UK Terrorism Act, which is malicious communications. So that's discussing things that you say on the internet or things that you've shared online. Anyway, once I'd got to the hospital, I wish. Once I'd got to the police station, which took like an hour and 40 minutes, and I was literally on the floor of a metal box for this entire time, which was horrible. They de-arrested me for tortillas because there was obviously nothing in my house that would warrant me, going out and actually causing anything like that. But they still had this Section 12 malicious communications, e.g., related to internet stuff. And they re-arrested me. They arrested me further on charges of a small cannabis plant and some psychoactive drugs that they found in my fridge, which, as someone with extensive physical, chronic pain, and as a bipolar sufferer, I've used for years for my mental health. So that's the kind of out and out reality that we're facing at the police station. Now, obviously, the then second charge, so the first charge of tortilla had been dropped. So we're looking at two charges now. One's very, very simple, and hopefully I'll be able to go into go and get the actual recording of the interview and express that. They said, well, what do you want to deal with first? I said, well, let's deal with the drugs first, because it's very simple. You found it, it was there, it's not mine anymore, and it's gone. Do you know what I mean? It's like, this is possession of small amounts of things that are helpful to me in my life. This is nothing major or to be argued about, or there's no argument there. Do you see what I mean? The second charge, well, really the first charge, but the second charge we dealt with in the interview was absolutely bizarre. So when I initially spoke to the duties, and this is really important, when I initially spoke to the duty solicitor that I was allowed to talk to, he said, oh, I've seen some of the stuff. It's mostly reposts from Twitter. So you're not talking about stuff that I've even really said. You're talking about stuff I've reposted, like just literally pressed repost on. And they had a huge, great folder of these things. And then some of these things, like there was, for example, a picture, like a collage of white Ashkenazi Jews who are running the media houses, are in the US State Department, etc., of the, in America. And I'd said, 2.2% of Americans are Jewish, and yet 97% of the media houses and the US State Department are run by Jews. And they said, do you want to explain that? And I said, absolutely. Like, I would feel just as uncomfortable if that statistic was the same for any other religious group. It's, and I'm not going to lie, Chip, there are aspects, I think there are aspects of all religions that are worrying, the evangelicalism of the Christians, the kind of impact on personal life of the Muslims, the, natural kind of eugenicism of the Jews, the Jewish belief of being a chosen people is a concern, especially when we're looking at every country in the West. Here in the UK, for example, we have got less than 300,000 Jews living in a population of, Liam, is it 60 million that live in the UK? People who live in the UK, 60 million, 30 million? 64 million people, 300,000 Jews, and yet our foreign minister, our defense minister is an Ashkenazi Jew. Boris Johnson, our previous prime minister, is an Ashkenazi Jew. You know, we have a slew of politicians, particularly in the House of Lords here, who are dual nationals with Israel.
Sorry about that. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Let me repeat what I said. Sorry, that's silly. Sorry, I was trying not to let you hear the noise from this. Fiona, what I was doing. Sorry to interrupt you. You're certainly welcome to communicate around stuff however you choose in your orbit. What I wanted to say was, when I try to communicate around these issues, even if you're using factually correct terminology, the way that it's coming out of your mouth, in my opinion, I'm sure, the opinion of others, is it sounds disparaging, and you may not mean it that way. I don't know what's in your head, but it does come across that way. So here's how I would phrase it differently. Say that there are people who identify as Jewish who happen to occupy positions of power to this extent out of a smaller population. There are people that run the British government, XY, who happens to be Jewish, not so-and-so's a Jew, so-and-so's a Jew. That doesn't come across well to the most people. Just sharing you my feedback. And I don't want you to do it here if you don't mind, okay? Thank you very much. Okay, let me let you continue. Well, I think you're able to come back if you want to.
Look, you know, fundamentally, I think that I understand if people have issue with my bluntness. My bluntness is across the board. It's not necessarily a you know, something I reserve for one particular point, you know, point or person. But what I have found an absolute cesspit of Islamophobia, of I don't know if there's even a word for being anti-Christian, you know, but it's been a real struggle. And a number of these posts, not even so much that the police pulled up, the police don't seem to mind any of that. The police were more concerned about me reposting hummus, you know, statements, for example, like this, and saying, look, you know, there's going to be, you know, my heart is with the uprising. And that was kind of where they were going with it. So there was less of that and more of the kind of, do you think that I am glorifying what they deem to be a tortilla group?
Right.
Again, and people in the comments are calling me anti-Semitic. I make no light of the fact I think that the Semites are the Palestinians. I do not think it's appropriate that a word, you know, Semite meant a kind of section of Arab people right up until the 1980s, when it was redefined to include Hebrew, people who had learned a language. You know, I wouldn't call myself an Arab because I learned Arabic. I don't believe it's correct for white Europeans to be able to identify themselves as Semites
Can I
by
share? Sorry, I don't want to. Let me just share one point on that. Just, and I won't interrupt you. I apologize. I agree with you 100% from a definitional standpoint and from factual accuracy. The term Semite does refer people of Semitic bloodline or heritage from the region of Palestine, right? That's my understanding of that. But colloquially, in society, correctly or not, that term has been shifted in the conversation, in the dialogue of the dialect of people, to mean someone who is anti-Jewish in general, not necessarily of Semitic bloodline. So,
excuse me, Chip, that's incorrect. The
okay,
term Semite has been changed by law to mean someone who has learned a
Mhm.
language of Hebrew, Arabic, etc.
No,
Now
what I
that
mean is, and what I mean is how it's used colloquially in most circles of society. So most people don't understand what you just said, myself included. Thank you for telling me. But if you ask somebody on the street right now, go to any person in the world and say, "What does it mean to be anti-Semite?" or "What is a Semite?" They would say it's a Jewish person or it's against Jewish people. I get 1,000 out of 1,000. So I'm just sharing that with you. So when you try to go to that particular statement to change the dialogue about the conversation, people don't consider that part of the argument. Is what I'm most people. That's what
okay,
I'm trying to
okay.
do. Okay.
I'm not going to play identity politics. And that's the main I mean, I'm actually writing a book about this. The whole idea that you are able to identify yourself in or out of a race, a sex, etc., etc. This is a Zionist ideology which I fervently stand against. And Chip, if that makes people hate me, then that makes people hate me. But I am more than happy to have these conversations with as many people as I need to have these conversations with. My focus since I was 17 years old has been about the scourge of military and medical Zionism within the West. People often think that I'm speaking on behalf of Arabs or to Arabs or for Palestine. No, I am
Okay.
speaking to Westerners whose language is being adopted and changed in
Right.
order to mean something it doesn't mean, which in fact removes our, not just our rights, but our ability to even define ourselves or other people.
I see that's how you approach things, which I think is obviously you're right. I support it wholeheartedly. By the way, I don't disagree with the content of what you share or your approach necessarily. I think again sometimes perception. I know you say you don't want to play identity politics, and if certain people have this sort of, I guess you'd call it woke or other perceptions, so be it. As people who did approach me about the things that I researched, just to be candid, the way I responded to them was just like I just said to you. I don't want to disparage anybody for their views. If that happens to be Fiona's views, and some of that I think has a lot of accuracy in terms of the substance of what you're saying, I said I would phrase it differently as to try to not to offend others as much, given the way that the discourse has gone and how sensitive these issues have become to many people. Right now, as the previous person, Ali, indicated, you probably weren't here, but he came on and said, and this is a legitimate concern for people who happen to either support Israel or be sensitive to historic persecution of Jewish people, that the conversation that was had in Congress, where the Congresswoman was specifically pushing for the person to basically submit to her view of things regarding anti-Semitism or what they call genocide of Jewish people. And I understand because of that sensitivity, it's more, put it this way, I think it's more tactful and or more strategically sensible to use terminology, even if we don't necessarily want to put a governor on ourselves, to avoid all the excess criticism, because we don't in our heart hate Jewish people, right? So it helps alleviate some of that criticism that
Okay,
otherwise.
Chip, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to interrupt you. I appreciate your perspective. I appreciate what you're saying to me. I appreciate that you're telling me how you want to do things.
Yeah.
I am not interested in whether people are offended by reality. I am interested in people, particularly white European people, and I include Americans in that, in understanding how language has been weaponized and how we have been led to believe, for example, that we won the Second World War. That is something we've been told for years. We won the Second World War. The fact that the Nazis were destroyed on the Eastern Front, and in exactly the same time, the Americans came, bombed the American factories that existed in Germany, took the scientists, the doctors, the generals, and hundreds of thousands of Nazis and spread them around the world, made NATO from exactly those same generals, carried on in Korea, Vietnam, Venezuela, Nicaragua, you name it, I can go on. That is my focus. You are telling me, and I understand why you're telling me
No.
that
I'm
I
not.
will
I'm
collect,
not telling you.
I
No,
will
I'm not
make
telling you.
more, I will collect more, honey with.
No, let me be clear. I'm first of all, I'm not telling you what you should do. I'm telling you that I think the perception of the public would be different if you were to. I respect wholeheartedly what you do and how you do it, Fiona, because I'm a free speech advocate. I'm sorry to jump in. I just want to make sure you know I'm not against you being who you are, or how you do it. My point was trying to address the concerns of others and say what I just said to you. I told them I would do it differently, but I respect Fiona's right to speak her truth as she believes it. That's what I said to them, just so you know. Okay, let me bring you back up here. Sorry about that.
I am not going to refer to white Europeans as Semites. I am not going to refer to white Europeans as Semites while they have identified as Semites. Here is the reality for anyone who doesn't quite understand this. I could identify myself as a Jewish person, as a white European, as a Jewish person. It might take me a little while, but it's a process that I could do. I would then become, by law, a Semite. Yeah, and that's not offensive to anybody, apparently. Identify myself as a Semite, be given 25 grand, put in a Palestinian person's home, and have more freedom of movement in Palestine than the people who have lived in Palestine for decades. And that entire process begins by allowing white Europeans to label themselves as Semites based on identity. Now, I realize that I come across as blunt. I don't think I'm blunt at all. I think I'm just straight to the point, okay? I am a cantankerous, nearly 40-year-old woman, and I am absolutely not going to be told that I need to curb my language. And in fact, curb my language at a point of time when language is being weaponized. The Wall Street Journal put an article out saying, don't we think that the term genocide is a bit old-fashioned at the moment? This is what is happening, and this is what has been happening in the Middle East for the last, well, since the end of the Ottoman Empire, since kind of 1914. I refuse. It's not that I don't understand. I suppose that's what I'm trying to say. I understand that people are offended when I don't refer to white Europeans as Semites. It's not going to prevent me from not referring to white Europeans as Semites, because for me, the most important thing is the truth, and far, 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 far down that pathway is whether people feel offended.
Yeah, I think just I want to get a word in. So here's what I think the difference is. I totally wholeheartedly support everything you just said, and I agree with the substance of what you said entirely. Most people don't understand what you have come to learn, and therefore they interpret it differently, which you can certainly say, I don't care, which is fine. But some people will warm up to that, like you said, and you don't care if the others don't. I don't want to see what I don't want to see for anybody who is very factually correct is to have their position marginalized because of how people co-opt the language, like you've said, and they do it successfully. And what they've been able to do successfully, whether you like it or not, is to marginalize people like yourself who speak so directly to the issue rather than navigating to it to educate them as you speak towards it. But again, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm sharing with you a style that I try to approach it. I go out of my way not to get labeled because I know it's the kiss of death. As crazy as these people are, they're very good at using those tools. And you're somebody whose words I think need to reach people because you have a lot to offer. But why give people the ammunition is what I'm trying to say. But it's up to you to do what you want to do. So that's my point.
I feel that that is entirely playing into the handbook of let's just change language so that we can prevent people from talking about themselves. That's entirely what you've just said to me. You've said to me, change the way that you approach language, which again prevents language from being a tool. Excuse me a second. Stop it. Which prevents it from being used as a tool for truth, and actually change your language based on what these people expect you to say and do. And that is not what I will do. I understand, and I can show you historically that Semites are people from Palestine.
Yes,
We are
no
looking
doubt.
at a situation where a group of white Europeans, Ashkenazi Jews, have identified themselves as Semites based upon a language that they have learned, and you can go and look this up. A language that they have learned. They have entered Palestine based on that identity, and they are killing the Semites, and I'm called anti-Semitic for bringing that up. I refuse to play that game, and Chip, with all due respect, if that means that I don't get more support from people, then that is absolutely fine. Support is not top of my list here. What is top of my list here is telling the damn truth.
Yeah, fair enough. By the way, I support anybody's right to speak the truth as they see it. I think that's important. Again, I don't want to make any further suggestions, and people in the comments have said they both agree with me or they disagree, which is fair. It's a style thing, and I agree. This is the only reason I mention this is I think there's a fundamental ignorance among the public about the things that you've come to learn. It's like the hidden secret of this whole thing, right? Most of the people that are driving these changes in the Zionist movement are from Europe. And therefore, it's part of the Zionist project, which is why I'm so critical of it. But most people don't understand that. And so I know they don't understand it. And therefore, I try to navigate it a little differently based on that reality. But blunt is fine by me, too. I appreciate your style. In fact, I like your style better.
By all
And
means,
I
Chip,
like
you do you. I'm only
Yeah.
suggesting that you don't tell me how to do me.
I
Now,
didn't. I made the
move-
differentiation very clear.
perhaps moving on from this, which I
Yeah.
think is getting nowhere, because fundamentally, irrespective of what you say to me in this live, I'll continue to speak exactly as freely as I choose to.
Hold on. I just got to make it clear. I've said once before, I'm going to say it again. I'm not your adversary, first of all. Two, I don't want you to stop doing what you're doing. I'm sharing with you feedback that I got as a content creator, warning me to keep my distance. I'm sharing with you the experience of that as objectively as I can. I don't care what you want to do. As far as I'm totally embrace your ability. Please stop saying that I'm advising you. I'm not advising you to change. I'm pointing out the points that other people don't understand, which I think is fair to acknowledge because people are ignorant about a lot of things. People that spend a lot of time in the political space learning, like you have done and I have done, we're way ahead of people and they don't understand. So their perception is totally different. So sometimes when you come at people when they don't know something on any issue and you sort of blunt your way through it, it doesn't get them anywhere. But I support your way to do it all day long. Just want to make sure you know that. I'm not trying to tell you to do anything differently. I could care less what you want to do. Okay? Sorry about that.
I think that this is bizarre to me. I have done hours and hours and hours of videos, of work, of research. I'm writing a book. This isn't just me coming out of the blue and saying these things. The reality is
I agree with
that
you.
there is a cohort of people on the left-wing side of this ideology, mostly trans rights activists, who are angry with me because, along with refusing to say that white Europeans can be Semites, I also say that men and women aren't interchangeable, and they can't bear it. Okay, they have spent their entire lives trying to harass me about it, and they are angry that this time it's not working. Of course, this time it's not working because it's mostly Muslims who are supporting me, and they support me. They don't mind if I understand a different version of what men and women are to them. I don't mind if they understand a different version of what men and women are to me. Where it impacts me is in law, sport, and society, and that is what my focus has been. I don't want men to be able to identify their way into women's spaces, just like I don't want white Europeans to identify their way into Palestine. That's been, and to me, that's all Zionism, which again I will write about in my book. The problems that we are having now, and the shame about this, is that actually what you and I have spoken about for the last, I don't even know how long, is really, really not the point of what's happened here. The point of what's happened here is that because not even of words I've said on the internet, but because I have reposted things on the internet, I have been arrested in front of my children, I have
Right.
been robbed, and I have been put in a jail cell for 18 hours. When I was released from that jail cell, and that is this is really, really important. When I was released from that jail cell, my bail condition was that I was not to use social media at all. Okay? At all. And by the way, people in the chat saying, oh, is she saying trans women aren't women? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. But I have never, ever, 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 ever got into this with regards to Palestine. In fact, I have worked with people who are advocates for the LGBTQ plus community, knowing that I feel very differently politically about this, because let's be quite honest, there's a genocide happening and the focus needs to be on that. We are allowing ourselves to get split up for what, you know? Anyway, I've gone into prison. Part of my jail condition has been that I am not allowed to post anything on social media, nothing. I was able to advocate for myself and say that's against my human rights. They went away. They changed my bail condition to say I'm not allowed to write about any conflict or any religion. Now, that would mean, just to put it into perspective, that if I said Happy Christmas on Facebook, I would be in breach of my bail condition, okay? Which is against my human rights. But because I'd been able to advocate for myself, which many, many, many people should understand that they can do, and many, many people don't understand that they can do, I was able to get it so I could at least contact on social media. And through that contact on social media, I was able to get the details of an incredible barrister who has changed my bail conditions to one which allows me freedom of speech. Now, whether you agree with me, whether you disagree with me, whether you think that men and women are an identity, whether you think that being Jewish or Semitic is an identity, which to me are exactly the same thing, it doesn't matter. What matters is right now in the Home Office of the UK, and I'm sure the USA is quickly to follow, it is somebody in a position of power that can tell you what you can or cannot say, think, or even repost on the internet and treat you the same way that they did me, which was with an aggressive arrest, an unacceptable transfer to a police station, and threats that I would be locked up for 5 years for simply reposting something on Twitter. Now, we need to hands across the aisle, guys, when it comes to either the gender stuff, when it comes to whether you agree with even the Palestine stuff, we all have to understand that the Home Office should not be giving the police the rights to say, like what this person's saying, you shouldn't have to agree with your government. What are we sleepwalking into here? And my issue with like the people who have contacted you about, oh, you've got to be wary of this person, to me it comes across as very controlled opposition. The fact is, irrespective if you agree with me on stuff or not, we should still be able to have a voice without being arrested and being told, no, if you repost something on Twitter, you can go to prison for 5 years.
No, couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more.
That's the main focus, man. And instead we're talking about why everyone in the world doesn't believe that men and women are interchangeable. Seriously?
Well, not everybody. A lot of people agree with you on that point.
I think most people agree with me on that point. And actually, the trans rights activists who claim that they're pro-Palestine have been so angry that I have not lost support. You might think I've lost support, Chip, because you've had one or two messages
I didn't
about
say that.
me. I've
I didn't
had,
say that.
I've almost
I didn't
doubled
say that.
my follow account. I've had thousands and thousands of pounds worth of donations since this happened because the majority of people do agree.
No, the point I was trying to make again, I think you've recharacterized what I've actually said. If you've perceived it that way, I don't mean you to perceive it incorrectly. My point is that I don't want anybody who agrees with the things that we're trying to accomplish vis-a-vis the Palestinian issue to be unnecessarily marginalized to dilute the good work they're doing. You can take whatever tact you choose, and I know a lot of people support your tact and your strategy and your way of being, which I appreciate you for who you are too. I always engage people. Even listen, if you agree with everything I agree with and everything like you, be me, right? And you're not me. So in that regard, I respect you in every way, and you have every right to do what you want to do. People were peppering me like crazy in my comments about you. So I have to at least be acknowledging that people from my audience. I'd be irresponsible for me not to at least consider what they're saying. That's why I wanted to engage with you, not to disparage you or make you feel bad or put you on the spot. What I would like to do is you've made your point clear. The transgender issue, let me share with the audience a couple things that were said, the reason why people were upset. And you can do it. Maybe you can talk around this stuff with how you feel, Fiona. So, and this is important. Let the audience decide. There's a tweet that went out under your name. I hope it was you. If it's not you, let me know. You called President Zelensky, with the dollar sign as the spelling of his name as far as the Z, a goblin-faced Ashkenazi. So that to me sounds like somebody who's disparaging both the president and that background. Now, maybe you didn't intend it that way or whatever. You made a comment listing different things about the transgender movement. This is what I think people are upset about. I'm not upset about it. I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I'm simply providing information at this point without commentary. The other thing that was put out there, and somebody did like a 10-minute video. I'm not looking to bash you. I'm just pointing out why people were concerned. So the other thing was there was some comments you made. Again, style and phraseology, I think, has a lot in terms of how communication impacts people. So I understand your point is you're speaking your truth. Everything else be damned. If that's the style you use, I respect you. That's you. I'm not telling you what to do. But other people in the world exist, and their opinion in the dialogue socially has an impact on the dialogue. So I try to be cognizant of that with the way I navigate it. And the fact that these people are now giving me a hard time for, quote, platforming you, which, I have no problem putting anybody on here to talk. I think it's fair. But there's a lot of people that are upset. And I try to be considerate of people's feelings as much as I can be. And the reason I'm even talking to you about this, I could have just let it go and not talk to you at all. But the reason I wanted to bring you up is to first share your side, but some of the things that the way you said about the trans community, you made your point here today, I think very clearly, but some of the things you said on Twitter or other platforms, the way you phrased it about gender reassignment surgery or hormone blockers or whatever it is you said specifically, it seemed very excessive, like chopping off the breasts of young women. And I think we can get our point across without going to some of those extremes. Again, your style is you. I don't want to tell you what to do, but I see why people can be upset by that is my point. Let me let you come back on and talk about it.
Okay, well, firstly, Zelensky's a goblin-faced Ashkenazi Jew. Not gonna hide that. Like, the man is begging for money. He's sacrificing his people. What he's doing is incredibly similar to Netanyahu's doing. I'm sorry if people don't appreciate that, but that's how I feel. And to be
What does
honest,
his appearance, what does his religion and his goblin face have to do with what you just said? I think that's what most people would call out.
I think it would be a really, really good idea if you looked into the eugenicism of Zionism. And that, no, I wasn't arrested for that post. That post didn't even come up, by the way. That wasn't even on the sheet. My issue with Zelensky.
What I'm trying to ask you though, Fiona, is not, listen, I'm not trying to put you on the hot seat, but what I am asking is, what did that way of phrasing it have to do with the situation that you're now explaining? Because that sounds like two different things. Calling somebody's appearance or ethnicity out without any further surrounding conversation sounds a little bit disparaging, and that's why people were upset, I think.
Oh my goodness. Are we really this concerned about people being upset? I mean, there are
No,
people
well,
being
but listen,
killed.
Fiona,
Like,
listen.
this is the thing,
People are
dude.
calling you.
This is a guy who, and this was literally.
Hold on. We can't go through life never caring about anything as far as you can, if that's the way you want to do it. I don't want to be associated with anybody who doesn't give a shit about anything. So if that's your take, we can stop talking right now. But the point I'm trying to bring up is I think that's a legitimate point to raise. If people are going to call people anti Semitic or just let's say anti Jewish, forget about the Semite part, anti Jewish, saying something the way that you said it, I found it to be like inappropriate. I wouldn't want to use that language or be associated. I've made it very clear my distinction in my videos about how I view these
Yeah, I'm
issues.
sorry, I've unmuted myself because you keep asking me.
It's important that that differentiation be made. When we lump people into buckets and use disparaging language, that's bigoted. Calling somebody out for their religion and appearance has nothing to do with what you just talked about as far as him sacrificing his people and doing all the horrible things that Netanyahu is doing. You can certainly make those comparisons, but that's not being made by calling somebody a goblin-faced Ashkenazi. That's my point.
Firstly, I think there's some differentiation here between what is classic British humour and perhaps what's something else. This is so trivial. We are dealing with a genocide that is happening in Palestine, and we're also dealing with a genocide that is happening in Ukraine. And the reason that Mr. Zelensky was put into the position that he was is because he is an Ashkenazi Jew. Exactly the same reason Boris Johnson was put into the position that he was. Now, the point I was trying to make to you before you cut me off is that the day that I made that comment, it became apparent that Zelensky was not only begging more money from Europe, he'd also just highlighted a uniform he'd made that involved a bulletproof vest for women who had babies in their bellies. Okay? I'm not going to apologize for being angry and being crude. I'm not here as some sort of angel, okay? I say crude things. I do crude things. I am not a perfect human being. And I'm sorry if that's offensive to people, but I honestly believe the biggest issue that we have right now is that we are dealing with a genocide that is happening in Palestine. And we are dealing with a situation in our countries where if we talk about that genocide, because none of this stuff actually came up for the police didn't even make it a thing. Okay, the fact is that you are focused on tweets I have made, and I will admit in anger, okay, about someone who I find absolutely odious, right? I find him an odious man, and I would have said the same disparaging things about that odious man, even if he wasn't Jewish. That's the reality, okay? But the fact is, we are focusing on this rather than focusing on a genocide. And I want people to think about why. And the reason why is because they don't want us to be having a conversation about the fact that our human rights to hold an opinion, even if, and I'm going to say this clearly, even if that opinion is one that you find offensive, even if it's an opinion that you don't like, you're calling me an anti-Semite. Fine, I'm an anti-Semite. Anti-Semite right now seems to mean anti-genocide. Well, fine. Give us a badge and I'll carry on singing my song. We should have laws in this country which are about making sure that people aren't being harmed. And at the end of the day, me calling Zelensky a goblin-faced Ashkenazi Jew, which are, I believe,
correct analogies to make of the man. He is constantly asking for money. He is constantly killing off his own people in some sort. I think that's me done, guys, because I can't hear Chip, and I'm trying to explain there's more to be worried about here than actually people being offended.
Yeah, I apologize. I keep having it muted because I don't want the noise to bother you. So, but the point I'm trying to raise, Fiona, is that totally respect your ability to do whatever you want. You're free to do anything you want to do. I completely respect that. But on my platform, I have to be cognizant of these things because I do care about people's feelings. That's your right not to, but I do care. And so, what you're sounding like right now with the way you're presenting yourself, you're someone who A, doesn't care, that you can use whatever language you want, which you can. But if it does offend certain people, and maybe you could give a shit, I do give a shit.
I don't care, Chip. That's not acceptable. I care about people being genocided. I care about international trade being destroyed.
You can care about those things without calling somebody a goblin-faced Ashkenazi Jew. You can delineate the difference between not liking the person, and I don't like him either. I think he's a puppet of the West. I hate what he's done to his people. I agree with everything you've said, except the fact of his appearance and his ethnicity. And if you think that
does that give you?
Listen, you're on my platform, okay? If you want to go on your videos and call people that your Twitter, I have no problem with that. But you're on my platform, and I have a right to speak up because that kind of style I don't want here. Okay?
I didn't contact you. If you don't want to,
Yeah, that's it for that conversation. I don't like to have to go there. I don't like to do things this way. I'm willing to hear out people's arguments that disagree with me or whatever, and I respect her right to do what she's doing, but not here. Okay? Somebody keeps saying Zelensky is dead. Okay, does anybody have news about that? Did he die when we're talking here? And listen, if she disagrees with me, that's her right on this particular type of style. And I agree with her. The bigger picture is the fact that there are people dying. That should be our focus. But we can't say those things and automatically shift gears and be like, well, we're done talking about that. I don't think that's appropriate. If I were Jewish, I would be offended by that. There's a difference between Jewish people and ethnicity and your take on someone's behavior. And that's the differentiating factor I think we should have to have. If Fiona doesn't feel that way, hey, do your thing. And I don't want anybody who's working for things that I do agree upon to have one issue, not keep us together on the one point that we do agree on. But on my channel, I don't like to have things presented that way because I think it's unfair to people and it makes them upset. Their feelings do matter to me, and I'm not an anti-Semite. I don't hate Jewish people. That language indicates an indifference to or a disparaging thing towards Jewish people. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but that's my take on it. And I definitely think if I was Jewish, that'd be my take on it. So that's me. Sorry, Fiona. I wish you all the best, but I don't want to give people the ammunition to support what they're saying about you. I was hoping to come on here and let you kind of shift gears a little bit, but if that's the lane you're in, that's the lane you're in. I respect it, but I'm not having it. Okay? That's all there is to that. Anyway, that's me. Sorry, guys, if you don't agree with me. I'm not trying to tell her not to do stuff because who am I to tell anybody what to do? Right? I'm just me. So I don't want to beat a dead horse. Anyway, if you want to move on to a different topic, somebody says Zelensky's here. Again, I think if you do platform somebody who takes that lane, you are platforming somebody who's saying things that are pretty much indifferent to other people's ethnicity and feelings. I disagree with that. Okay? So if that's her style, God bless. It's like Nick Fuentes. Okay? He has certain beliefs. I don't disagree with some of the substance of what Nick says, but the way he says it is unnecessarily inflammatory. And that's sort of taking yourself to a point where you just say, I'm me, deal with it. That's kind of selfish in my book, you know? I have a lot of things I like to say differently, but I don't because I'm not trying to be a mean-spirited guy. Okay? So anyway, different styles, different approaches, right? I think we'll get more done with getting the message across of the involvement of people who happen to be Jewish and Zionist if we present it in a way that doesn't give people ammunition to recategorize it as anti-Semitism. That's my belief. Maybe I'm wrong. And maybe if Fiona's approach is better, someone can school me on it, okay? I'm happy to be wrong if the evidence indicates that. I think I'm right about this, but it's not about being right or wrong. It's about doing what's most effective, in my opinion. Okay. Anyway, so if you want to talk about, somebody keeps saying Zelensky is unalived. Okay, I've not heard that. I don't doubt that that's out of the realm of possibility at some point, because his use for the proxy war in the American empire is winding down to a sliver of usefulness. So a lot of us has thought that the U.S. would eventually abandon the guy and he would sort of truck off to Europe or the U.S. for a comfy retirement with all the money he's absconded since this funding has started. So, and it's a little bit bright out, so I have a hard time seeing the comment. Okay, so again, I do want to talk about what's happening in Gaza because that is by far the most important focus. The problem is that with the U.S. providing support militarily, politically, economically, providing the weapons and the maintenance and all this stuff, it's hard to break through, right? And all the politicians who are basically under the thumb of AIPAC won't do anything because they're worried about staying in power, okay? And that's something we can't break through right now. And that issue affects so many other things in the U.S. and in the world, because the same impenetrable wall that's been created between the constituents and the political process, the elected officials, is in place for so many other things. There's regulatory capture. There's the deep state three-letter people. There's the foreign policy. There's the domestic policy, tax policy. Big business, lobbying groups get the time of day. We don't, right? That's a universal problem. And it's been building up for decades, and it's not going to go away in 10 minutes. Okay, unless somebody literally attacks and takes over the U.S., which I don't think is going to happen, those things aren't going to change rapidly, right? So somebody says, what anti-Semitism is all about is cursing. Again, I understand the differentiation between the terminology, which I think is important to be accurate about, and I've heard many people make that argument. I agree with that, right? The terminology is misused, but like it or not, the understanding of the public regarding that term is completely different than the definitional interpretation. So if you say you can't be an anti-Semite because Semites are different people aren't buying that shit, right? They're pissed off. Somebody says they're disappointed in me. Hey, listen, I can't please everybody. You're never going to get 100% of the vote, right? So with Fiona, if you're someone who wants to, as Quinn would say, not to be mean, but if you don't like the way that I come about, swipe the fuck on, right? There's plenty of people to follow who you like more. I'm okay with that, right? You're never going to make everybody happy. So anyway, I just don't want to have somebody on my platform saying things that are unnecessarily cruel and mean-spirited about something that has no bearing on what's going on. You can criticize the fact that people who are Jewish have inordinate control, and I've said that before, but it's not fair to lump everybody who's Ashkenazi Jew as being bad people or something like that. That's absurd, in my opinion. So, again, you're welcome to have your point of view. It's different. Come up here and tell me why I'm wrong if you want to. Okay, we got some more people coming on here. We got Maverick, P-Does, Sergeant Moose, S.H. Savior, then Kershaw Vazian. Okay, and if you disagree, please tell me. I love to have these conversations if you disagree. Hello? Are you there? Okay, for some reason we're not getting a connection there. All right, Maverick, sorry, I think I put somebody ahead of you. Sorry, Maverick. Listen, it's not about winning per se or dominating somebody. It's about having a discourse, and people can decide which side they more gravitate towards. That's fine. Are you there? Nobody's coming up there, too. A lot of people are waiting, and then obviously they have a life, so they're doing other stuff. Okay, who else we got on here? We got Sergeant Moose. Moose. What up, Moose? Yeah, the reason I shut off Fiona was not because I didn't want to continue the dialogue. It's because the way she was stating things is not something I want to have broadcasting to my audience, and it gives other people ammunition to attack me that I'm platforming somebody who's behaving in a way that's anti-Jewish. And I'm not about that. I'm not going to let people come on and continue saying things that way, although I respect her right to do it on her platform or whomever else wants to say it. That's the difference. And listen, I agree the identity politics thing is hard to swallow, especially when people want to cancel people or threaten you that if you don't embrace their viewpoints, that I said that earlier about the congresswoman who was talking to the university heads. I don't agree with bullying people into submission about coming to your side of an opinion. But if you know the public, 99% of people understand that term as Semitism being Jewish, it's silly to have somebody on who's repeatedly using that as a term to try to disparage people. I don't agree with disparaging anybody. Okay. And that terminology, like it or not, is interpreted by the public as disparaging to Jewish people. That's my understanding. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Okay. But that's why I cut it off. It could have been anybody, not just Fiona. Guys like Nick Fuentes, I don't disagree with Nick about the family values and stuff like that. But the way he says things are mean-spirited towards other groups, which I don't think is necessary to get your point across. Okay. Again, I'm just one person with a take, folks. I'm not some special guy. Okay, we have P-Duz. Let's try to get you back up here. I know we're not connecting that well here, but see what happens. And yes, I'm out walking the dog. There's the dog. Are you there? Hello? If you're there, we can't hear you. Let me try the next person.
Put the system. You got to reset it up.
All right, so I'm hearing some background noise, but nobody talking. Okay, what else do we have here? JP Kervajian. I think that's the next person that was waiting. Hello? Nobody's coming through. This is weird. Maybe it's my live. What I would say is if you're someone who's not coming in, maybe exit the live and come back in. That may work. It could be my side, though. I don't know for sure. Okay, we have Moshe, and then, SH Savior was first. Then we'll bring in Moshe, and then and Nina, because she hasn't been on yet. And then we'll talk about Ali, if Ali wants to come back on.
Hey Chip, how are you?
Good. How's it going?
Good. I hope you're having a good morning.
Yeah, beautiful day.
And, I gotta say, I love you and the way you see things, the way you phrase things, and the way you are sensitive to everybody and their feelings. But I do need to make you aware of the fact that being politically correct, as we say, is part of their agenda to control us.
I get that.
And until we step out of that box of being politically correct, being more real and blunt, because being real today is called blunt.
Yeah.
This problem is not going to be solved because we are controlled by being politically correct. If you,
Let me say one thing.
Like
Let me say one thing before you can say. I think you can achieve your same goal without being mean-spirited or unnecessarily kind of crude about it. So if she would say, I don't agree with Zelensky's policies, he's been very harmful to the people, I'm with you. But saying he's a goblin-faced Ashkenazi Jew has nothing to do with
I agree with you
things.
on that part, especially when there's no context and understanding of that, like you said.
Exactly. Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I do agree on that part, but where I feel like you're defending being politically correct, and you need to.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Okay, and just making sure you're not like a spokesman for.
No, because that's what I call forced. That's what I call forced acquiescence, and I'm not going to play that game with people.
Right. It just makes it easier to point fingers at you that way. You're absolutely right, and then people just don't want to listen to you. You are correct about that. Yeah, I see your point, but I just want you to know to be more careful not to fall into the political.
Appreciate the advice. Thank you.
Love you, Chip. That's really all I wanted to say at this point.
All right. Terrific. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate your advice, Mosh. Thank you. Okay. Let's bring up SH Savior, and then I think Nina, and then P-Duz and Cat Life. Just see another batting order. And yeah, you might want to restart the app if you're not getting in, or even restart your phone. Maybe that's the case with your Wi-Fi, or turn off your Wi-Fi. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening, SH Savior. You're not coming through. Okay, we have Cat Life, Cat Life, then P-Duz, which I think is Riva. Okay, not coming through. Interesting, it's dropping a bunch of people off. All right, let's try Free Palestine, and then we'll have Ali next after that. Unless people come back up in the queue. Yeah, I want to. They're not coming up, Nina. That's why.
Yeah, hi, Shap. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, this is Hanan. I'm from Egypt, and I follow you for a long time. I don't want to repeat any information maybe you have talked about, but I just want to share that in Kamal Adwan today, in the hospital Kamal Adwan in Gaza, IOF unalived, buried people alive. They
heard that. Yeah.
destroyed their tent and then buried the people alive. Tens of people. We have lost today for no reason. This is
Yeah.
just what I'm shocked about, and I just wanted to share. So thank you for giving me the chance.
Yeah, just so now stay there, please, and make sure I don't say this incorrectly. So my understanding of the event was there were some people that had been displaced from their homes. They were like refugees, and they were staying inside some temporary housing, tents or whatever, outside this hospital, which is very typical for people who've been displaced. A bulldozer came along and ran over some of the people and unalived them, and then bulldozed the rest alive into this pit and covered it up. That's my understanding of what happened. About 30 people. Is that correct?
Exactly, that's correct. The name of the hospital is Kamal Adwan, and they just didn't bulldoze the tents. They continue and gathered the people. They open a hole and buried them. They just didn't unalive them. They buried them. So that's what's shocking me.
Yeah, it's another horrific sort of massacre. I'm trying to not say the word in total. And another atrocity, another war crime. There have been many of them recently. We saw those, whatever it was, a dozen or 2 dozen people in that school that were unalived by that point blank range, according to accounts. There's been individual one-off, shootings that have happened constantly with journalists and other folks that are innocent civilians, both in the West Bank as well as in Gaza. It's just a rampage right now. And this whole concept about the Israeli military being this moral force is a farce. They do these little song and dance moments where they give a bottle of water to an old lady and then they unalive her after the camera goes off. It's just unbelievable. And, for those of you who support Israel and think this is propaganda, do some research, because these things are being reported, perhaps not by the mainstream media, but if you go to like this thing like Telegram, where a lot of the news can be reported off the ground, you're getting honest and you're seeing photos, video of what's actually happening, biophysical reality, not storytelling. Okay? Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's bad, right? I mean, this is just heartbreaking stuff. It's bad enough just being without food and water and the basics of life, and displaced from your house, and your family members having been unalived, and all the tragic, grief that just comes with that under the best of circumstances, right? So imagine right now if your mom died or your dad died. That'd be horrible, right? And you're trying to cope with that, and then you have all this other stuff happening on top of that. It's just unthinkably awful. I just don't understand how people can put people through that. Okay, I promise that we have Cat Life that was trying to come up earlier, and then Pete does, and then I'll get Ollie up, because these people haven't had a chance to speak yet. Ollie, thanks for being patient. There we go.
Yeah, Chippy, I've seen some horrific videos coming out of Gaza like the other day, and it is a horror movie, but I wanted to bring up the point about the Greater Israel Project. Have you heard them talking about that before?
Yeah, we've had entire lives where we've covered that along with maps, and I actually did a video one time. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's in my library, and it shows one of the more hardcore settlers, and sort of like maybe a mid to late age woman, who's thinking that the entire territory from the Nile River all the way over to the Euphrates and down through most of Saudi Arabia is going to be territory that's entitled to people who are Jewish by virtue of their divine proclamation. How do I want to phrase it? Well, did we lose you? Sorry if we lost you. One thing you could do, just so you know, is when you come on, if you turn your camera on and then hit the red save button at the bottom, that sometimes can keep you from being dropped. So is Cat Life, are you back now?
Yeah, I should be on here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, the best thing to do if you can is you don't have to face it towards you if you don't want, but turn on your camera, and you can either leave it on and save it, or you can turn it back off after you saved it. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. Then you shouldn't fall off if things are working properly. It's amazing. Since I've gone outside, we've dropped about half the audience, and maybe people don't disagree with how it might have been Fiona's audience that came over and just didn't want to have any more of my way of doing it. And that's okay, right? It's okay for people to disagree. Okay, Pete, you're in the queue. Ollie, if you're still coming up, I'd love to have you up. But Ollie disappeared from the queue. So.
Hey.
Hey.
Quick.
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
I have kids that might run by and I just don't want them to be on here. Okay, so first I wanted to address issues with what's going on as far as like the two schools of thought. So I understand that, Fiona, and I appreciate her approach, but I agree that, there's a school of thought where we have to be very careful with the words that we use because there is a war being waged against words and they're weaponizing certain words. So there is this point where we have to be careful, but then there's some people who are saying because they're weaponizing words, we need to be emboldened and speak those words without any borders or boundaries. And I think that can be very dangerous because it can be inflated and conflated into the ideologies or into their trap, basically, if you want to say that. And I see that as well, only because as a Palestinian sitting on the sideline, I appreciate any and every single voice, especially those who are non-Arabs that are speaking out for our people, because again, like I told you before, we didn't really have that kind of platform before, and seeing this is endearing. I'm really excited about this. At the same time, just from my opinion in studying the linguistics and studying PR, I understand that if you continue to go with that narrative where you're inflating things and you don't think in politically correct terms, then what you're doing is allowing for a broader trap to be woven. Right now, we know that certain words are conflated. But if this continues with people saying, oh, well, I don't care what I'm saying, I don't care about what other people feel, then what you're doing now is going to end up conflating the ideologies of pro-Palestinians into ideologies of anti-LGBTQ, for example.
Exactly.
And that's not what we're about. And we can't conflate the two and say, oh, every pro-Palestinian is also this. And that's what they're going to end up doing, and unfortunately. So I know that that's not what she thinks is going to happen, but if we look at the history, that's what has happened. So for her region, for the UK and for her region, that seems to be the going trend. They're more boldened with the things that they say. In our region, in the United States, it tends to be more of a, can we respect the boundaries of being politically correct? And there's reasons for that, because we've seen it again and again when it came to BLM. We've seen it again and again. Like BLM, they try to conflate that with other movements. They try to say that also means that you're anti-YT when that wasn't the case. So it's very important that we don't conflate people's individual ideologies and their individual thoughts and their opinions, which they have all right to express, but we can't conflate it with the ideologies or the movement for pro-Palestine and to free Palestine, because there are literally children, women, men who are innocent. They're being, as my sister said earlier, completely unalived with a bulldozer, which is grotesque. Personally, I feel that we were talking about this in one of the other lives, is that we may see an escalation of the violence, and not so much like the broadened violence, but how much more worse it will seem. And I think that's a message being sent directly to the UN, like, hey, we're going to do this. What are you going to do? Because they feel so empowered by having the Western powers having their back. And so it's discouraging in a way, because we have real people that are suffering because of our words and because of our fight. But in the same sense, I promise you that our people down there, our families down there, are 100% faithful people that know that even if their blood is shed for a cause. And as long as we continue to talk about it, their blood is not gone in vain. And I want to continue that conversation. I just don't want to see it end up being conflated into other issues. So we were talking to her, and half of the panel, the chat was calling her anti-LGBT and anti-trans. And I'm like, but that's not even the topic. So that's disheartening for me to see, because I know she's pro-Palestinian, but I like to stay to course on the topic and not fall into that trap. So I agree with you, Chip, on a lot of things. I disagree with you maybe on very, very, very few things I can't remember, but I agree with you mostly on everything else as well.
Okay, well, that's great. I think it's fair to say you have split feelings about it, right? I mean, what we don't want to do is to be bullied into submission by a woke crowd and or those that are trying to protect their sensitivities excessively. But at the same time, we don't want to be so overtly blunt that it causes people to have ammunition to marginalize our port, to further degrade the ability to further the cause we're working on. Now, I will say this. I'm not one usually for purity tests. So what I mean by that is, if we're going to organize, we have to have all hands on deck. We really need everybody pulling their weight. Fiona has a substantial audience, right?
Yes.
Maybe they see things more like some people in the chat did, and that's okay. If they're willing to contribute their efforts and that's the style they want to use, I welcome their efforts. But I would continue to caution the style for the reasons I mentioned earlier, that people can use that as ammunition to dilute our costs. That's what I
Absolutely.
would say.
And I want to share this right now, real quick. I have a group of women who are absolutely amazing. One of them being Amani. I don't know if you ever talked to her, and
Yeah.
Lula, who is very fond of you, by the way. We all have gotten together, and they've created several drafts of messages that you can just copy paste into email to send to the UN. We've done it for the call for a ceasefire. And right
Okay.
now, we're about to start working on getting documents together for asking them to take action and not just use recommendations, because they have it in their power to take action. And the second
Right.
part of that is, and I mean, it's just a document, but we're going to try to send mass email out to them. The other document is to WikiLeaks. I don't know if you've seen lately, but WikiLeaks is being bombarded with Zios who are going in there and actually learning how to manipulate Wikipedia articles so that they can change the narrative. And we have to make sure we put a stop to that, because that's not okay. Misinformation is never okay. And lastly, we're also trying to send one out in opposition to the UNWR, I think, when they pulled all of their aid from Yemen, because
Yeah.
that's collective punishment. And so we're
Right.
going to send one out there and stand against that as well, because we still have brothers and sisters in Yemen that they're in famine. They're in famine and they need us. So if you guys would like to follow me, I'll try to add you to the Telegram group and we'll work on that. Yeah, it is the Hasbara agenda. Guys, and I'm trying to organize for us to work on stuff like that and create websites that will show the pro-Palestinian view as well. Thank you, Moshe, as well. He doesn't know who I am. I'm savvy, by the way. This is savvy.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, if you tap on the little box in the corner, Savvy's ability to follow her will pop up, and then you can follow her. What she'll be doing is sharing information through her channel with her followers about how to engage in some of these tactics that she mentioned. I did want to, Savvy, is that anything else? Because I wanted to address a couple comments about Fiona, and then some fundraising stuff that we didn't get a chance to get to that I thought was very important to discuss as well.
That's it for now, Chip, and thank you so much for having me up again. I truly
Absolutely.
respect you. Thank you so much for the fight.
Yeah, loving it. Okay, see you soon. Thanks so much.
No
Yeah,
problem.
there's some really great people doing some great things. Savvy, of course, being among them. There's a girl named Angie Marie who I talked about in the video. These are people taking a lot of their personal time because they really, truly care. They have empathy for others. And therefore, they don't even know people in some of these countries. Now, she was of Palestinian descent, so she probably either knows some people or is just sympathetic because of her heritage. But I doubt she knows anybody in Yemen, but she cares equally about people and not having people be collectively punished. Now, I want to get back to Fiona. Somebody in the chat asked, isn't this about Fiona? We did have Fiona on about a third of the way through today's live, okay? And she was under the impression we were going to do a co-hosted live. I had put out the word to somebody that I was hoping to connect with her. This was before, just to let you know, this is before somebody sent me some of these concerns. Now, I'm not going to get back into what we've already talked about, but what I do want to say before I bring up our next guest, I'll be brief. There were some concerns, just like with Sean King, who I think, by the way, I think both of these people do a great service to the argument. They put out good content, and when they're specific to the content, they are excellent, right? I really enjoy Fiona's content. I was unaware of some of these other issues. It doesn't make her a bad person. It's her style, okay? That's okay. I have my style, okay? So I'm open to letting people be who they are, right? I don't have any right to tell her what to do or anybody else for that matter. But what I want to talk about is fundraising, okay? There have been accusations, and these are more important, I think, than a difference of opinion about approach and style. She has been accused of fundraising multiple times through GoFundMe or whatever, where people have doubted whether the money and the objectives were valid. Now, I don't know for sure, but there were several examples, I think 4 or 5, which is more than just smoke, right? So my approach to that part of this, I really want to be sensitive towards people, because I think once you breach the integrity of that, you're over, right? And I don't want to be in that category. So this again, style, right? I am extremely transparent when it comes to finance. I tell people very clearly what my objectives are. I tell them the exact numbers, and I tell them what the money will be used for specifically. And I promise you, with every fiber of my being, I will stick to it, as well as put information publicly on the website I'm creating so you know what's happened with it. Okay, that's fair. Accountability, right? We want people to be accountable. So if you're nice enough to give somebody $50 or $100, you want to make damn sure it's going where the person says it's going, right? And you don't want to be, basically duped. So there's arguments on both Sean King's past, and again, both of these people do great things, but these are issues that have to come up, right? If they're legit. I don't have any proof or receipts other than what people have shared, okay? But I don't like it when people do stuff like that, when they abscond with people's money. They raise it for one purpose and they either keep it or some other purpose, right? So who knows? But that I wanted to share those concerns. I wanted to give Fiona a chance to address those things. I would imagine she has her take on it, which is probably different. And, again, there is some victim stuff going on there, being disabled and having endured what the arrest was. Hey, listen, I've been arrested 3 times and stuck in jail for stuff that I did that was wrong, right? I kind of deserved it. Now, in this case, I don't think she deserved to have that happen, right? I'm against anybody for speech. But I don't know the extent of the laws in Britain regarding the content of what she said, blunt or otherwise, right? So I don't know. I have not done any fundraising campaigns for any particular issue. I'm waiting to hear from Quinn, just so you know, his mission of going down to, if you don't know who Quinn is, Quinn the Eskimo is a very large influencer on both TikTok and Instagram and this other thing called Clapper. I think he's got 350,000 followers, which is pretty substantial. And he agreed to go down and try to get into Gaza to help down there. Some people have criticized him for being the, quote, white savior. I think the guy's heart's in the right place. He's just trying to go down and see what he can do to help, right? And he's not going to solve the problem. He's just going down to see how he can chip in. One of his missions, primary missions, while he waits to get in with everybody else, was to figure out where the right places are to send money, okay? In other words, he was very carefully evaluating anybody and make sure they're the real deal and that the money's going to reach the people and not go through these high-paid executives or some shit like that. So we know a lot of these charities, they take like 70 or 80% of the money and they pay the staff and only a small fraction gets to the people who need it, right? So he's trying not to do that. So if you're donating to the Red Cross or to the Red Crescent, not all the money you're giving them is going to the people, okay? Let's be straight. I don't know the exact numbers, but they have very large overhead, okay? So, and I don't even know what FEMA and stuff like that is or others. I think you have to be very careful when it comes to donating money because you just never know. And it's hard to know, right? So if those allegations are true about Sean King or Fiona, that really disappoints me, okay? Because I think that's a breach of public trust and that shows a lack of integrity. And we don't need that shit. It's hard enough to try to solve this problem with people being completely sincere. And for Christ's sakes, people, if you're raising money off of atrocities and stuff like this, I'd just say shame on you if that's happening, right? That's horrible. Anyway, I had to get that off my chest. If I do any fundraisers, it will be, in fact, I might even let somebody else manage it. So it's not even me dealing with the money because I don't want people to doubt my sincerity. But anybody who does donate to me, just to reiterate what I've said that I have expenses in my life of about $2,600 that every month I have to pay. Like most of us, we got basic expenses, right? I don't want to make money. I don't want excess. But I do want to cover things like my internet cost and my phone and, my rent, car payment and insurance, right? Basic shit. I get my health care from the VA, thank God. So I have to cover those costs somehow. If my supporters can help me, great. I'm being very transparent. I want to be able to hire somebody to help me get my word out more and be able to expand my social media reach. I just started 8 or 9 weeks ago, okay? Somebody says, what did Sean King do? It's spelled S-H-A-U-N, Sean King. He's been a very active influencer in other areas like BLM, Black Lives Matter, way prior to this. Some people have accused him, again, I'm not among them, but this is what you hear. So I've watched maybe 24 videos with people testifying to this, and who knows if they're right or wrong. But they've said that he is, some people call him a grifter. Okay, I don't know if that's true. I think he's done a lot of good advocacy, but they've said, like I just said, he's used these different sort of like focused situations in life, like when the BLM riots happened and when this happened in Gaza, that he sort of comes in and tries to tap into the fervor and use them in some way to his advantage. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I've heard, okay? So, and I don't know what Fiona's done for sure. So I don't want to disparage anybody. Like I said earlier, if somebody's on board with helping the cause, I don't have a litmus test. They have to be perfect. I'll still work with them. I'll still work with Fiona, but I'm not going to put her on my platform to say things that I think are ignorant or unnecessary to achieve the goals we're in. That's a big difference, right? So that's where I am. And if you disagree with that, start your own channel, get some followers, grow your channel, do the lives, and do you, right? But I have close to 100,000 people. I have to think, just like any other responsible news agency, you have to vet things and you have to think about your audience before you just put out content, right? And that's all I'm trying to do is be considerate of the broader audience and try to be smart with what I do. I could be wrong, and I'm okay with being taught that I'm wrong. If it's more effective to use blunt language, I'll use blunt language. You know, I don't mind. Anyway, so those are the concerns there. I don't want to beat a dead horse. We have 4 people in the guest queue. I haven't gotten on Stella. Actually, Nina was next, and then Stella, Normandy, and Quicksilver, and then we can get back to Savvy if she wants to come back on. All right, Nina, what's on your mind?
Hold on, let me do the camera thing really quick.
Yeah, please do.
How are you today, Chip?
Good. I'm trying to navigate some of these contentious issues where you don't make everybody happy sometimes, which is a shame. But I'm only one set of eyes and ears and a brain that's not as big as it needs to be.
Exactly. We also need to focus what's going on in the West Bank. Yes, I haven't gotten all the updates for today, but just yesterday morning, I was able to post, I think, about 6 young men that were unalived in the West Bank out of maybe 20 or 30 people yesterday. So the West Bank is being bombarded as well heavily by the IOF right now too.
Okay.
And yes, Gaza is way worse, but they're hitting the West Bank now pretty bad. And we got to put focus on that as well.
Yeah, what I've heard is that it's been a massive onslaught of rabid settlers. There's normally these group of settlers that are very aggressive, both in who live in the West Bank, who are harming people who are of Palestinian descent, trying to further marginalize them in whatever way they do it, including the unaliving and all that other stuff. But there's been a new group that have come in with the IOF and police backing that it's kind of been like the purge. Like all these people have come in and it's really bad. And it's just happening at an accelerated pace and scope that we've never seen before. And that's what I think Nina's referring to as far as folks who have been caught in that unfortunate trap.
Yeah, and it's been pretty horrific. I posted yesterday morning, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 of the young men that were unalived in Jenin in the West Bank. I woke up late today because I'm not feeling well, so I haven't checked all the updates yet to see how many, unfortunately, have been unalived in the West Bank as well in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
So the West Bank, we need to focus on that as well.
No, good point. And is there a way, if the audience could be more focused on it, how would they get to the information? Would it be through you, or would it be through a website or a telegram, or how would they be more able to monitor what's happening?
I'm on the Resistance News Network Telegram.
Okay.
That's where I get a lot of the updates of Gaza and West Bank.
Okay.
I can't post everything, but I try to post as much as I can.
Okay.
I hate to post when somebody has been unalived and put it on the screen,
Right.
but I do it so I can bring awareness and let people know. Unfortunately,
Yes.
I lost my big account, so this account only has like 1,300 followers. So
Right.
it's not reaching as many people
Sure.
like my old account was, but I'm still trying to do it, and hopefully more people are going to see it and see what's going on in Gaza and the West Bank.
All right. Well, that's great. So again, the group on the Telegram is called what's it called again?
Resistance News Network.
Resistance News Network. There are some other content providers like the Sean King I mentioned. He does tend to post a lot here on TikTok and on Instagram, especially. I think his name is spelled
Or the
Shaun.
also the
Palestine
Eye on
is another good one.
Palestine.
Yeah, that's a really good one too. And there's one called the Quds Network, KUDS, that I follow on Telegram as well. And there's a few that are in Arabic that I can't tell you, but I've somehow people turned me on to. Anyway, I'm not trying to talk about other platforms because I really like being on TikTok, and I want to make sure we don't, dilute the benefit of being here. So thank you for coming on. I really appreciate it, Lena.
Thanks.
Take care. See you soon.
You too. Bye.
Okay, I think that Stella either quick. Let me tell you, Quicksilver, then Stella, then Savvy's going to come back on. I think, or I think I actually Quicksilver. I apologize. I pressed the wrong person. Stella, right?
Yeah. Hi, how are
Hello.
you?
Hi. Good. Thanks.
This is my first time. So,
Okay.
uh, it's just okay. 23 years ago, Rachel Corey,
Mm-hmm.
the exchange student, the American exchange student who was unlived by Israeli bulldozer in Rafah.
Yep.
He was, yeah, the thing is, I think we know her story, but the thing is, and there are some videos and photos, and I don't know what. I don't know why, with a story like this and with a person like this, the American um, people who are pro-Palestine do not mention her, do not talk about what happened to her. That's my question.
Yeah, they do. I think that because it happened such a long time ago, it gets less focus more than the current events do. But it doesn't make her unaliving any more less valuable than what we're seeing right now. And she was an American who went over to the occupied territories to try to really help the Palestinian people. She was a wonderful woman. And unfortunately, she was lost as, I guess you'd say, a martyr as to the cause. A bulldozer was working on dismantling a property. She was trying to stop the dismantling of the property. And then she got run over by the bulldozer, unfortunately. So it was tragic. But I think she died. Listen, if we all can die doing something we love and that we feel important, if you unfortunately have to go, that's probably the best thing we can hope for, that we're doing something that matters. So I really have a lot of respect for what Rachel did, and I feel badly for her family and those who came close and loved her. So it should get as much attention, but I think because what we're seeing right now, it's people are so emotionally overwhelmed. I think that's why the focus isn't on Rachel.
Because I mean, this is like when you talk about one of your own is who face the same thing. It's a little bit different. It gives you also like I don't know you are sure, right? You know exactly what these people are capable of doing. They have done this to our own daughter. So, but then, yeah, I mean, attention should be given to such a
Well,
character. And
thanks for bringing her issue back up for our attention. I appreciate it. We're going to let somebody jump on that's been waiting for quite a while. I apologize to them. Thank you for checking in. Hey, congratulations on calling in and having the courage to do it. Good for you. Okay,
thank
thanks.
you.
Appreciate you very much. Real quick before we put the next guest on, I just want to reiterate for the audience, I don't know who's here, and my name is Chip Barnes. I'm a former Army officer. I was in the 1st Persian Gulf War in a tank unit on the front line, so I was directly involved in the combat, so I know how horrible this can be. I learned about this issue in college quite out of the blue. One of my classmates did a senior presentation on the First Intifada, which was in 1987. It's a big uprising among the Palestinians that was put down by the Israelis. And this was in 1989. It totally changed what I knew about the conflict. I had no idea there was a Gaza Strip or a West Bank or any of that stuff. So I was clueless like most people. And so, but I was lucky that I've known about this for 34 years. And it just kind of caught my interest. And I felt so badly for the Palestinian people that I've been following it ever since. I've probably read a dozen books, watched hundreds of hours of, either lectures or debates or podcasts and stuff like that. So I have a good framework. And I just happened out of the blue to start on social media the day before the 7th. So I was able to get on and kind of talk about this from a point of knowledge as an American, which is, I guess, more on the rare side these days. And so I've been very fortunate, although because I've been able to talk to it directly and truthfully, the folks at TikTok have probably been pressured to send me a packing. It's happened 4 times. So hopefully it doesn't happen again, but we never know. So I wanted to give people the opportunity, if you'd like to. I have some content, including stuff on my dog, on my other account. I have another account. It's Truthseeker670. There's a link in my bio that gives you the opportunity to go look at that if you want to check. I have content on there that's not anywhere else. I did that purposely so people would go over there, check it out, and hopefully follow that account. That way, if this does get turned off again, we're already in contact with each other. So I have 96,000 followers here and 3,000 followers there. So I always ask people to go. For some reason, 3% is the number. So please don't be like the other. Please don't be like the 97. Please be a part of the 3. So that's that. In that same link tree, which is in my bio, it's just a little thing under my name. It says Linktree Chip Barnes. All my other social media is there. So you can find me on Instagram and Twitter. Again, this is my home for the most part. So, but I do work over there as well periodically. So my Twitter has a list of all the people I followed and read over the years. So if you want to see how I became knowledgeable about certain things, you can go see them for yourself. They're good people. So there's that. It's listed at the top of my Twitter page. My Twitter name is just me, Chip Barnes. So there's also ways you can help out. So I'm doing this full time now. Never done it before. I'm about 8 or 9 weeks in, so I'm still a rookie, but I enjoy it. I think people get value. So if you want to help out, if you like it, please go. You'll see some links. People have been very kind to help out. My finances are about as lean as they can be. I don't go out to dinner. I don't buy jewelry. I don't buy any clothes. I just live a simple life, which I'm okay with. I like walking the dog and doing exercise and keeping it simple. So your money's not going to be used for a trip to Mexico or some shit like that. Anyway, and then I'm also trying to build a media group, which is based on what's called a cooperative business, which is basically something where all the people work in the company get to make the decisions democratically. The money is shared among the staff. So it's not going to be something where I sit at the top and make a bunch of money. That's not my goal. My goal is to build a good team who's happy, contributing at the same level as anybody else because they have an ownership stake. And the decisions get to be made. And the managers, this is crazy, the managers get rated by the staff. So it's not like you get a performance review. The managers get a performance review. So it's a pretty interesting model. Anyway, and that way you can do better things for the community. The money stays in the community and the message gets out. So we're also going to try to build some other cooperatives. Anyway, just all good stuff. We want to do things the right way and start making a difference where we can, right? That's all you can do. That's what we're doing. Okay. In addition, if you go to that link tree, there's some other interesting groups, I won't say more, that will really help you better understand the conflict. And if you want to be on the side of doing some good things in the world, it gives you an opportunity to come with like-minded people to hopefully affect some positive change. So if you want to do something rather than just sit back and feel like you can't do anything, check it out. I think you'll be very happily surprised with the energy and the people that are working hard at this, okay? There are ways to get it done. It just takes work, and you can be a part of that, okay? We have some guests coming up. My normal schedule, by the way, forgot to mention that. Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 p.m. Eastern to 10 p.m. Eastern on TikTok. I'm trying to add Instagram, but got to upgrade my router. And then Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, like today, I usually go from 12 p.m. Eastern to 2 p.m. That allows our friends overseas in the Middle East and the Far Asia to see me when they're not 4 in the morning. So that's why I did that. And lastly, there's a way inside of TikTok here. There's a little star in the left-hand corner. Now, just to let you know, TikTok keeps 70% of whatever people give. I always appreciate supporters because you get a little gold star next to your name and I can see you. I'll say hi to you. If you want to be on the chat, you get to go first. I answer your questions in the chat, or you want to come up and talk. So that's the benefit, but I prefer you give donations through the other thing if you don't mind. Anyway, enough of me talking. Let's bring the next guest up. See who's in here. We got Quicksilver. Come on up. And we got to close out in about 10 minutes, okay?
Hello,
Hello.
how are you, Chip?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And I will introduce myself. I am a Palestinian. I am from Gaza,
Okay.
but right now I am not there. Okay.
Okay.
First of all, I like to speak about Egypt.
Okay.
That Egypt under military rule right now, or military occupation. So there is nothing you can send to Egypt and then to Gaza. I tried to reach Quinn to let him understand that they will never
Okay.
let him enter Gaza. Okay,
Okay.
this is for sure. They will manipulate him. They waste his time. They waste his energy. But there is nothing will enter Gaza from Egypt. They are Sisi, the puppet for Zionist. He will
Yeah.
never do
I
anything
got it.
until it's under pressure and very under pressure, and you must pay him for that. Every truck enter Gaza right now, and I'm talking I already asked my relative there in Gaza. Everything is still
Okay.
in Gaza. There is nothing free about your donation. You donate, and Sisi take money for your donation. Then when he entered Gaza, he also take money from Gazans, so they cannot distribute it free to the people.
Right.
Gas, food,
I got it.
water, everything is under sale now in Gaza. Okay? So it's
Right.
waste of your time and waste of your energy to depend in Egypt to enter these things to Gaza. Really, it's waste.
Interesting.
And I want to
How did you
I want
how
to
did how
prove
did how
it.
did you how did you find this out?
I
I'm
will
just curious.
prove
How
it
did
to
you
you.
learn this? Okay, just curious.
Okay,
You
I
don't get
will
mad.
prove it to you in event these days. Okay, there is a journalist in America, Arab
Uh-huh.
American journalist, Palestinian American journalist called Osama Fauzi. He owned
Okay.
Arab Times. You know, Arab
Yeah.
Times in Houston,
Yeah. Yeah.
Texas. It's a very famous. He has a channel in YouTube. He explained that clearly. He got a message from the what you call it, Red Moon Kuwaiti, or Red
Okay.
Hilal Kuwaiti.
Okay.
The Kuwait donate 10 new ambulance to
Okay.
Gaza. When it reach Egypt, they replace it with used one. Okay, they took the new ambulance and replacing it with old one. It cannot function. You understand? And this is come from a military Egypt in YouTube. Also, he mentioned that. He said, what's the use to send the new cars in Gaza as long as the road is not quite good
Yeah.
and there will
Yeah.
be damage anyway. So they took the new cars, new ambulance, and sent old one. Okay. Also, they send expired food. They send gas with money. You should pay for that. And also, one of the Kuwaiti Red Hilal sent him a message to Osama Fauzi. He has it and he published it already, telling that 90% of the donation from Kuwait going to Egypt and only 10% going to Gaza. They write a message to Egyptian authority, mention that it's not good, it's not moral to do that, and you cannot believe the answer. They tell them, this is our border. If you don't like it, try another border. Literally. Okay, you can check Osama Fauzi YouTube channel. It's named Arab Times.
Okay.
Okay, it is there, all the documented and everything. That's maybe 2 weeks or 10 days back.
How does
So
how does
please,
the how
if
does
you
the how, okay, hold on. How does the Egyptian government know which dollars and which purchases of goods, or how do they know how do they catch up to it all? How do they find out?
find out what all the goods go to Arish Airport,
Right.
it's
I
Gazan
know that.
Airport.
So you're
Yes.
saying
So after that, they
so can
control
people
it.
hold on, let me finish the sentence. So if
Okay.
people send money to an aid group that's currently staging inside of Cairo, for example, are you saying when they go and buy the goods locally and they move a truck up, they take the goods, or how do they get the money? That's what I'm trying to understand.
How do you get? No, if you buy from local, first of all, there is nothing good in Egypt as a food. There is
Okay.
nothing. Egyptian themselves, they cannot find a good food. Okay, there is one thing. The second thing, for example, there is no sugar, no rice in Egypt right now. They have a problem with that. Egyptian people themselves, they have a problem with sugar and rice. This is an example. And also, I have a relative lived in Egypt right now, and I know what I'm talking about. So even after you buy from local market, put it in a truck, send it to Rafah, again, Sisi military have to take money for each truck again. Okay, and they check the truck. If it's a goods, for example, clothing or something, they take it and they bought used one inside the truck and send it to Gaza. You understand? One time, I think it's Qatar or Kuwait again. They donate, blood machine for. I don't know the term exactly. Some people has a failure kidney. You
Yeah,
need to wash their blood.
it's called a dialysis machine.
Yes, okay. So they donate more than 50 new machines. When it
Yeah,
reach Gaza, the doctors open the carton and it's used and it's already finished. You cannot use it again. You understand? They took old machine from Egyptian hospital, old damaged machine, and send it to Gaza and keep the new one.
I got you.
It's always like that. You understand? So it is
Yeah,
easy. It is easy for you to fill a ship, send it directly to Gaza, facing the Israeli forces in the sea, then send it through Egypt. You understand?
interesting. Yeah.
Like
Now,
do you remember
well,
Marmara boat?
hold on. Wait. You said it's easier to send it that way. Will the Israeli Navy let a aid ship go to Gaza via the Mediterranean, or no? Will they stop it?
Well, I know. You remember Marmara boat from
Yeah, the
Turkish?
Marmara from Turkey. Yeah.
Yeah. Why they don't send it through Egypt?
Well, I guess what I'm saying
By
though
the way,
is,
it is.
what no, wait, no. What I'm saying is, we're just if you're saying that Egypt does what they do, they basically take 90% or they swap out used equipment for new. What is the likelihood that aid will get through to the people if they try to send it via ship past the Israeli Navy? Will it also get stopped?
Yeah, I know, but still, you are American. If the boat is American and all passenger there is American, maybe it gets through. But at
Okay.
least if it is not, you keep the goods. You know, if Israeli forces keep you out, you keep the goods. You keep it with you. It's not waste. If you send it to Egypt, it's already waste.
Okay.
You understand me?
Yep. Yep.
This is what better. Please try to convince Quinn just get out from Egypt because I am 100% sure that there is 4 or 5 personnel around Quinn is Egyptian intelligent.
Oh
Even they
wow.
are nice, they are laughing, they took him some trips. They are wasting his time.
Okay. Understood.
Believe
Well,
you me, they are
no,
wasting. I know Egyptian back and forth like the back of my hand. I know exactly how they think, and there's
we
nothing will
okay.
enter Gaza
Got it.
through Egypt.
Okay. Got it. So
And
here's my
I was
hold
just
on,
want to point something.
hold on.
Uh,
You've
okay,
made your point. I understand your point. So here's my question about Quinn. You're saying that in your
okay.
opinion that he's surrounded by people that aren't looking out for his best interest or the Palestinian people in Gaza. So that you recommend that he leave Egypt as soon as possible before something maybe troubling happens. So here's my question. I don't know if Quinn is going to take what I say in passing that message on to him at face value. So would you be willing to say it directly to him if you guys could connect on Telegram?
Yeah, I glad to. I try very hard to reach Quinn. I send him a message through TikTok. I try to speak in one of his lives. But there is another thing. If he is surrounding with Egyptian in that moment, I cannot speak freely because they will hear me. You
I know.
understand?
I
So
understand.
if
No,
you
it'll
can,
be it'll be private. It'll be a
yeah.
private conversation.
Okay, good.
Okay. So if you could, are you already on Telegram, or can you connect with me on Telegram, please?
Yeah, I have an account in Telegram. Yes.
Okay. So what is your name again, so I can understand who I'm communicating with?
Well, it is. Let's keep it Quicksilver because again I have a relative in Egypt and I have a relative in Gaza and I have a relative in multiple Arab
Yeah.
area. So if my name get mixed up, maybe my family will get hurt. So
Well,
it's a Quicksilver. It's okay.
I don't want to say this for the wrong reason, but just follow my logic for 1 second, okay? You're saying
Okay.
you're making the allegation about you've told us about what's happening in Egypt from your point of view. You've told us what happens in the Mediterranean from your point of view. You've told us what you think is happening with Quinn from your point of view. Now, and if you don't want to say it on the live, but I will guarantee you this: if you want to talk to Quinn as an anonymous person with a nickname, he's not going to listen to you. I know that. I know how Quinn operates. So if you don't want to be
Well,
direct with him, let me finish. If you choose not to be
okay.
direct with him, let me finish, please. If you choose not to be direct with him for your own reasons, which is fine, that the communication will not happen. Just to
Well,
be straight
sir,
with you.
I'm just warning. I just want to warn him. I'm not to try to be a
That's fine.
friend or with him or
I
gain anything.
hold on,
I
hold on,
just
whoa, whoa.
want to warn him if
You
he.
have to you have to listen. Let me finish the thought, okay? Let me do this just real quick.
Okay,
Let me
okay.
finish the thought. Okay, let me finish this thought. Okay, we don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. You're an anonymous person on a TikTok, okay? It is possible, I'm not making this accusation, but it is possible that you're doing this for some reason and it's not the Egyptians, but it's you who's trying to run interference on behalf of somebody. I don't know that, okay? You seem like a genuine person who's trying to, in a nice way, inform people of the reality on the ground and save them from having to deal with hardship. That's how I see it. But it is possible that it's not that way. And because that's why I'm saying if you choose to remain anonymous, which I understand why you'd want to do that, but I guarantee you that someone's not going to take your word just because you say it as an anonymous person outside of the situation we're watching. That's all I'm trying to say. And I don't think that's unfair for someone to be uncertain of the validity or veracity of the information because of that part of the puzzle. That's all I wanted to say. You can disagree with it, but I know how Quinn operates. He's not going to listen to somebody who just anonymously says something. I'm just trying to make sure you're aware of that. I know you're trying to do a good deed. I'm not blaming you, but that is the truth. I know Quinn. I've talked to him. I'm friends with him. That's reality. Okay?
Okay, again, I direct you, don't speak with me. I direct you to an American citizen with Arab Times. It's an American newspaper in Houston. You can call him, you can get in touch with him. He will
Okay.
explain everything to you, just like I told you right now. Don't take anything from me. Go to Arab Times YouTube channel, connect with Mr. Osama Fauzi. He's there. He will be more than glad. He's a Palestinian, okay, Palestinian American. He will be more than glad to explain and tell you everything. Don't take anything from me. I just want to direct you the right direction, okay? It's not that you have to take it from me. And I see some comment here say that I'm not sound like Egyptian. I am not an Egyptian. First thing, I am a Palestinian, not an Egyptian. I am from Gaza. I can
Right.
give you my whole history
Just no. Hold
life,
on. No.
my
You no. Hold on. No. You said. Listen. You said what you said, which I genuinely appreciate you giving us the information and warning. So that's awesome. Now you said there's a journalist who we can contact who's American that works for the what is it called, the whatever it is. Can you provide the information so we can contact the person you're saying we should just
yeah,
kind of
Arab
verify?
Times, Arab Times.
But who's the
The,
journalist?
the, the, Osama Fauzi. He's
Osama
own
Fauzi.
Arab Times. He's not a journalist. He's the
So
owner.
here's what I say to him. Right? Someone named Quicksilver on a TikTok live contacted me and said the following. Can you please verify it for me? Is that what you want me to say?
No need to mention my name. Go to his channel. Go to his channel, YouTube channel.
Listen,
He mentioned all
listen.
that
No,
in
no, no,
his.
no, 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 no. Listen, you're putting me in a very awkward spot of contacting a newspaper on your behalf with no reference to you and putting me to ask the question as an American. I'm not going to do that. If you want me to do it on your behalf,
Sir,
I'll do it.
why you have to
Hold on.
mention me? Even if
Hold on.
I'm a famous.
Hold on. Hold on. Listen, I'm not mentioning your name, but I'm going to mention your pseudonym because I'm not going to be the one pushing this on behalf of somebody who I have no verification on. You could be somebody who's operating under different circumstances. I don't know that, okay? I don't want to be doubtful of people, but I've learned the hard way that I'm way too trusting of a person and I can be used that way. I'm not going to be used that way, okay? So if somebody else on this live wants to contact the Arabic Times or whatever it's called down in Houston, Texas, and ask to talk to Mr. Fauzi about this issue that you heard about, please do. By the way, just so you know, if anybody ever calls me Chippy, you'll be blocked permanently from my channel and from my lives. Do not call me that. I hate being called that. Okay? So, Fancy Nancy, you have no right to go there. Don't do it again. I know you're a loyal follower, and I appreciate that, but call me by my name. I'll call you by your name. Fair enough? Okay. So that's what's happening as far as this goes. I don't know what's going on, and so I'm just going to do this. Okay? I got your information. Thank you for putting it out to us. I hope you have a very nice day. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I don't know. So I don't like to do things with somebody says at Viv. Anyway, so I don't know. Listen, it's possible that somebody could be contacting me because he knows I know Quinn to try to redirect Quinn's efforts. I don't know. But it's possible that he's perfectly legit, and that what somebody contacts this journalist, and maybe Backlund comes on alive and tells us. I'm not doing it because I don't have him verified, and I don't do anything if I can't verify something. That's just me. So you guys do, if you want to do it, you want to contact Mr. Fauzi at the newspaper, have at it. That's not my role to play, okay? I'm somebody who does lives on the internet. I'm not an operative who tries to direct traffic. Quinn, I know if I message him and say that, he's going to ignore it, okay? Fauzi, F-U-Z-I, I guess, F-O-U-Z-I, okay? And again, I don't know, there's no way to know, right? So if that person's still listening, I'm not trying to disparage you, and if you're doing it out of the kindness of your heart, thank you. And if there's some other reason, that's unfortunate, okay? But that's where I got to be. Apologize if that disappoints you. I'm not doing it to be mean-spirited, but my role is to communicate things as I learn them and try to share my views and my analysis with my audience, and that's me, okay? So again, if somebody else wants to share that information for the sake of reaching Quinn, you can contact Quinn on his he has the ability to be direct messages. If you're somebody who has a mutual with Quinn, you can do it. Okay, enough said. I'm not going to talk about that anymore. We have 3 people in the queue. I'll go a little bit longer. We have Viv is back, then Marma, and then it's my favorite fruit or something.
For having me on. Just wanted to say, I try not to be negative, but I know Quinn does great work. I also know that he has got sources, he's got people as well. He's got companies there that they do have permits that do actually bring aid into Gaza. So anyone that wants to discredit what Quinn is doing, his efforts and doing what he's trying to do, Quinn is a very intelligent man. He has a very great team that's working with him, and to discredit them, what they are doing and saying for him to go, I'm sorry, I can't just keep quiet and say that that's okay. So if he wants to contact Quinn Eskimos on TikTok, he also is on Telegram. I just feel that he's doing that in a way so that he can come through you, so the trust can be given there. So just my advice, Chip, just don't direct anybody that you do not know, especially if they're not
Yeah,
willing to give
I'm
you
not going
money.
to.
It just sounds very suspicious. That's just my aim in on it, to be honest. But as I said, Quinn does great work, and he will keep doing that work no matter who they send here to come and give a message. And I'm sorry, Chip, that you were put in that position. That is
No,
really
it's
not
okay.
fair on you
I'm a,
whatsoever.
I'm a,
Also, with
I'm a big boy. I can take it.
I know you are. And with Fiona, look, you and Fiona are on the same side. It's just you have 2 different ways of giving out your information, and you guys can agree to disagree. Just sometimes people have different ways of projecting and getting their words through. Fiona's more direct, straight to the point, and sometimes she does say things in a way that will make people not like what she says. But as I say, that's her choice. And Chip, just keep doing the good work. But please, just don't let anybody use you to get to other people, because as I
No, I'm
said,
good.
most people will trust you. Anyway, guys, have a great evening, and God bless Palestine, and God bless you as well, Chip. Take care. Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks, Viv. Appreciate that. All right, I got to get a glass of water. I've been talking so much. When you talk a lot, you get really dry mouth. I think you have Mama Romero, and then it's my favorite fruit. I got to grab water. Just one sec.
Hello, Chip. How are you?
Good.
Okay, great. So I'm Egyptian, okay, and let me tell you that some of what he said I have heard already and tried to search about what I have heard. But before him, of course, like I saw this video a long time ago, like maybe 4 weeks ago, maybe. That video was about attorney, and maybe he was an army officer before, or maybe retired army officer, and he was speaking to Arabs or to Kuwait people, for example, who are objecting to the fact that the ambulances were exchanged. And he is defending the Egyptian what they did already, but I am still not sure because I didn't see that exchange by my own eyes. So even if that person is defending Egypt of what it did, okay, I didn't see that by my own eyes to believe. It's disgusting thing to do so, to give you something, to give it to someone, and then you exchange it because of your own reasons. It's not your right to change something. I sent something to someone, so you don't have the right to exchange it, even if you have your own reasons. You have to tell me first, and I agree to your reasons in order for you to exchange it or not. And I didn't see a Kuwaiti response to what, or from the government of Kuwait, for example, of what has happened. So still, even if the information is mentioned on the YouTube, and his name is Ahmed Abdou Maher, that army officer, okay, and I didn't like that guy because his attitude is bad. I didn't like the idea. I didn't like defending the idea. So I am not with that at all. However, I cannot, I didn't say that, and I didn't see a reply from Kuwaiti government or from Kuwaiti prince, for example. So I heard that exchange, yes, and I see that defense or defending that Ahmed Abdou Maher is defending the situation, and I didn't like that. But regarding Quinn is safe. Quinn is meeting people in Egypt, and he's safe. However, I have seen also on the news, like some people were activists that are detained for I don't know how many days, but if they are now okay or not, I'm not sure. But I say, because I'm Egyptian and I'm not young, I'm 39 years old, and so I'm not young, and I can tell you this information about our government. Not only about our government, I am talking about any coward person will change his acts and positions if he were naked in front of the press and in front of the world. You know, in IDF, for example, and Israel, for example, when the fact is shown to the whole world, and people began to know the story from the beginning and began to search for the truth, they began to maybe agree for exchanging hostages, for example, or temporarily ceasefire, or what happened in the exchanging those days. Okay, so I say what I say. If the whole world will, for example, try to visit Egypt and try to focus by the press and by the internet and by the people who will take photos and share everything, Sisi will be afraid of doing anything wrong, because the whole world will see, and everything will be exposed to the whole world. So I know that I am Egyptian and I should defend my own country and my own government, but I really don't like lots of things already. But I am assuring that if all the world is looking to Egypt, so it will be highlighted. So he will be afraid of doing something wrong. So yes, I heard about exchanging the ambulances, but still I didn't see a reply from the Kuwaiti government. And Quinn is okay, because I see his page and he's sharing every day he's sharing new things, so he should be okay. Do you hear me, Quinn? Do you hear me, Chip?
Yeah, I did hear you. Yeah, so that's good news. Do you think it's true that some of the Egyptian people that Quinn has met or he's spending time with, as the caller said, are agents of the Egyptian government, or do you think that's untrue?
I don't think that Quinn is meeting with government
Undercover agents from the Egyptian government.
I am so sorry, I didn't get the question. Maybe your sound is far away. Can you ask again one more time? I'm sorry for that.
Yeah. So, and somebody brought a good point up. Maybe you don't know this, but I'm just trying to think of your assessment. of Century Egyptian. The person who contacted us, this person named Quicksilver, said that he believed that it was
Osama
likely that.
Fauzi. Osama Fauzi?
No, let me finish the statement.
Uh-huh.
Quinn believed that. No, I'm sorry, not Quinn. The person Quicksilver, when he came on, one of the things that he said was that he believed that the Egyptian government has infiltrated the group of people that Quinn is meeting and spending time with. Do you believe that's possible, or is that unlikely?
I am not sure because I have heard a lot of rumors which are already disgusting. So I'm not sure that Quinn will be involved in anything. First of all, I do believe in Quinn. But I heard, for example, that for each and every Palestinian person who will enter Egypt because of the for treatment, he paid already, or she paid already thousands to Egypt in order to get treatment in Egypt, in order to cross the borders. I didn't see that by my own eyes, but these information were mentioned in the news, in our TV shows, etc.
Okay, so
So did I get your question right, or did I answer your question, or not yet?
no, it's okay. I mean, you probably wouldn't know anyway. My point of bringing it up is just that, I'm trying to get any kind of information that might help validate what was said. I don't like to distrust anybody, but at the same time, who am I to pass on such information? I'm just a guy on the internet, and I happen to know Quinn. What I'll probably do is I'll probably leave a message for him that somebody brought it up, just in case he wants to see it as a possibility. But I said there's no way to verify it. So I'll pass that along, but he can do with it what he wants if he checks. He and I have not been connected because he's been busy with other people, and I've been sending him messages periodically, which he has not answered. So I don't even know if he'll see it, but so be it. We'll see what happens.
Someone tried to help me with your question. So again, to rephrase the question one more time, if Quinn is surrounded by force people, but invest the people who tells about other people. I don't know, the recruiters. If he is surrounded by recruiters, for example, to tell the government what he's doing and where is he now, where he will be, maybe yes, maybe he is surrounded, but maybe Quinn has been already warned about that, and maybe Quinn is in a safe place. Who knows? I cannot tell.
Right. Okay. Well, listen.
Because Egyptians themselves know about these recruiters thing, to tell police about what we are doing. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but the police get assistance by normal people in order to know what people are doing. So it's like hidden investigation, So
right.
maybe already Quinn has been warned about that, because in Egypt we know that long time ago.
Right. Okay. Listen, thanks for the points you raised. I appreciate you coming on, and we'll hopefully catch up with you again the next time you come on.
One more, I just want to assure one more thing, please. I already said it. If people willing to come to Egypt to try to help or try to do anything, don't come in small numbers. Come in huge numbers, because it differs, and numbers matters.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the advice. Thank you so much.
You're
Have
welcome.
a good rest of your day. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Okay. It's good to know these things. Yeah, I didn't know that either. I mean, it's expensive. It's like $1,100 or $1,200 on most flights, and that's if you go coach. If you go first class, it's like $4,500. I checked into it. Somebody's asking who Quinn is. Quinn goes by the nickname Quinn the Eskimo. He's sort of a digital nomad. When this all came to be, he got involved, learned more about it in October 7th, and became somebody more involved through the influencer community. He decided that he was going to try to go down to get into Gaza to help people as best he could. The initial stages of the journey was to go to Cairo. He was just invited to something called the Doha Forum, which was on the 10th and the 11th, which he attended. And then he met up with some other people like Sean King and this guy Rathbone, who's another influencer here, they both went. So Quinn right now is in the Cairo area. The goal they're doing is trying to get people working together, get more volunteers, find out what groups are the best ones if he finds any that are good to donate money to, so that when and if the border crossings open up to provide aid to the people of Gaza, that people like me and you who donate, the money reaches them and the aid gets there. There was somebody earlier that came on named Quicksilver, I think Quicksilver's still listening, who made a comment thinking that there may be agents of the Egyptian government that are inside of this circle that Quinn's been meeting to kind of monitor what's going on. And then additionally said that it's going to be very difficult or impossible without significant interference by the Egyptian government to get goods through the Rafah border crossing, because they control it with their military, and that they're doing things like taking new things out of shipments and replacing them with used stuff, or charging them some sort of a fee, or both. So that's all I understand. And there's no way right now for anything to get in other than what the Israelis allow in there. So that's where things may be. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm not trying to be rude to this person. They've been nice enough to come on. If it is legit, they're just trying to do something good for Quinn, which I appreciate. And if it is something else, well, the world's a strange place, right? Okay, we had a couple people in the queue, 3 people in here. I'll try to finish it out. So other Quicksilver, I'm not going to bring you back up. Okay, I'm just let you know we've talked it out, and therefore, I don't believe that it's worth it. And that's where it is. There's no more to be said about it. Okay, we have my favorite fruit and then Freedom Philistine, and that's got to be it. I've been on for 3.5 hours. Hello? Yep. Good. Okay. 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 Hold on. One sec. People are saying that they can't hear your microphone. I can hear you, but the audience can't hear you. So here's what I'd like you to do, if you don't mind. Go out of the guest queue, get out of TikTok, come back in and look for my live under. It's Chip Barnes 67 is my ID. Once you come back in, your microphone will work. When you come back, I'll take you right up. Okay? Did you hear me? Okay. Okay, I think she heard me. All right, so let me bring her down. Hopefully she does that. And that was my favorite food. Is it my favorite food or Freedom Philistine? I can't remember who did what. Let me take them out. Oops, I'm inviting Freedom Philistine to come up. Sorry if I screwed that up. I don't remember the names I had up. This is Freedom Philistine, I believe. If they come through, that may be her coming back in. Hey, Bilal. Bilal was riding around in his vehicle in I think it was Jerusalem. Maybe I'm wrong about that, or maybe it was Bethlehem. My favorite fruit. Let's try to bring her back up. For some reason, Freedom Philistine is not connecting. My favorite fruit is a banana and apples. I don't know about yours. Thank you. This is Fraser the cat. He's a male, about 14 years old, so he's a very independent spirit. He doesn't really like to, he comes on lays on your chest once in a while, but that's about it. All right, well, they're not coming up. I don't know why. My suggestion is to those of you who aren't coming up, this is the best way to do it. I'm sorry it's a pain in the ass. If you leave the live, come back, and a lot of times if you close the TikTok app and then restart the app and then come back into the live, these kind of problems fix themselves. If you're willing to do that, you don't have to. I want to see if Ali is still in here. I doubt he is, but if you don't know, Ali is somebody whose live I was on last night. He was very kind enough. He has a pro-Israeli stance, and his sort of debate topic was like the subject: should the U.S. support Israel? And I touched both sides of it. I said, from the American empire standpoint and those who have interest in that type of stuff, yeah. But in terms of the population, I said no. Because think about it this way: who's hated the most in the world right now in terms of countries? Israel, right? Their reputation has been absolutely destroyed, and the U.S. because they're supporting it, right? So therefore, if you're an American citizen and there's somebody who comes into the country that's Palestinian, you never know what's going to happen. I'm against people doing anything violent, but there's a lot of anger right now, right? And people, when they're angry, do things, and I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, there could be an attack. There may never be. I hope there isn't. But Can I go over what the UN resolution that passed entails? Yeah, there's a UN resolution. I don't know which one you're referring to. If you're talking about the one that sort of condemns the fact that the Security Council, that's like an end run on a Security Council member, or the one that's wanted to dispel somebody, it's not going to go through either way. Just to let you know, the U.S. controls the UN. Enough said. Nothing else to be said. The U.S. controls the International Criminal Court. The U.S. is never subjected to the rules and regulations of other nation states. It dominates. And that's just the way it is. So don't worry about UN stuff. It's a waste of time. Unless somebody takes over the U.S. government who has a different set of policies, the UN won't do anything. I'm not against people putting their feelings in writing and resolutions, because I think that's a good thing to do, but they won't have any impact. We are supporting everything we supposedly stand for. Well, the thing is, the U.S. operates in a very strange way. The U.S. says all these things publicly, what it stands for, and then does none of them. And leaders have said that the U.S. is one of the most difficult nations to deal with because they're not trustworthy. They break agreements all the time. I live there. I live in the U.S., which is an embarrassment because I don't support what our government does. I mean, at all. The problem is the public, most people have no clue what the government does. And listen, I would much rather, hey, Freedom, I'll get you in. I'd much rather hold cheerleading pom-poms for my government. I want to be an American. I want to cheer on my team, right? The problem is those people that are very American-centric and that are very patriotic have no clue what the government does on behalf of Americans. They're fed a diet of garbage news, and they have bullshit talking points from their community. They watch NFL football, they go hunting, they watch NASCAR. They're fucking clueless. Now, I'm not saying that to be mean to them, because most people just are a product of their environment, right? And so just like us, we didn't know certain things at certain times, so it's not their fault. But Americans are victims of their own ignorance, arrogance, and misinformation from their media system in their life. That's unfortunately the situation that we find ourselves in. So let's bring up Freedom Philistine, or my favorite fruit. I'll try to put you back in, Freedom. Here you go. Put you back in with an invite. Let's see if it works this time. Coffee. Iced coffee. Yuck. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. God, I'm glad you made it. Good deal.
Okay, great. There's nothing wrong with hunting. As a matter of fact, I'm a hunter-gatherer because growing up in Palestine.
No. Let me clarify. I was not disparaging hunters. What I mean is
No, I know,
different
but
other
I'm not one of the NASCAR followers either. So
That's okay. They were all
I'm
examples
a
of distractions. That's all. There was just examples of
I'm a blue-blooded Palestinian American that believes in freedom and equality for everybody. And, I have a voice like you do, and I had a voice on the radio circuit. But all I need to say to you, Chip, is be careful and don't trust anybody.
Okay.
Because I trusted somebody that pretended to be a Vietnam vet that turned out to be working with CID. You know what CID is, right?
Criminal Investigation Division.
Right. So they had somebody set me up with something, and he was trying, as I think of it now, he was trying to get me to do a lot of illegal things. So they could do a federal thing on me, but they couldn't do that. So they did a state thing, tried to imprison me for 4 years. So that's why I'm warning you to be careful, because that's what they do. Anybody that wants to speak up against the rogue government that we have in Washington right now is, susceptible to attack in many ways, shapes, and forms. They don't
I
care who they
expected.
take out.
I expect it, and I'm never, ever, ever going to do anything intentionally illegal. They may claim that something I've already done becomes
Oh
illegal
yeah, that's
retroactively.
what they do. What they did to Fiona, I heard your thing earlier with Fiona. What they did to her is exactly what they do. I mean, they want to silence everybody, no matter what it takes. And
Yeah, I mean, in
that's
fairness, I don't know the laws regarding the way speech is interpreted by law enforcement. I would imagine there was an element of what you just described, but there may, in fairness, have been elements that are actually transgressing the law. So I don't know the lawyers and or the laws would have to be interpreted for me to make that. I don't know. So again, and the other thing about Fiona that I find a little bit challenging is that she seems to have this sort of I don't give a fuck about anybody attitude. I'm going to talk, say what I want, which is a way to do things, but I don't think it's the best way to do things. I think that
Right.
she'd be much better served by a different tact. But if that's her choice, I'll support her supporting of Palestine, which I appreciate for anybody. But I can't have people on my platform saying those things with the regular because that doesn't fit my style
Right.
and my identity and my brand, so to speak.
And that not the finance minister, but the guy that they put in charge of the West Bank or the settler program in Israel
Yeah.
actually threatened everybody. He's like, we're not afraid to fight Americans and stuff like that. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, we're going to come and get you. So this is their mentality. So
Well,
that's their mentality is to try to strike down everybody. And once again, as I had a Zionist DA, district attorney, try to say because I was Palestinian and doing a radio show, therefore I was a terrorist. So they tried to label me under that that ideology, and of course it couldn't work because they had nothing to prove. And then they said that I was trying to incite a revolution, and I was like, yeah, the marijuana revolution, but that's about it.
real quick, real quick. Let me mention something to the chat. Listen, everybody's got a different opinion about what to do here. I will make one suggestion to those of you, if you don't mind. If you have a desire for some changes to be made to the background or what topic or whatever, be polite. Say like, would you mind or please or whatever. That's courtesy. Change the picture now is not something I'm going to respond to just because it's very directive and commanding, whatever. Like I said, if you want to get your own live or if you want to check somebody else's live who doesn't have a cat picture, you're welcome to do so. Okay, sorry to interrupt you. I want to bring on the other person
I
that's my
guess you're
favorite
afraid of
fruit.
cats, huh?
Whatever it may be. And listen, if people don't like cats, I love cats. I love all animals, actually. And, like I said, different strokes for different folks. But thanks for coming on. I appreciate it very much.
No worries. Thank you, Chip.
All right, terrific. Nice stuff. Nice to hear that he wasn't able to get caught up in that stuff. Yeah, that's probably real. I mean, people like me and others that are outspoken, who knows what's going to happen? I think in countries like this that are what I call the downslope of empire, more and more of this stuff's going to come to bear because it makes sense. People are going to be more marginalized and more pissed off, and they'll be making less money. Their lifestyle's going the wrong way, and they get angry, right? And they want to blame somebody, and they're more likely to, rabble rouse and or get active, right? So probably more repression coming in terms of speech and or other stuff. So let's see if it's my favorite. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay.
Yes,
What would you like to
hear
say?
me. Can you hear me?
It's your turn. It's your turn. You got the floor. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very
Can
much.
somebody just please can somebody in the chat confirm they can hear the guest? Yeah, they hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, good. So first of all, again, thank you very much for all you do. We love you for it in the Middle East.
Okay.
Second of all, I just wanted to comment on what Quicksilver had said. Many things. He said some things that are probably true, some things that are not. One thing I wanted to note is that his accent didn't seem Palestinian to me. Palestinian English, no, not Palestinian English. So he probably isn't Palestinian. I don't know. I don't wanna judge. About Osama Fawzi, what he said, the Osama Fawzi guy is a journalist. He is based off of Houston, Arab Times, correct. Tabloid genre. So he's a tabloid man. He has hits and misses. So not everything he says is necessarily accurate or sourced. About Quinn, I am a member of Quinn's team in Doha.
Cool.
And I actually sent you a message through Quinn. I don't know if he delivered it or not. Quinn is, listen, I mean, what he said about being infiltrated, it's more probably true than not.
Okay.
It's not something to be, I don't think it's something to be raising alarm bells about because in the Middle East, in Egypt and the Middle East, being infiltrated is like having your morning coffee. So, you know,
Got it.
so as long as he's not like inciting anything against the regime, which he's not,
Right.
he's fine. And he is surrounded by people who know the terrain over there extremely well. So I'm not
Good.
worried about him. And he was just, by the way, communicating like, I don't know, his last communication was like a couple of hours ago. So he's fine. He's in good hands.
That's good. That's
Uh,
glad to hear. Now, and I'm not taking it personally, but if you do have contact with him, tell him that we were going to do a live together at some point, and I have about 3 messages or so, one in his email and a few on Telegram. So I know he's busy and he's probably navigating a lot of stuff. If he has time, I'd love to hear from him in one way or the other. And if he wants to go live, I'd love to do it.
I will let him know. I will let him know, definitely. And
No pressure though. No pressure. It's whatever. It's
no,
not
no,
about
I'll
me.
let
It's
him
about,
know. I will give him a ring. Usually I touch base like very frequently. So I'll give him a ring, I'll let him know. But I wouldn't worry about him at the moment. Oh, and one more thing I wanted to say about the aid point that was raised by both of your guests. Look, it's mayhem out there, okay?
right.
So crap will happen, no matter what, crap will happen. But there are also, that we know, that the entire world knows of, there are 18,000 trucks waiting to be delivered. So I
Yep.
don't think anyone will mess with that when the borders are open. I don't think the Egyptians will, like the Sisi regime will mess with that. I don't think so. Also, like for example, when the Qatari mission delivers its aid, or the Kuwaiti mission delivers its aid, it delivers the aid with delegates from that country. So
Yep.
this is supervised. It's not they just throw it and leave, you know. So
Makes sense.
like each country supervises its aid packages. So not much crap. Yani, of course there will be crap, but
Yep.
it mostly is supervised. I don't foresee much of this looting happening, especially since this is such a high-profile issue at the moment. And what your Egyptian guest said is true. When the entire world is watching, even if they want to do something bad, they will not. You know, so that's just about it. This is my 2 cents in the matter. Thank you very much for your time. We love you.
Sure.
Thank you. You do.
Yeah, thanks. It's my pleasure to do all this. Yeah, people are saying nice things in the comments. I appreciate that. If you say something jackass in all caps, I mean, I don't like to put people out. That's the first time I've ever done it, by the way. Usually someone named Maz, who, by the way, has to get some sleep. She's normally helping, but she lives in UK, so that's 5 hours ahead. So she came on today. I started at, I think 12 noon, so she came on around 5 o'clock, and then she's got to go to bed. So I understand that. So that's my first time ever knocking somebody out. It said I used to get beat up in high school. So I've never been in a fight before, which is crazy. Actually, I was in one skirmish when I was about 11 or 12, but it was like real quick, like, pushing or something. But no, I've always avoided fights. I had somebody attack me one time. I was in Washington, D.C., doing some work, and we stopped to get a bite to eat. We're sitting on the curb. It's like a festival. And these 4 guys came up and just wanted to pick a fight. And they were drunk. And anyway, one of them socked me. So part of my tooth is chipped from that guy hitting me. All I did was push his friend away. It was coming up in my face. Anyway, I'm not into violence. Better to walk away and live another day. I think Quicksilver wanted to do something here, but no, I just want to cover a couple things. Yeah, I mean, listen, life is crazy, right? But I've always learned that there's no fighting is idiotic, right? It doesn't accomplish anything. People just get hurt, right? And if somebody says something to you that's mean, you don't have to, whatever. I think fighting is idiotic. Anyway, somebody's asking what the discussion is. I'll introduce myself briefly, real quick. I'll go till 4 o'clock. We're already here, so what the hell? My name is Chip Barnes. I'm a former Army officer. I was in the first Gulf War, so military background. I was in a tank on the front lines. So I've seen combat. It's not nice. It sucks. So what's happening in Gaza is unthinkably horrible. I didn't experience anything of that, but that highway of death thing, that if you saw the vehicles from that what was called the rave concert, that everyone's wondering how that all happened, that happened by helicopters. I can tell you right now, I have seen vehicles face to face with my own eyes that were exactly like that. Okay, those vehicles that had melted with people inside, these were shot with what's called Hellfire missiles. If you know much about Apache helicopters, there's a gunner that's in the helicopter that has a 50 caliber machine gun that will blast the hell out of people. The rounds are like small carrots. They're huge. and they just destroy things. They blow your body apart. It's disgusting. But the Hellfire missiles, they're made so that they explode with an incendiary explosion, and they just burn the hell out of anything they hit. And they're made for that. They're made to incendiary to destroy vehicles and armored vehicles and stuff like that. So a car is it's, forget about it. It's such a thin metal. So that's why people were burned. It wasn't that the H group stopped them and burned them. It was because they were hit with Hellfire missiles. The Israeli government is denying it, but there has been evidence coming out bit by bit with different video and stuff. They're saying that it was not geolocated there, but listen, the proof is in the evidence, right? If you have a structure in a kibbutz that has massive damage to the structure that couldn't be done by an RPG or small arms, which is just M16s or whatever, or AKs, it has to have been done by a tank or artillery or mortars. That's it. I mean, I was in the military. I've seen this shit firsthand. I've been in an Apache helicopter, so I know how this all works. So anyway, so there's a lot of questions about what happened on that day. My take is I follow Scott Ritter. If you don't follow Scott Ritter, I highly advise you follow Scott. Scott is a military analyst. He was the guy who went in front of Congress and said back in 2002 or 3, there's no WMD. He was a UN weapons inspector. So he knows that he was actually in Iraq. He did the inspections. He went in front of Congress when they were doing that whole sales pitch to get in there. And he basically said, go to hell. And there's a great interaction. If you type in Scott Ritter, Joe Biden was a senator on the committee, was grilling Scott Ritter, basically dressing him down, saying that he doesn't know what the hell, and there was no WMD, right? Now, Scott is persona non grata in the standard media because he's a truth teller. And he did analysis of the Ukraine war that was unflattering to the Western narrative. He didn't root for one side or the other, although he does have relationships with certain people that are Russian. So people were, saying he's a Russian asset. He writes a column. He's an amazing guy. I've met him. And he writes. He's a skilled writer. He writes like columns periodically. And people got to get paid, right? I mean, you got to do something. I got to get paid too. I'm not making any damn money. But as an individual, you have a family, you have a mortgage. So he would get paid for a column like, $500 or something like that for writing a very well written, like 5 or 6 page column if we did it all. And he's a good writer and he's a smart guy. Now, is he tainted? I don't know. I mean, he has something that happened in his past. And by the way, I'll just let you know, I know guys that have problems with, you would call it lusting or whatever. Men have a weird thing with relationship with that stuff. They're very intense that way. And a lot of men have these addictions, right? They have these problems where they can't stop doing it. It's like a behavior cycle. And I think Scott experienced that in his younger years. And the way it everyone's manifests differently. I know a guy who went to jail for looking at images of underage, like whatever it's called. It's like child P or whatever they call that stuff. And he's a great guy and he's in recovery. Right. So he's not done it for many, many, many years. He's sober, quote unquote, that way. And I think that's what Scott went through. Scott's manifestation, I think he was in a chat room or something like that. And I think it happened twice. So he initially got in trouble. It happened again. This is like 25 years ago or whatever. I don't know exactly the timing, but everyone says that when he says something, they marginalize him because of what happened in his past. Okay, you can take that tack. I tend to look at somebody I've been through hardship. I've done some stupid shit. I've been in trouble. I've been to jail 3 times. I've been incarcerated, not for long periods of time, but if you think that disqualifies me to talk about this, you can, send me packing. But my stuff was marijuana related, in case you're wondering. I used to cultivate it, and I used to have a delivery service that was it before it was fully legalized. So that's my big transgression against the world. Hopefully, it's all legal now. That's the crazy thing. Where I live, it's fully legal. Like it's like going to buy beer or something. So you can just walk in as long as you're 21. You just get it. So I don't use the stuff. I never used it. I tried it in college, but I'm not a user of anything. I don't drink alcohol or, I'm more of a, I'm just trying to protect my health. I'm sick from the Gulf War. Anyway, enough about me. For those of you who don't know me, though, I do a lot of geopolitical analysis. I have a lot of knowledge in a lot of subjects because I'm kind of an information geek. I've studied mostly from other people's work, like read books and followed internet stuff. And then my skill is this: I can take a wide variety of information, I can kind of distill it down and kind of present it in a way that's kind of easy to digest. That's it. So anyway, so there's some people I follow on my Twitter. So what I recommend, if you don't have Twitter or you don't know much about Twitter, you've never gone there, understandable. Okay. And I'm not trying to push people away from TikTok, right? These platforms kind of compete for your attention, right? So folks at TikTok, I'm not promoting it, but I do have a list where I can't put it here. So it's on my Twitter feed, which is just my name, Chip Barnes. And it has all the people that I've found in my journey that I've learned all this stuff from. Not everybody, but most of them. And so if you want people that I think are objective, that aren't bought off, that don't take corporate money and aren't part of the traditional media, go check them out. I mean, if you find one that's doing something bad, tell me. But believe it or not, some of the people that I follow, if you go to Wikipedia, like Eva Bartlett, they slam her. They say she's a conspiracy theorist. She's not a conspiracy theorist. She's telling the truth about stuff that the government doesn't want people to hear. So whenever she went to Syria and reported, she went to the eastern part of Ukraine and reported, and now she's working on some stuff related to this. And she's been in the West Bank. I mean, she takes a lot of risk. And Eva is great. I mean, I think Eva's wonderful. But people that stand up against the establishment get vilified. I'll probably get vilified soon enough if I get a big enough following. Eva Bartlett. Eva, EVA, Bartlett, like the pear, Bartlett. So I love Eva. She's a great writer. She's very courageous. She lives a very difficult life because of what she does. And I respect people who take risks like what Quinn's doing, you know? And maybe he's not in risk right now, but if he were going to Gaza and there was still some conflict, you know, you could get blown up, right? And that's amazing to take that kind of risk. So I did it when I was in the war. You know, I'm not some hero, but you think about that stuff, right? You're going into a combat zone. You never know what's going to happen, right? Excuse me, I'm allergic. You know, even though I have animals, I'm kind of allergic, and sometimes it gets on me. Just a sec. Damn. Ugh, so messed up. Anyway, so my background is what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build a media organization. I'm brand new at this, so who knows? But I'm trying to build like a team of people that are kind of like me, and I'm gonna organize it differently. It's not going to be a company where I make the money. That's not what I'm about. I have some expenses like all of us do, but I'm trying to get enough in that I can do this full time and cover that. I may have to borrow some money until I can get enough coming in. But I want to hire a staff, and I want it to be a democratic, cooperative company so that everybody has an ownership stake, from the person that does, quote unquote, the lowest work, whatever that means, and the person that does the management, whether it's me or somebody else that helps out. So the difference between a cooperative and a normal company, it's a flat organization. It's not hierarchical where you have meetings. No. Now, there are people that occupy roles in the company that are similar to the roles, but they don't get paid like gargantuan amounts of money. So everybody gets a benefit from the company. The money stays in the community. It's not going up to Wall Street. And there's no investors to pay off. So all that money goes back to the employees. And you go to work, and this is the crazy part, get this. If you're a worker there, if you work in the company, you're an owner, right? So the money that comes in, you get. And there's bonuses in addition to your salary. If the company makes X amount of money over above what your salary is or your hourly, you can vote to get that money, like go to the staff. Or you can vote to put it back into growing the company, but it's democratic. This is the other cool part. The workers rate the managers, not the other way around. So as a manager, you got to do well by your staff or you get kicked out or demoted or whatever. So it's a really cool model. And it also offers objectivity because you don't have to take corporate money and have to be accountable to shareholders. So the goal of it is to have a bunch of honest, straightforward, some different people. I want to get some younger people. I'm 56 and I'm a white guy. I have my angle. I want to get some people from diverse backgrounds, maybe somebody who's trans, or maybe somebody who's African American, or maybe somebody who's Asian, or whatever, just to have some different viewpoints and mix it up a bit. But the principle is the key part. Having a principled approach with objective analysis and be fair. And then if something's wrong, you admit it and fix it, right? That's like honest, ethical ways of doing stuff. So that's the goal. And the cool thing is that whole issue itself, it can be documented as content, right? We can start with the genesis of it right now. Here's me just doing my thing. But as it grows and you learn about the people that come on board and we build it, how cool is that? I'm going to save that content for the people that support us, most of it, like behind the scenes. So that way, if you support our growth, you get to see how it happened. I think that's pretty cool. But who knows? It may not get off the ground. Most companies fail, right? But I'm going to try to do it. I have a lot of health issues, unfortunately. And I don't know how much more mileage my car has, but hopefully it doesn't break down before it's too soon. But anyway, so that's kind of what I'm working on. And I think more and more businesses, I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've always been self-employed. I've had like 2 jobs in my life and I got fired from both. Too much of a rabble rouser, asked too many damn questions. Anyway, but I'm very much a self-starter, although what I'm dealing with has made it tougher. But I'd like to start other businesses that are flat in the same way, because doesn't it sound great to go to work and you don't have to feel like you're being stuck in a corner and being paid the least amount to be there while these rich assholes getting more money? It's like, that sucks. But if you're a co-owner, you have as much stake in the outcome that you work together. You really want to get the job done because you got money coming your way, right? It's pretty awesome. Or you can vote to donate some of the money to a cause that matters. You could say, let's take $50,000 of the company's money. Let's help people in Gaza or whatever. So there's a charitable portion, but just to let you know, in the path that I'm on right now, I got $2,600 a month in expenses. That's very lean for a person in this day and age. So rent, car, insurance, internet, phone, just the bare bones, and then, just getting the food and stuff. So I don't travel. I don't go out to dinner. I don't buy fancy shit. I try to live a minimal life. I have more fun walking with my dog in the park than anything else. That's fun. Anyway, and then any extra money I get in, I'm going to use to start staffing this thing. I'm going to keep on my website, which is chipbarnesonline.com, until we pick a name. Yeah, somebody says that's their rent alone. Yeah, a lot of people have more expenses. I have a dog, and I adopted a dog and two cats. The cats are older, and the dog is 4. Anyway, so people are going to want to work there, right? And once people understand and see some of this content, they're like, damn, whoever's in that company. So you get better people too, because everybody wants to be a part of an ownership model, right? Why wouldn't you? So that's the cool thing. You get great people, and then, the more it does well, it gets even more. So it just creates this good vibe, right? So the names are Fraser, who's the black and white cat you see here. The orange tabby is Barney. I'll go let you take a look. And then, of course, Ruby. And my place is it's very bachelor. I mean, look how messy it is. And I've done some trading and investing. That's why I have my monitors set up like that. I don't even watch TV anymore. I don't even have cable. So let me show you Barney. Let me get the, oh, you didn't see my place let me get the effect off here. There we go. So here's Ruby. Say hi, Ruby. Hello, puppy. Hello. How you doing? Oh, look at you. You're so cute. And then here's Barney. Barney, you want to say hi to everybody? Yeah? What's up? What's up, kitty? Oh, good kitty. All right. So anyway, that's my little world, the dog. And let me show you Fraser in real time. Yeah, I'm a huge animal lover. If you look at my profile, it says truth seeker, animal/nature lover, and then it says peace, not war. Here you go, Fraser. You want to say hi to everybody? Yeah? Hey, oh, stretch. Good boy. Oh, yeah. There you go. So, yeah, I love cats and dogs. They're cool. All right, back to the kitchen here. So anyway, we'll see where that goes, right? I mean, it's kind of interesting. Now, in terms of the subjects that I've studied, here's the cool part. If I can ever get my act together and start posting some longer form content, I got some really cool stuff to share. So first of all the geopolitical stuff, like across the board, Ukraine, Russia, what's going on in South Sudan, what's happening in the Congo, what's going on with what's happening in Yemen. All these subjects I've studied, I know a lot about them, and I want to start getting it documented, but I have to learn how to make videos with like OBS Studio, where you can bring in maps and videos and all this shit like that. I don't know how to do that yet. So my game is very minimal. But if I get some good people on board, then they can teach me or help me do this stuff. So I've been on this this is my 2nd month. I'm starting my 3rd month of doing this, so I'm still new. Well, I don't want to talk about the details now. We're getting right up to the edge of the 3 hours. Actually, this has been 4 hours, so I got to take a break. I got other stuff I have to do. Let me turn that off for now. But I'll get into it, and we can have these topics come up in lives. I mean, all of these lives are going to be recorded and all put up on YouTube and Rumble. If you don't know what Rumble is, it's just like YouTube. It's just a different company. Okay. So, and listen, this is the cool thing. I talk a lot about systemic issues. So there's like don't leave. Hey, listen, I love doing this. I think this is what I was meant to do. I can't believe I didn't start till I was 56, but so be it. But my life experiences, I had to get them in before I could do it, right? So this is great news. Yeah, I think that company idea is pretty cool, right? And Viv, by the way, who just made that comment, she's actually offered to help me with some of the marketing. And one of the things you have to do in any business, you have to identify what's called your target audience, your niche. But I'm looking more for types of people than a niche on content. And the best thing for me to get is people that are open-minded and critical thinkers that like to challenge their beliefs. That's kind of the profile of a person I want to talk to. And I think people on here are like that, or you wouldn't be here listening, right? You're kind of trying to figure shit out and listen to somebody and see if you can make sense or challenge your thoughts. So that's how I am. Anyway, and I really have trouble with people who aren't that way. Like I'm not mean to them, but if I can't break the ice with a conversation about issues that matter, I don't want to talk about the football game or the you know, what you bought, the sweater you just bought from Amazon. It just doesn't mean anything. Stuff's all pointless to me. But I understand why people like that kind of stuff. It's a way of kind of getting away from all the stuff they don't want to think about. Some people don't want to think about any of this stuff. They want to, like my mother's a perfect example. She's a beautiful person, but she says, I want to maintain my ignorance because I'm happier that way. And that's probably smart, right? I'm probably driving myself nuts with all this shit. But I kind of feel like it's my duty, since I've learned a lot about stuff, to kind of get it out before whatever happens. What I consider being a Muslim, I want to study the tenets of Islam because a lot of people have talked about it. I'm more of a principalist than a religious adherent. Let me explain that. Okay, so the tenets of most major religions I agree with. There is one that I don't agree with, which is hard for most people. This is why I have a hard time adhering to the strict doctrine of the religion. I don't understand enough about the deity part of it, right? Because of the scientific things that have been acknowledged through our technological advancements, some of the origin stuff that are talked about in the Abrahamic religions, I just can't get my head around. Now, I don't understand how any of this shit came to be. My guess is that we live in our dimension, right? Our state of consciousness is one thing. And I think there's another space or level or dimension that we can't get. And I'm guessing that's how that works, because I've never met somebody that has that Big Bang thing makes no sense to me. And what the fuck happened before that, right? It doesn't, whatever. So I feel like the best word for me is I'm confused. I don't know somebody else's thing is not right, but I don't have any evidence to prove it is either. So that's why I'm a skeptic, which is what drives the way I communicate. And that applies to religion too. But the tenets of religion, better to give than receive, don't transgress against your neighbor, don't lie. I agree with those principles, and I don't always abide by them. I guess I'm a sinner or a human like we all are, but you can aspire. I was thinking about this morning. And isn't it interesting how we always have an aspiration for ourselves of what we want to do or who we want to be. And then there's the real us, but we sort of think of ourselves in terms of conversation and being public about our aspirational self, right? And I do some of that too. So, but anyway, it's just fascinating how that's just sort of the human condition of being aspirational. And I'm trying to meditate more, right? That's one of my goals, is to kind of just calm the fuck down. But somebody says, yeah, I mean, listen, I don't want to be a faker, like a false person. I don't want to front. I'm just kind of done with that. Like, this is it, take it or leave it, whatever. Like Quinn will say, swipe the fuck on, and that's okay. But as far as taking that on, yeah, I want to read about it. And I think being open to anything, who knows, maybe it'll change my mind. I don't know. But somebody mentioned like golf, he said. Oh God, that's like he said golf. Like Quran talks about golf. It's like, I doubt it. I do play golf, by the way. Let me show you my golf clubs. I'm not that good. I used to be good, but not anymore. There's my club. Look at my military bag. There are my clubs. I don't know if I ever plays golf on here. The reason I like golf, I hate the fact that golf courses are pesticide havens and they destroy the environment. And it's a waste of land. We should have homeless shelters on golf courses. I agree with that. So that makes me a fucking hypocrite. But it is fun. It's very hard. If you ever watch people on TV, they're so good. It's not how it is in the real world. And to consistently hit the ball straight and hit it clean and putt well and do it for every 18, it's hard, man. When I was younger, I played 6 days a week. I had a company. I'd get up at like 6 in the morning. I'd go to work. I'd work till like 4 o'clock. And then I'd go play golf until it got dark during the summer, every single day. And I got my handicap down to 2, which was, for those who don't know, that means you're usually shooting about 2 strokes over par. Most golf courses are par 72. So I was shooting like low to mid 70s, like every time. It was awesome. And then I just started to get older, and it just kind of all came down. Now I'm what's called a 13 handicap. Oh, Quinn just came on. Quinn just connected me right where we're talking. That's amazing, man. So I just sent him, I said, can you go live? Yeah, what's going to happen? No, my battery's fine. Quinn messaged me on Telegram, so I jumped over to talk to him real quick. So I may have to jump back to kind of figure. I was saying, can you go live with me on TikTok? But I don't know if he can. I invited him. But either way, now that we've been in contact, I can mention that thing from earlier. Yeah, meditating is amazing. And I'm sure prayer, I've tried prayer before too. And I have to admit, even though I don't have a deity, I've just kind of prayed to the universe. Get down on your knees and just be humble. That's a good thing, right? You kind of get outside yourself. You kind of let go of some of your problems. That's pretty cool. But I don't do it regularly. I mean, I'm trying to get so much done right now. It's probably bad because basically the more you try to work sometimes, the less you get done. It's good to take time to recharge your batteries. Yeah, prayer can be really cool. But again, I don't really understand it, but sometimes it's better just to do something, just to do it and not try to question it, right? It can help. Anyway, so I do want to share a couple quick things. If you like my style, you liked what I talk about, you want to be a part of it, I'm really happy to have anybody's support. I don't want to be the guy that's running a telethon 24/7 because that's annoying as hell. But I do need some support along the way, so I have to include it somewhere. So I have a link tree, and the cool thing about my link tree, you can follow me on my TikTok backup account really easily. It's just right on there. If you don't know what a link tree is, it's a way for a content creator to have a one-click connection to a list of all the stuff they do, so you don't have to go bouncing around with names and shit. So on my link tree, it covers, you know, my Instagram and etc. You'll see it, and then it also has some cool groups that we've created where people are getting together to do some of these things that bypasses the political system, which is broken. And then I have some funding sources. I have like Venmo and what's it called, Cash App, and I have PayPal, Patreon. My Patreon is cool. This is the cool thing. So I'm going to be doing lives only on my Patreon people. So probably one of these scheduled lives a week, I'm going to cover something new, and only the people that help support are going to get it. It's probably going to be a small audience at first, like 10 people, but it's going to be cool. I'm going to be making videos that people on Patreon get them 2 weeks early. So if I make a video about, I don't know, Congo or Ukraine or whatever, the people that are my Patreon people get it for 2 weeks, and then I post it publicly. So that's how I'm going to do that. I'll be posting teaser clips, like really small segments to kind of give people a clue and then get them over, but they're not going to get it for 2 weeks. So probably a few days before that 2 weeks up, I'll put the teaser out. So yeah, I mean, listen, it's taken me a long time and following a lot. I've read probably maybe 500 books to try to figure, maybe more, to figure this shit out. And I never figured out one thing myself. I just listened to a lot of people and kind of make sense of it all. And, you know, the world's a puzzle and you're constantly figuring stuff out. And the cool thing is you're always learning. If you're not married to your views, you don't have any ego, and you don't have, it's not part of your identity. It's just part of your current beliefs, and you can change them as you learn more. And don't get, you know, defensive, you know. And listen, I'm not perfect. Sometimes people will say something that sets me off. One guy out here one time said, I don't know what it was. It kind of ticked me off. Once, you know, you get pissed off sometimes when people say, I mean, I have an ego too, and people tell you what to do. Like earlier today, somebody said, get that cat off your screen or whatever. I'm like, dude, start your own live and put your own background over, or swipe the hell on, you know, whatever. I love the fact that Quinn said that. He said, listen, if you don't like my content, he said it this way. He said, swipe the fuck on. And Quinn's a little more direct than me. But yeah, the other thing is, you know, in terms of backup, right? If we rely on one place to communicate as far as audience and content creator, if something happens with that one place, we lose each other, right? It's like anything else. You want to back up your files on your computer, and a lot of people don't, and then bad things happen. You're like, fuck. On here, content creators like me and others have no control. Let me turn a light on. Yeah, content creators like me have no control. So what happens is we get a rug pull. Like what happens, this is crazy. This has happened to me this many times. So the first 2 weeks I was on, boom, 65,000 followers gone. I didn't even know to have a backup account. So the second time I came on, I had a backup account, right? And then what happened was, same thing, 2 weeks in, boom, another 66,000 gone. So then a third time it lasted 2 days, gone. Last time 2 hours. It's crazy. And then like 2 days later, the first one came back. Like the one, I have no clue how this all works. So it's out of our control. So what we humbly ask the audience to do, if you like the style and you want to keep up with me, because I've had people come back like a month later saying, where'd you go? What happened? I'm like, if you know, what I do is I move right to my backup account. If I can't, like I got my ability to go live on here was taken away for a week at one point. I don't know why. And then my accounts, like I said, it's like a light switch. You don't even, I mean, it was as if I had just downloaded the app from the App Store. I went in on a Sunday and it's like, it's just gone. I'm like, what? It's crazy. So anyway, so if you go to my link tree, the very first thing at the top, it says TikTok backup. It's 3 clicks of your mouse. So I have 96,000 followers or whatever it is. And then I have 3,000 on my backup. So I always have to beg people to go there. But here's the cool thing. I have content there of me and the dog, which is kind of fun to watch because I take her to this park and she plays around. She's a great fun dog. But then I have other videos that I've only put there that are on subjects that, you know, you're not going to see me talk about here. I'm doing that on purpose to try to get people to go check it out. Anyway, yeah, if people have done it, thank you for doing it. But I kind of enjoy this. I'd like to have more interaction with people who disagree with me because I think that's kind of fun. So if you are on here and you don't agree with my stance on either Israel Palestine or my philosophy or whatever, whatever, that's fine. It's kind of fun to share ideas with people and learn. Just to let you guys know, this is how crazy I try to challenge myself. I went to the pro-Israel rally in DC, which was different because I'm somebody who sees this a different way. But it's kind of fun to go see people who are different than you and kind of try to learn. And then, most of the people there I probably completely disagree with. And the politicians that were there speaking were disgusting. I mean, like, I cannot stand Hakeem Jeffries, whatever he is, and he's a bad, bad guy. And a lot of these people, they're just kissing up and the whole 9 yards. So it's kind of crazy. Anyway, he just keeps on going. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, I never thought I could do this. In fact, this is the funny part, and this is no joke. So most veterans like me, some people struggle with PTSD or health issues or whatever it is. So they usually assign us like a counselor, and every month they kind of check in with you. So I had been talking about doing this for like a 6-month period. Every time I got home with him, like, well, I just don't know what to talk about, and my family doesn't want to hear from me, so people probably won't listen. So I'm just really reluctant to do it. So after like 4 months of doing that or whatever, the guy goes, listen, get your phone right now, start talking into it, and if nobody listens, who gives a shit? See what happens. And then of course, first week I had like 40,000. I'm like, whoa, this is pretty awesome. So no, I'm single, never married, no kids, been single my whole life. I had a girlfriend that I was pretty close to at one point, but things just work the way they are. I probably won't be married. I'd love to be in a relationship, but I live a very reclusive life. You have to go out to meet people, right? No one's ever come to my door and said, hey, you want to go out? So you have to make an effort. And I do a lot of my own thing. So, but yeah, I mean, I'd love to meet somebody. I want to find somebody who's kind of kind and honest and, also, listen, I work out, I have my whole life. My mother says, you're too restrictive. I don't want to be with somebody, and this is, if you're bigger, I don't mean to disparage you, but we all have our personal preferences, right? And I've had a lot of women that like me, but they're big, and I'm just not into that. That's just not my thing. So I'm always open to meeting somebody. I just don't want to you ever heard of what the honeypot is? It's when the state or intelligence services use a woman to get to you. In fact, I heard a story once, the DEA hired a girl who was married to a guy for 4 years, and he finally told her what he does for a living, and then they busted the guy. So you just got to be careful, right? I mean, I don't want to be drawn into something where someone's going to basically turn on me. That would suck. And then because of marriage is a contract for economics as well as a union of two people who are in love. And I've heard horror stories of people that get married and then your whole life gets wiped out. I can't afford that, right? I don't have much money, but I just can't afford to get crushed. So I have driven for Uber, but if you don't know about Uber, I could do some great videos on Uber, man. From a business standpoint, they are amazing for them. They do stuff that really helps them make more money. But there was a major shift in between March and April of 2023. The investors were pushing the management of the company to make more profits. So what they did was they cut the driver pay by 40% 40% overnight. They just cut out all the incentives. So, and for some people, it may have been less. I had a certain style of driving where I only did short trips and I was making the most bonus money per trip. It's like, I always like to say, if somebody has $20 bills in a phone booth, why would you want to go far away from the phone booth? Come back and grab the next one. So I would only take really short trips. And I was making sometimes like $50 an hour, 60. Not anymore. The most you can make is about $26 an hour, which sounds good, right? But when you calculate in the depreciation on your vehicle, it takes it way down. So you're making about the same money you'd make working for like McDonald's or Starbucks. Why would you ruin your car? You can just drive to work, right? So anyway, that's just kind of, somebody says they have questions. Yeah, I mean, ask away. I'm always willing to listen to questions. Sometimes I don't catch the chat sometimes as much as I should, but I really enjoy this. I mean, as you can tell, I don't want to go on and on because sometimes it can get boring. I don't want to bore people, but all you need is a business license and you can be a taxi. Yeah, and you have to get what's like a medallion or something like that, which is a lot of upfront money, I think. So stock market bubble, if you look at what's happening right now, I mean, listen, you got to go with just the chart is showing, right? So I've done technical analysis. Nothing on the charts looks like a crash right now. I mean, in terms of what's happening, but you never know. I mean, anything can happen in markets. The one thing you learn about markets is predictions are very difficult to make and they're kind of a fool's errand, right? So what you do is you go with something until it changes. That's all you can do. And a lot of times you can draw a little trend line underneath the stair steps up. And as long as that stays up, you just keep going, keep buying when it pulls back to the trend line. And then if it breaks the trend line, you can look to short the market, which means you're voting against it until it goes back to a major level where there's buying pressure. It's all about supply and demand and where the institutions buy. That's what trading is. Doesn't matter. I mean, long term, it always goes up, right? Because there's more people, more economic activity. That's why it's always gone up. What about gold? Gold's been going up big time. I bought gold in 2007 when it was trading for $360 an ounce, which was awesome. Now it's trading at about $2,050 an ounce. That's futures contract. I'm not sure what the spot price is, but yeah, you too. Have a good night. See you later. Be good. Thanks, Chocoberry. Talk about Larry Fink. He's the head of a company called BlackRock. BlackRock is one of the largest funds in the world other than Vanguard, and they have a ton of money. I mean, it's a behemoth in terms of assets under management, and a lot of people have investments in BlackRock. So it's controlled by the wealthiest banks in the world and the highest net worth investors, and they have immense power. I mean, the people in finance have immense power. Now, nobody has enough money as the old historical central bankers, the ones from the Middle Ages that have maintained their wealth, and those are typically, there's like 6 or 7 families that have. They make Elon Musk look like he's poor. I mean, these people have some real, like, trillions of dollars of wealth. So anyway, and they're the people, by the way, who get to really call the shots. They're the ones who supported the Balfour Declaration. They're the ones who supported the implementation of Israel. Now, I'm not going to do a Fiona Ryan on this shit and start naming different ethnicities, but in terms of sheer numbers, like math, let's just talk about objective math. There is, if it was people from Eritrea that occupied positions of power and wealth in a society, it would be noteworthy, right? If they have a very small population, but they have more control over positions of power, you'd say, that's kind of interesting. How come the Eritreans have, this amount of this and this amount of that, right? That's interesting. Well, okay. Is Quinn in here? Did Quinn just come in? Hey, Quinn's here. See if we can get Quinn up as a guest. Quinn, come on up. Let me invite Quinn up, guys. I'll stop talking about investments. We can talk about Quinn the Eskimo and down in Egypt. By the way, I have something very interesting to share with you, Quinn, once you give us an update.
What's up, man? How are you?
Fan-fucking-tastic. How are you doing?
I just said I gotta go check on Chip. I haven't talked to him in a long time, and I opened up the app, and you were there, right there. And I was like, oh my gosh, I may as well jump on and say hi.
Yeah, I'm glad you. So how are you feeling, man? How's it going?
I'm good, man. I'm back in Cairo now. So from Qatar, and it's just been a whirlwind since I got back. We had a big team meeting tonight to kind of do some of our work on some of our project updates, and now we just got back, me and my friend Ahmed, and we are just chilling. And I had said, man, I need to check in with Chip, and I just talked to May from Qatar. She said, Chip needs you to call him, because I was supposed to send you a message from her. I said, yeah, sure, I'll get it to him. But
let me do this. So for those of you who don't know who Quinn is, I'm going to just give you some background, because there may be some people on here like, who's this dude? Quinn is a very, very well-known influencer who's been on TikTok for some time. He's sort of a digital nomad, but that's the way. So he travels places and kind of documents it. One of those sort of folks. Very interesting person, very ebullient personality, very outgoing and friendly, very loving and kind. Plays music. He's just sort of this cool dude that kind of floats around and does cool shit and shows it to people. So he got involved with this issue, the Israel-Palestine issue, and he's one of these guys that's like, he's amazing at absorbing content. And so he could read or go on a website and 6 hours later sound like someone who's been doing it for 30 years. He's just that kind of person. So he got involved in this, was talking about it, and people gravitated towards him. And now he has 350,000 followers. So he's someone who's been very nice to me. I've enjoyed knowing him, and he's doing great things. Now, he took a journey down to try to get into Gaza, to try to help whatever can be done to make a difference for the poor people and get aid to them. But we all know there's a huge block right now. Nobody can get over there. The whole thing is fucked. So he's down there trying to do what he can do, making relationships, building a team that hopefully can go into action once something can be, freed up. And what he's doing is, most importantly, he has a website. It's QuinnTheEskimoRocks.com. One of the cool things he did, which is amazing, you can write a letter to somebody in Palestine with some heartfelt thoughts for Gaza that will go in with, they're going to print them out. It's going to go in with the aid when it finally gets in. And somebody from there will know that somebody in the West gives a shit, which I can tell you from experience in the military. Someone did that for me when I was serving in the Gulf, and it made a big difference. I'll let Quinn on a second. Finally, in addition to that, Quinn's kind of trying to vet some of the better aid groups that don't take a lot of top heavy money out so it can get to the people. So that's part of his journey, as well as doing the volunteer stuff, maybe packing a truck. He went to the Doha Forum recently. He was invited there along with this guy named Rathbone Makes Music, and he documented that. He's been putting up videos, and he's just a guy who's involved. He met Sean King, which I'm curious to see about that. And there was somebody on here today, Quinn, that said something about that. Maybe it's not the appropriate time to mention it, but I do want you to check your Telegram later because I want to share that with you so you're at least aware of what the person said. Anyway, there's Quinn in a nutshell. Quinn, go for it.
Thanks, man. You make me sound way better than I am, bro. I love you. Yeah. So basically, I came here and I didn't really know what I was going to do. And then everybody started asking me questions. They're like, a bunch of people were like, "Hey, Quinn, can I come there and help you?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, man, come on." And so a bunch of people came, and then a bunch of local Egyptians stepped up. And so then we had a group of like 30 or 40 people. And we just, we didn't know what we're doing. We're just like, well, let's just figure everything out and see what we can do to help while we're stuck here. And then everybody started asking me questions like, well, how do we get, aid in? Okay, well, can we donate stuff? Can we, support the local, the Palestinian people who've been brought over to the Egyptian hospitals, whatever, all this stuff, right? And I said, well, I don't know. Let me see if we can figure it out. And so now we've got, I don't know how many projects we got, 8 or 10, right? But I think we got like eight or 10 projects that we're working on. And it's just basically like questions that needed to be answered. And we're just trying to figure out how to answer them. But like you said, man, the whole thing's a clusterfuck. And there's so many scams out there. And there's so many people trying to take advantage, and there's a lot of people with good hearts. Actually, we had an incident tonight actually where one of our meetings was disrupted by these like unruly people who are basically just trying to, they're passionate people. They're trying to get aid trucks in, but they're skirting the law. They're doing things that are going to get them arrested. And we found out later when we did some research, they've been arrested in other countries. So there's a lot of crap like that you got to sort through to make sure you're doing things right. And it's tough, man. It's tough because you got to work behind the scenes. You can't just throw advertisements out there. I mean, we're living in a military state, right? So you got to be careful. Yeah. You can't break the laws. You can't talk bad about the government. You can't, you can't do stuff like that. And of course, we're trying. Our organization is called Project Humanity, and that's what we're here for. We're here to bring humanity, and we're here even just what we're doing, getting together. I think now we have 86 people in the Cairo group. It's just growing by the day. And so we want to make sure that we're always doing things that are going to keep people safe, that are going to respect the laws where we are, even whether we agree with them or not. And just really take our time to vet everything and go to each piece of the puzzle and make sure we ask the questions, get the documents. And those were kind of our red flags with these cowboys, I call them, is that, we asked them for the paperwork and they just never allowed, they never gave it to us. And so we're like, well, we're not donating any money. And I'm certainly not going to use my platform, to endorse your organization until I see your paperwork. That's just how it is. Right. So there's a lot of sorting through stuff like that, but Qatar was great because what happened is, Qatar is a very international place. Like, honestly, I don't think anybody in Qatar is actually from Qatar.
It's like Vegas.
They seem to be from all over the place, and it's beautiful. So they say, well, we want to start groups in our country. And so if you go to my profile now, I don't even think you've seen this, Chip. If you go to my profile now and you click on my link in bio, you'll see our Project Humanity WhatsApp groups. And now we have 17 countries represented, where people are starting groups in the different countries. And each of the groups is like a work group. And they're scheduling a local meetup. They're working on some projects that they may have, right? And then also what we're doing is we're documenting all of the projects that we're doing so that we can then share them with them, and they can do those in their own countries as well. And then we've got a general chat group where everybody from all the countries gets to chat, share links, rant if they want to, whatever. And so we're organizing it really well. And so, yeah, people are welcome to join. We did have to lock it down tonight after this situation. So now everything's admin approval. But as long as, you join through WhatsApp, as long as you got a picture and, you're legitimate, we'll let you in and we'll put you to work. And one of our first things is we're finally at the point where we're ready to send our own aid trucks in. And so we partnered with a couple of different organizations to do that. We've vetted all them. And this week we're going to be sending 8 trucks in. And what we're doing is like, we're making sure that we don't touch any money. That's like super important to us because we're not a legitimate organization, nor do we want to be. We're just some people who give a shit, like you said. And so what we're doing is the organization that we're working with is called Al Khair. And they're linked up with 2 other organizations. One, they're from the U.S., but they have an Egyptian contingent, and then one from the U.S. And what we loved most about them is that they're just so above board. They're so honest. They immediately gave us access to all of their paperwork. And the Egyptian contingent is led by a Gazan, which is awesome. And they have lots of Palestinians, you know, on staff and working and everything. It's really an amazing organization. So so they have the actual permits through the government. These are existing permits, so they can go in every day. They can send trucks every day. In fact, the day that we were down there, they were sending 17 trucks in, and they're like, "Do you want to ride along with the trucks?" And unfortunately, we were going on another meeting, so we couldn't. But we're going to be riding. Yeah, exactly. Somebody knows them in the in the comments. Yeah, they have permits, and they're like totally legit. So, so basically, what we found out is this, like. And I'll just answer some questions I know are going to come up. Like there's no donations right now of stuff, because the problem is the Israelis run such a tight ship that all of these trucks have to have an inventory, and it has to be an exact inventory, or the entire truck gets rejected. And so everything is prepackaged. It's purchased here in Egypt. There's, you know, this many boxes on a pallet, this many pallets on a truck. It's all inventoried. And then, and they've gotten on their permits the ability to send 3 of us in with the trucks. Now we can't go all the way. We can only go as far as Arish, but we can document up until the military checkpoint in Arish. And then we have to basically get out of the truck. They go to the border, unload, deliver it to the Palestinian Red Crescent trucks. They take it in, and then the truck comes back and it picks us up. But what we're trying to do right now is we're trying to document the entire process. We're going to be packing trucks this week. We're going to show everybody what's in every box, that kind of stuff. Cool. And then, show the ride through the checkpoints into Sinai, as far as Arish. So that people have credibility. And then, like, if you're in a certain country, like you're in the U.S., for example, Chip. So if you want to donate, you're going to donate to a organization in the U.S., an official not-for-profit organization, and each of the countries will purchase an actual truck. So in other words, like a medical truck costs this much, a food truck costs this much, a water truck costs this much, a tents and blankets truck costs this much, hygiene and women's projects. Trucks cost us, but there's 5 trucks basically that go in. Okay. And so then they negotiate directly with Al Khair, and the money goes from one organization to another organization. So it never goes into the hands of anybody that is not an authentic NGO or an NPO. Okay. Right. And so we want everything to be above board. We're going to publish all the papers on the website, everything like that. And it's our goal that we just have a steady stream of trucks going in. Now, of course, this is contingent on what the Israelis let in. Every day it's different. They're supposed to let 200 trucks in a day, which of course is 1/4 of the trucks that need to get in. But it's something at least. But sometimes they don't even let 200 in. Sometimes it's 50. Sometimes it's none. It depends. So sometimes the trucks get stuck at the border for a couple days. And I mean, it's so little right now that they're letting in. They're like, even Bisan posted, I think like today or yesterday, like the aid's not getting here. And that's what it feels like inside, that there's no aid coming, because literally it's like a drop in the bucket to what they need. They need 1,000 trucks a day. And so, the organization I'm talking about, you guys, is called Al Khair. And I'm probably not saying that completely. Am I saying that right?
Al Khair, yes.
Say it again.
Al Khair.
All right.
How do you spell it?
You spell it Khair. So AL, then Khair. So basically, somebody just wrote it in the comments. So Ahmed, they think you're funny. They like you. But basically, we're not ready to take donations yet. We want to publish all of the paperwork first. We want to make sure everything is like above board. Someone said I did a good job with the sound. I'm getting better. It's like one of the hardest sounds for me in Arabic. I keep messing it up. Ahmed's always like, do it from your throat. I'm like, dude, I don't know what that means.
There was Quinn. There's two other questions people mentioned in the comments. I just want to point them out. So the first one was,
Fire away.
what was the name of the group in WhatsApp so they can be a part of that if they want to?
Yeah. So that's called Project Humanity. And basically, if you go to my link in bio, it's the first link on there. It says Project Humanity WhatsApp groups. And what you're going to want to do if you want to join in there is you're going to want to get in 3 of our groups. The first one is your country group, wherever you're located, where you can connect with people in your country, get to know them, develop a family there. You know, we're using there's a personality test you may be familiar with called 16 personalities. It's a phenomenal, hey Sarah, it's a phenomenal test to kind of see what skills you're working with, what people's personalities with, and who they work well with, other personality types that they work well with. So you can structure your group really well. So a lot of people are doing that in their groups so we can start to get to know each other, get to know the skills, and then start to develop these little teams. Yes, you can have one for Canada. I just got that request tonight. I'm gonna make one for Canada. So for sure, because we'll keep adding new countries as we need. So you want to be in your country group. And then the next one is the general chat group. And the third one is the announcements group. And that's where I communicate announcements to everybody. So, and then we're going to have additional project groups. Once we get these country groups established, and then once we lock down the details on the projects, we'll have project groups for each of the different projects so that people from all the different countries can participate as they're able to do that. Yes, we do have one for the UK, and we may, like with countries like the UK, or we're going to give people, or the USA, we might have to split those into subgroups. So we may have like, a London one, or a, Brighton one, or whatever, or in the US, a Texas or a Northeast or whatever. But we're just going to grow as we need to. We're, what we tell everybody is like, listen, we're not in here to do emergency work. We're in here. This is a marathon, not a sprint. And we're in this. A lot of our projects are focused out over the next year, even, because that's when they're going to really need the help. Is when the rest of the world forgets, they're going to need the help. In March, in June, in September, in next December, things like that. So that's what we're working on is building a sustainable community for the future, and a community that can also respond to the next thing as well. There's lots of other things around the world where things like this are happening. And we want to be able to build something that we can respond to indefinitely, that's sustainable. So yeah, once again, so if you want to jump in and get involved, just go to any of my socials, search Quinn the Eskimo, you'll find me, and hit link in bio, and then just join the Project Humanity WhatsApp group, and someone will take you under their wing and welcome you and plug you in and get you involved. If your country does not have a group yet, you're welcome to request a group, and as long as you're willing to help lead it and build it, I'll make a group for you. So that's where we're at right now. So
one more question that came in. Somebody was asking, like, in terms of the specific skill sets. He mentioned he might be able to help with driving. Are there any other specialty skills you're looking for people who can come and volunteer?
So right now, we're not really looking for any special skills. We're basically just putting people on the bus and then figuring out where they're going to sit. But as far as the future, yes, we're absolutely looking for skill sets. Like in other words, we're consulting with 5 different groups right now that are coming in throughout the year. And these are groups that are going to come in for specific work trips, like doctors, medical professionals, trauma counselors, construction people, firefighters, et cetera, things like that. And so we're putting together a humanitarian guide to Gaza, which is basically encompasses everything from like language to culture to how you get into Cairo, how do you get around, where you should stay, how you get from there into Sinai, what organizations you can work with, everything. It's just a total guide. And basically we're starting it so that they don't have to. They can just come straight in to here and go straight to work. So that's basically what we're doing. Hey, listen, I have 2 Egyptians here also. My good friend, Sarah 1. We have 3 Sarahs. So this is Sarah 1. She's the first one that welcomed me here. And she's the one who gave me an apartment to stay at too. So she's a doll. And then we have, you know him well, many of you, Ahmed. Still with that darn H sound. So if you have any questions for Egyptians and not just Quinn,
Fire away. You want to say something? Here's the thing, man. I'm just gonna speak on behalf of Egyptians or Muslim community at all. We absolutely hate nobody in the world. It's something that we were raised to do as Muslims. We hate nobody. Even the Israelis, we don't hate them. I mean, some of them we hate. Some of them we understand that they have been brainwashed. So we don't take their mistakes to the others as well and just say that we hate the Israelis. It's not something in our religion. It's not something that we were raised to do. So here's the thing. If I see, for example, if we talk about Quinn, let's just say a lot of Americans are human beings. That's something I know for a fact, that they're genuine human beings. But their country might be doing bad stuff. Maybe people will say that America is just doing bad, or not doing the best job helping the peace in the world, and so on. But I know for a fact that the American people are very humanistic, and they're such great people, and they're very justice and moreover. So I know for a fact that there are many Americans that would love to help. And many of them are like over there that are on social media, or either just general human beings that are on the street. They are literally just want to help people. But the only difference that this guy came here to do it. I myself would encourage everyone to come and see, because they will learn the culture. It is something very important to learn, because America has been dehumanizing the whole Arab country and the whole Muslim community for decades. So for me, the best thing to do is come learn the culture, learn how the Palestinian people had that much courage and have that much faith in what they do. This is the stuff that American people have actually to learn. Yeah, and that's it,
brother.
and that's it. If you have any questions, you can generally just ask the questions, man. I'm all good.
Right here. They scroll. You can look at the
They lied to us. Okay. I don't think I. Yeah, just.
I don't have anything to say, but I'm just going to say hello. Hi, I'm Sarah.
Who are you?
I'm Sarah.
Okay.
Hi.
That's
Just
awesome.
check the questions.
All right, let's see if they have any other questions for my Egyptian friends. So
Just shoot it.
Fire away, guys, if you got any other questions. Let's see.
I have a question, just in general. So, in terms of the time you're spending together, I've seen some of your videos. You said the team. Are you all going out regularly as a big group, or to dinner, or what have you been doing socially?
No. So basically what we do is like once a week or once every 10 days, we try to get together as a team, and we hardly ever have everybody. It's just too tough, you know, but we tend to have usually like 30 people or so. Tonight we had a lighter group, thankfully, because it got crazy. But then basically what we do then is we're all in different project groups that we're working on. And so then that next, week to 10 days, we go out, we work on the projects in these teams, and then we come back and we report to each other. And we say, okay, here's what we found out. Here's what we're doing.
Great.
Here's what we need help on. And we have some groups that kind of like we have an admin group and a marketing group that help all the projects and stuff like that. So no, we do not provide paid employment. If you come there, we're all volunteers. We're just working and doing what we can do. Somebody said, where do we stay? We actually all stay in different locations. I myself move around quite a bit because I'm usually at most of the meetings, and then I usually just take different people with me to the meetings. And so the traffic is so crazy here that what I try to do is schedule like all the meetings in like one area. Like I'll be in like Maadi for like, a week, and I'll do all the meetings there. And then I'm over in Giza, then I'm over in New Cairo, whatever. So how long will I stay? I have no end date. I'm staying here as long as it takes to get into Gaza and work as much as I can, as much as I'm needed. And then, then I'll leave and go somewhere else. So yeah, we'll make it to our final destination. But what's really important to understand is this. Like, we've had people offer to take us into Gaza before, smuggle us in, but like we're not interested in doing that. We're interested in doing things the right way, because if we get in too early, then we're just a burden on the people, and we're using their resources. We become targets, and then they end up having to spend time and resources to save us. And so, we're not interested in that. There's plenty to do here. So, somebody knows it. Yeah, it's from Man for Man. That's right. Bob Dylan wrote it. That's right. Yeah. So in other words, we are working very carefully, very slowly, and very methodically to only do things the right way. And to obey all the laws, and it's frustrating, but like I keep saying, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And so that's really what we're doing, and it's frustrating sometimes. So somebody asked a question: Have Ahmed and Sarah ever been to Gaza? No. Do you want to answer?
Yeah.
All right, here, hang on. I'm gonna let them answer.
Okay. So
explain to them the whole.
Let's just imagine that the question is: Have Ahmed and Sarah have been ever to Palestine? So the whole Palestine for us is a dream to visit. Not only for us, for Egypt, for Morocco, for Algeria, for Saudi Arabia, for the UAE, for Qatar, for Yemen, for any Arab country or any Muslim would love to go to Palestine, because hey, we have sacred stuff there as well. We have mosques that we want to visit and stuff that we actually want to visit. We want to visit Jerusalem. So to answer your question, of course not. We haven't been to Palestine or Gaza. We would love to do so. All of us, 120 million, would love to go to Gaza. I'm sitting by someone who's going to Gaza, but me, myself, I won't be able to go to Gaza. He's coming from a whole different country, and I live a couple kilometers away, and I still don't have the option to go to Gaza. So yeah.
And why can't? Explain to them why Egyptians can't go, because they don't know.
Because we are literally the answer for that. We are Arabs. So I'll tell you a small information for you. So in the West Bank, there are Israeli and Palestinians live together, but they have Palestinian roads and they have Israeli roads. Palestinian roads with at least, I don't know, maybe 200 checkpoints and 300 roadblocks and a couple more stuff. And an Israeli road that is made only for the Israeli and foreigners, for the people who are from Israel or have an Israeli passport, and other foreigners that are not Arab. So it has to be a foreigner that is not Arab. But Arab and Palestinians go through the same road. So that gives you everything about what they think about us as well as the Palestinians. So it's just not a trip for us. It's not like something that we can go to and we do our the best to go to. It's just something impossible for us to go.
And explain that you guys were at war, because they don't know that.
Oh yeah.
You gotta explain that.
So here's the thing. At 1967, Israel took Sinai. They took the whole Sinai, and they made, of course, if you are at the point that you don't know that Sinai is a part of Egypt already, then there's a bigger problem. But the thing is, they took the whole Sinai, and they made a line. We call it Barlif.
Because they believe
Khat Barlif.
in their book
That's
that
right.
they're supposed to have.
Come and tell them.
Yeah.
Come and tell them.
So
Yeah, 'cause
this
it's
is
important.
an actual belief that they have.
Yeah, they have a belief that, of course, in their religion or in their book, that Sinai is their land as well. So they actually occupied our land. This was what?
1967.
1967.
6-Day War, yeah.
Yeah, and we fight with them, and we won actually our land back. And it got to the point that we were almost actually winning, and we were going to also going to Palestine, but of course USA also helped them and helped them with weapons, with flights and airplanes and everything. So we lost, but we took our land back. So we have history. Yeah, and we also wrote a treaty of peace. This treaty of peace told us that we can't fight together at all. We can't do anything with Israel at all, and they can't do anything with us. And we have to admit that there is an Israeli state, because that was the whole idea for them, to take our land and to make us believe that there is a state called Israel.
So here's the thing. When Israel first started in 1948, their main point was having a country and people to recognize their country. They have the same dreams till now. Like a couple of Arab countries that are still not recognizing Israel, they still want to get recognized from that country. So when they had the war with us, so here's the thing. When they took the land, they took the whole Sinai. So the whole piece of Sinai. And we have two cities that you can see on the map. If you actually open Google Maps right now and you go to Egypt, you will see Sinai, and there is a city at the top. Its name is Bor Said. And there's a city at the end, at the bottom, the name is Suez. So between the two lands, there is the Suez Canal, and the Israelis, by the time they took the whole Sinai, they made something called Khat Barlif, or Barlif Line, which is a line of defense that they had to protect the whole Sinai from the Egyptian army in case they wanted to take Sinai back. When it's a line that is consistent with 3 levels. The first level is a sand wall, which is about 60 degrees height, with a couple of explosives on it, a couple of mines in it. So people will not be able to climb, or tanks will not be able to go in and stuff like that. And then they have the second line, which is, I think there was 300 Israeli tanks all the way from Bor Said to Suez. And the third line was a supportive tank as well. So the whole Sinai thing has been their goal since the beginning. Actually, they learn about having Sinai back in their school. That's why I'm telling you, we don't hate them. We know for a fact that they're getting brainwashed. Like the younger generation, they're getting brainwashed. The IDF soldiers. Exactly. That's why we don't have the whole hate for all the Israelis. We love Jewish people. Like Judaism is one of the 3 Abrahamic religions. We respect it the same way we respect Christianity. There is no difference for us between the Christianity and Judaism.
Yeah, let me tell them something. So from a Western perspective, let me explain to you in Western terms like what they're talking about. So it's really important to understand that this love that they share with the Palestinian people, like in America right now, you're having a hard time being on Palestine's side, right? And there's all this, like, they're trying to make laws to protest this. They're trying to make laws that say, going against Zionism is anti-Semitic, whatever. Here, it is 100% in favor of Palestine. These Egyptian people love the Palestinian people. If they were to come here, they would treat them like kings and queens, okay? But the point is that the Palestinians are afraid to leave their land because they won't be able to get back. Because this is all part of Israel's plan, right? And we need to fight for them to keep their homeland. That's the thing. And the problem for the West to understand this, you have to understand how the U.S. military works. And Kip, I know you know this. But half of the Egyptian Air Force is from planes that are from America, okay? And as you know, Chip, American planes run on American parts, and they break all the time, right? And so with one stroke of a pen, Biden can ground half of the Egyptian Air Force, which would be completely monstrous and detrimental, right, to a war with Israel. So that's part of the problem, is that the people here in Egypt support 100% the Palestinian people, okay? But the government here, they say they support Palestine, but they're in a very tough spot because the American government has their talons in the Egyptian government. They have them over a barrel because literally they've been forced into a peace treaty, and then literally half of their Air Force can be grounded with a stroke of a pen. Okay, so there's a lot of nuance here. There's a lot of history here, and
And also you have to understand that we signed the peace treaty because we just wanted our land. Okay, so when we first the Egyptian army first started to go in and take Sinai back, it was 1973 at the 6th of October, and they went inside. And we took a couple of a little bit of the land, but they still had some power in because Sinai is a very large area. It's not like a city. It's like
it's
a couple of
massive.
cities, and those couple of cities are in the middle of desert and mountains and stuff like that. So it's a very big area. So they had a lot of points that they had military officials in, and when we actually had them, when we started the war with them, it was not even after everything that we have done. Because after they took the land, the first thing, you have to understand, when they took the land, the Egyptian military was completely, it was bad. Like, for example, there was zero air troops. What do you call it?
Yeah, like Air Force.
Air forces, yeah. There was no air force at all, and it's, in any country, this is just suicide. You know, so the president at that time wanted to go through the international way, and of course, there is no surprise here. Israel was condemned by the international community. But still, they stayed in the land, and they built a couple of stuff, and they built the wall and everything. And then at 1973, I think 7 years later, we started to go in. We started to go with the military solution because there is nothing that you can do unless military solution. And then when we started the military solution, we went over there and we made the peace treaty. I think it's around 1982, or at least after 1980. So we're talking about 7 years of trying to take our land back with military solution, and still then they're not allowing it. So we had no other option but having a peace treaty. And it's heartbreaking for us Egyptians as well, because we don't recognize Israel. The whole population does not recognize Israel. If you talk to someone in the streets, he's not gonna. If someone sends you a screenshot of a map of Egypt, and Israel is in the map, he will probably go in and then what do you call?
Yeah, cross
the Israel
Palestine
thing and send it to you. If this is a genuine conversation between two friends, it's not even something political. This is how much we don't recognize Israel.
Yeah, it's really different being here, and it's a real education, to tell you the truth. You know, I mean, I've learned so much more being here and hearing a different perspective that we just don't hear in the U.S. You know, we just hear the Zionist part. So yeah, answer why don't you open your borders then?
Oh, God.
I mean, here, honestly, that's a question.
Yes.
I mean, the reason why they don't open their borders is it's manifold. There's so many different reasons, but the biggest reason is this: because if they open their borders and the Palestinians come in here, they won't be let back into their own country. That's what Israel wants. Israel wants the Gazans to come into Sinai, because then what they'll do is they'll attack Sinai. They'll say, well, there's Hamas in Sinai, and they'll start bombing Sinai. They won't let the Palestinians go back. That's the reality of the situation. The Palestinians do not want to leave their homeland because they will never get back.
What do you think Gaza is? Gaza is some refugees that came from 1948. Gaza is also the same exact thing, but this is just taking them out of their whole country. They're not in their country.
Hey, how you doing? Quinn, can I ask you something, buddy? How you doing?
All right, hang on. We're getting a question from somebody. Yeah, fire away, man. Say, hey, these Egyptians are passionate, as you can tell, aren't they great?
Yeah, they
Let's
are.
give it up in the comments for Ahmed and for Sarah. These guys are wonderful.
Quinn,
They're my right and left hands. So, all right, what do we got for a question? Fire away. Somebody
have you ever seen such hospitality?
Oh my gosh, no. The Arab hospitality is off the charts.
Quinn, anywhere you go in the Middle East, my friend, that's the hospitality you're gonna get, and better. You are a guest in their land, and they're gonna treat you so nice that you never forget. Anywhere
That's
you go,
right, dude.
anywhere you go, Quinn.
100%, man. It's like it's honestly eye-opening because we don't have this type of hospitality in the U.S. And it's just and not only it's not only the hospitality, but let me tell you something. And you know this, but let me tell you something for the Western people, dude. The sense of family in the Arab countries. Oh my gosh! If we had this in the West, our culture would be like 10 times as good as it is. The sense of family here and the way that they take care of each other, they care for each other, is just, it's just astounding. I mean, these are the most beautiful people I've met. It's absolutely wonderful. And you know, and let me tell you, here's the other thing is like, you know, you guys know, like one of the ways that my platform started to get a lot of notice is that I continue to say the same thing over and over again, which is that the prerequisite for genocide and wars is dehumanization. And so therefore, the solution is humanization. And I want to tell you guys, man, we spent everybody asked me like, well, what have you done in Egypt so far? Did you see this? Did you see this? Did you go here? And I go, listen, man, the only time I go see anything touristy is when I have a meeting there. Right? Like, you know, because when you have a meeting in the Arab countries, it's not like having a meeting in the West. First of all, everybody's going to be at least an hour late because this is Egyptian time. That's just how people roll, because they stop to help somebody or they stop to talk to somebody or whatever it is, right? And then when you get to the meeting, there's an hour worth of hospitality. And then you have the meeting, and then there's an hour worth of goodbyes. Like, these are literally the most hospitable people ever. Like, it's absolutely amazing.
And that's going to be the case anywhere in the Middle East, Quinn. I wanted to just give you a little insight. I'm going to use a little bit of code, but the Egyptians use their words carefully for their White House because they're kind of tied in with the people on the other side of the... So just so you know, so you're not weirded out.
Yeah.
That's why the West always talk lies about...
Sarah, you have to come closer. Come over here so they can hear you. You're too far away. Come sit with us. Let's snuggle. All right. All of us are on the couch now. All right, Sarah, say your piece.
That's why the West always lie about us, always, because we love each other as Arabs, and in the Arab countries, we love everyone. And we think of everyone like our brothers and sisters, truly from our heart. Like the Palestinians really are my brothers and sisters. I feel like they are my family, even though I've never met them, I've never known them. I have nothing related with them. But that's why they always lie, because they don't want peace upon us, and we don't want nothing except peace. But they don't want peace in the Arab world. Like Biden also said it out loud. If there was no Israel, we are going to create Israel.
Exactly.
He said this out loud. He said it.
He did.
So what do you want more? Like, you guys keep hearing from these people that they are lying about Iraq, that if there was no Israel, they are going to create another Israel, that they are always making Iran the monsters, so that we are, as Arabs and Muslims, get afraid of them, and we have to accept their army because...
they want us to turn our camera on. How do we do that? So they want to see you. How do we do? Oh, here it is, right here. Click on that, Sarah. There we go.
Hi.
There's Sarah.
Hi.
All right, now we can go back to here. There we go. So, it's still not showing. I don't know if it's showing or not.
So that's the problem. That's the only problem, is they are lying about us for decades, really. And that's actually
so they can see you.
And that's actually what creates sometimes some cults or some groups from Muslims. I'm not going to lie as well. That going to create a horrific acts or tourism cults or anything, because they are always dehumanizing them. They are always speaking bad and lies about them.
Yeah.
So of course you're going to create monsters. You're the one who's creating the monsters, not us. It's not in our blood. It's not in our culture. It's not in our religion. So it's just sad.
Yeah, and
really.
I can confirm
it's just
that.
Sad.
I can confirm that as a Westerner here, getting to know these people and enjoying these people. I can totally confirm that. Like, These people are the kindest, most loving people ever. And you know, incidentally, I think this is really important to know. There are Jews and Arabs living together all over the world. Libya, Egypt, you name it, they're living together peacefully all over the world. Yeah. The only difference, right, is when it comes to Israel. Yes. I mean, everybody else, though, is living peacefully together, and they want to live peacefully together. And as Westerners, we constantly hear this thing about, you know, oh God, you know, the Arab people have this terrorism thing. They're all involved in terrorism, blah, 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 blah. That's bullshit, man. You know what started that? And Chip, I know you know. This is the 1953 revolution of Iran, where America and the UK toppled a democratically elected government. You and I have talked about
Mossadegh.
Yeah, exactly. And it wasn't until 1979, what, 26 years later, that we had the Iranian Revolution. And that's when the West started calling people terrorists. It was then. Yes. It was like, these are people that just resisted what the West did. And all of a sudden they're terrorists because they're resisting. And that's what they continue to do today, is like they're massacring children. And on the idea that, oh, these are terrorists, so we're just defending ourselves. It's just complete bullshit, man. So back to Pretty Sarah instead of Ugly Quinn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gaslighting 101.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. It's gaslighting, and they are so afraid of Muslims, especially because I've heard like one person, I can't remember his name to be honest. He was saying that America did a research. That in 2050, most of people are going to turn to be Muslims, and they don't want this, of course. So, and why they don't want this? Because they want their poker and like their gambling to like increase. They don't want it to decrease, of course. They don't want this industry to
they
fade.
like you. They say you're so beautiful, Sarah.
Thank you.
Isn't she? And she has an even better heart. She's wonderful.
And they don't want their poker, their pork industry to like decrease, and they don't want their film industry to decrease, and they don't want like porn industry to decrease. So they are afraid of us so much that they keep thinking keep having this delusional thoughts that they want like always to fight against us for no reason. We didn't. Yep. What did Arabs and like Muslims do?
Can I add something to that?
Even.
Well, I'll tell you what, real quick.
Let's
let Vengeful jump in before you ask your. He hasn't a chance.
No, I'm just going to add something really quick, Chip. 1 second.
Oh, no. Hold on.
It's on the same subject. That's why.
Hold on. Just let him talk first, then you can say what you want to say. Vengeful, you want to say anything? Okay.
Let him talk first, because he seems very eager to keep this point going, okay, and I'm on topic too, so I'll go after him.
Okay. Thanks. Go ahead.
Really appreciate you. I just wanted to add to what she was saying, that if everybody became Muslim, it's disastrous for the Zionists. Their gambling industry down the drain, their porn industry down the drain, their alcohol industry down the drain, all the things that they profit from, their interest on credit cards and payments on cars, that's forbidden. We cannot pay interest to the Zionists. So all these things are disastrous to them. That's why that they have a problem with Islam, because it's going to make people aware of what they're doing, and they're not going to fund or support any of their industries.
Unmute your mic.
And that's how they brainwash people, by these things, by these industries. So they are so afraid that we are going to like fight or like
go in and kill them
avoid
all and all
yes
those stuff.
And it's not even true. That's not even true, because we don't care. Do whatever you want. We don't care. What I was going also to say.
I'll confirm that, you guys, because for those of you who know me, you know I'm an agnostic atheist, and I will tell you this, like, dude, the Muslims have accepted me more than the Christians have. When I'm in the US, like, I get Christians who like come out against me so much because I'm an atheist. And Muslims are like, hey man, there's no compulsion in our faith. Like, we love you just the way you are. I go to mosque with these guys. I hang out with them. I'm open to whatever, and they're open to whatever, and that's the lovely part. And I do not find the same thing when I'm hanging out in the U.S., particularly with the evangelicals. It's a very like they're looking down, they're demanding that you become, part of their faith, or you're stupid somehow. The Muslim culture is not like that. They're so kind and they're so like forgiving, and they're like, whatever, man, we believe this. We'd love to invite you if you want to come. There's a deep respect here that I found. I honestly didn't know that before I came, so it's really cool. Let's put Ahmed on for a little while and see if he wants to answer some questions. You can't smoke though.
Yeah, I get it.
All right.
What were you speaking about? I'm sorry.
I was saying how nice you guys are.
Here's the thing. I wanted to say a very important thing. He's not the only one who has only been nice with the Muslims. Surprise! All the Jews live peacefully and better with Muslims than other countries. They live better in Muslims in Saudi Arabia and in Egypt and in Jordan and in Lebanon and in Palestine better than Europe. Actually, when there was the Islam was in Spain, and then came the Christianity to Spain, the Jews fled with the Muslims. They fled from Spain with the Muslims because they know that the Muslims are just gonna be nicer to them than the Christians. So it's just a lot of people think that all the population hate Judaism or hate Jews and hate Israelis, but it's not the case. Maybe that's the case if you are 5 years old and you're in a hospital in Gaza or whatever,
If you're doing stuff, because we can't.
and the whole Israeli people killed all of your family, and all what you know in your life is Jews and Muslims and Palestinians and all of that, then maybe for you it is okay to hate Jews, to hate all Jews, and to hate all Israelis because you're just a kid. This is what all you've known since the beginning of your life. So this is just a thing for me, because people think this is a religion thing. This is nowhere near a religion thing at all.
Yeah.
I wanted to add something.
All right. Sarah wants to add something.
Yeah.
Oh, I also have a question. I hope that Quinn doesn't leave.
Turn your mic off.
Sure.
Well, we're all very curious about. I know that Quinn, you're still in Egypt, right?
Yeah. We're in. So I'm back in Cairo, back home in Cairo right now, and we're basically here until the ceasefire comes. Yeah. Go ahead with your question.
So I don't know if you're interacting with the trucks. I know that there are people that are helping load things into those trucks, but we don't know if those trucks are actually going through. Have you witnessed actual aid go through those borders? Because every single day, we're hearing that people are starving, that fuel is not getting in. So we just want more information on what you're seeing on the ground, because I know that millions of people like myself, we keep donating, and we're still trying to figure out what organizations are actually getting in there. We know that there's a new UAE hospital, and I know that they have their own funding. But outside of that, I know that I've been following you for a while. I just want to know, what organizations do you believe that are truly in there? They got feet on the ground, and you know that they're making movements.
Question. It's a great question. And let me just preface this by saying this is just my opinion for what it's worth. Now, there are trucks going in, and there have been trucks going in every day since this started. But let me give you a little background. Okay. So basically the Egyptian government, under pressure from the United States, as I talked to you about before. Okay. The Egyptian government has decided there are no new permits that are going to be granted. Okay, so if you want to take in trucks and you don't have a permit, then you can't take in trucks, period, until there's like a ceasefire, or like we had this like 4-day temporary ceasefire or whatever.
For security purposes.
But exactly, it's for security purposes, and there is no new permits coming, and so there's a handful of these people who have pre-existing permits. However, there are incredibly strict parameters that are put on these companies that have the existing permits, and there's only a couple of them that have these. Okay, and so, for example, like one of the restrictions is put on, there's no filming. The second one is there's a whole list of prohibited items. So for example, let's say you're going to send in medicine and like supplies like that. Well, you wouldn't be able to send in anything that has ammonia in it, because ammonia could be used in a bomb, according to the Israelis, even in small doses. And so they'll literally just reject the entire truck. Okay, so
And alcohol for sanitization.
yeah, alcohol for sanitization points, things like that, right? So in other words, it's extremely strict what can get in, and it all has to be inventoried. And if there's one thing, like for example, Chip was talking about the Letters from the World project, and we're still doing this project. We're dispersing the letters in many different ways. But one of the things, our initial goal was to put the letters into the aid packages, and they told, a lot of organizations told us, oh yeah, no problem, we can do that. Well, we found out what that means is they're just going to throw them in the garbage because they can't go in the aid packets, and that's what we finally found out, because the letters themselves are not on the approved inventory, and so literally the entire truck would be rejected just because there was a letter in the
permit will be removed.
and then they'll lose their permit. So it's that strict, right? And so, and as far as like food getting in or not getting in, medicine not getting in, whatever, it is getting in. But the point is that, guys, normally on a normal day before this happened, Gaza had about 500 to 600 trucks going in.
I want to elaborate on that.
Okay, cool. It had like 500 to 600 trucks going in. Okay. And now, because of the dire situation, they need like 1,000 trucks a day. And unfortunately, there are less than 200 trucks going in. Okay. And so it feels like there's nothing, because it's like literally like a drop in the bucket. Okay.
Well, I'm reading from the comments, and just because we have churn, obviously we know that, the north is getting nothing, and then the center of Gaza, because of the blockade, like Gaza City, they're basically getting nothing, and like you said, it's a drop in the water. So a lot of people do feel like there's nothing going in, but a lot of people feel that they need evidence.
The north is a complete different thing. The north is already, like, people are going out of there to the south, because there is a lot of bombings in the north. Even like
They're still saying that there's 400,000 people still in the north, and people during the 4-day pause did go back to the north to see what happened to their homes, and they're stuck there. Now we've seen men in the north that have been taken out. They have been stripped, they have been humiliated, they have been posted as to be the T organization, but we know that this is not true, because we are able to identify some of the journalists and some of the doctors. So we know it's a lot of propaganda from the Israelis, just randomly going into schools and getting men and saying, hey, look, we found some H members, but in reality it's falsehood. But people are still very confused, because we don't have any type of, like Quinn said, there's no footage of these trucks coming in. And we're seeing every single day that people are starving. So I get what Quinn is saying, and it definitely might just be a drop in the water, that it just feels like there's nothing. But if anyone has more information, because I'm just reading the comments, they want to come up and they want to say their piece on why. But I get what Quinn is saying. So little is coming in that it's basically absolutely nothing. And I think this is what we're seeing from the outside.
the thing is, from my perspective, for example, there has never been a problem for 8 trucks to go inside Gaza. Never. And if there is a problem, then if it's like some substances that are not allowed to go in there. But the past couple, like, again, for the people who only know about the 7th, it has been going on for a couple of times. You can just search about it. It's not that hard. But literally, we've never had a problem getting aid inside of Gaza. Like a couple of years ago, there has been Egyptian vehicles, bulldozers and stuff to rebuild the houses and remove the rubble and rebuild the whole Gaza again has been going on. So the problem in the 8 trucks thing is just the Israelis are not allowing enough trucks to go in. And when we Egyptians at the first of the conflict, which after the 7th, I think it was the 9th or the 10th, that they bombed the Palestinian side of Rafah.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
And they bombed a residential area for a hospital in Taba, in Egypt as well. So you have to understand the aid trucking thing has never been a problem. But what you need to understand is less than 500 a day is a problem in Palestine, which we can see right now. Because there is not enough aid. And in the north, it's a complete different, for me, in my opinion, it's a complete different thing. If they have control over an area, and this area, they just go into the refugee camps and the schools and the churches, and they get men stripped away from their clothes and all of the horrible stuff that they're doing, then how are you planning to get the aid over there? Then are they allowing for aid to go inside of there? Because they already, like, the people in the north are staying because it's their land.
Yeah.
But for the Israelis, they want to wipe up the whole north. Because it has been their aim since the beginning of the conflict. They have been throwing letters from airplanes to tell the people to flee to the south. So the north thing is in my opinion, a complete different thing. Most of the trucks even go to the southern area and then unload in a specific area. All of them is not like they don't go into the people and unload. There is a whole process for it.
Yeah, let me explain.
Like
let me explain the
Red Crescent and with the Palestinian Red Crescent as well.
Yeah, let me explain the process, just so that you understand. And Chip, you need some mods because you got like Palestinian 1948. This dude's a troll. Like he's pretending he's Palestinian. He's a Zionist. Like get your mods to throw that dude out.
I'll take care of it. No problem.
That dude's a troll. But here's the thing too that you have to understand. This is what we learned when we were talking with Al Khair. That, like I said, the guy who runs this like literally is a Gazan, and we spoke via FaceTime with his brothers while we were there. Like they gave us a tour of the school where they were had a refugee camp. I mean everything. These are like legit people, and what he said is basically like, there's so little that we can get in right now because the Israelis are stopping this, that unfortunately it feels like nothing, and that's really the key. It is getting in, but it's so little. And the problem is when it goes in, it hits the south first, right? And the trucks are empty immediately, just like that. So it never reaches central Gaza. It never reaches northern Gaza because the trucks are already empty. I mean, literally, they're just being, the people are in such dire need there that as soon as those trucks arrive, and basically, if you don't know the process, like basically everything's run through the Egyptian Red Crescent, okay? And then the Egyptian Red Crescent coordinates with the Palestinian Red Crescent. So all of these organizations that are getting trucks in funnel through the Egyptian Red Crescent. And so basically the trucks come in and they unload, and then the Palestinian Red Crescent, their trucks that are already in there, pick the stuff up after it's been inspected by the Israelis, and then they start driving into Gaza. Well, the point is they can barely get 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers into Gaza, and everything on the truck is already gone. And because that's how in need these people are, and that's how many trucks they need, right? The truck is just boom, it's empty just like that, and so it's just a drop in the bucket. So we have to continue.
Is it one or two? Is it 1 or 2 or 3? From your observance, how many of these trucks are actually getting in? And I want to know what organizations are the ones that are being let in. I think that's very important for the public because we need numbers, and we need to know who are we funding that's actually getting aid in, because it's for nothing if you're donating to a certain organization and they're just sitting with their health aid or with their food for a month outside and it's just rotting.
Yeah, it's not ever a month, but there's a lot of fallacies going around that there's 15,000 trucks stuck in the boat. That's bullshit. That's not true at all. I mean, they may have to wait a day, 2 days, whatever. But the biggest problem is these permits, you guys. That's the biggest problem. And so it literally is just such a tiny amount. But you have to understand that there's a couple of different types of organizations that are running aid in there.
Sorry, but I need to interrupt you because this is really an important video. Like,
All right, wait, hang on. Let me
finish.
finish. Let me finish this first, and then
Okay.
but that's the video I was thinking of. Actually, we can try to show that. But it's really important to understand this whole process is just so slow and convoluted, and it's that way on purpose. This is what the Israelis want. They have agreed to let up to 200 trucks in per day. You probably saw the news recently that they just finally opened another border point. I can't remember the name, but you can look it up. And so allegedly this is going to let the full 200 trucks in. But you guys, I mean, you have to understand, even if 200 trucks come in, it's not enough. It's 1/4 of what they need. So right now, every day, there's less than 200 trucks going in. Sometimes, like I said, it's zero. And basically when we hear that it's zero, we know that's because they're going to be bombing the area especially hard, right? Sometimes it's 15, sometimes it's 25, sometimes it's 150. It's just not enough. And Sarah wanted to show you guys a video, and this is a powerful video. This is actually of a truck being unloaded, and you can see that. I don't know how he can even.
So you can see like how fast.
Is this Eye on Palestine? Yeah. If you guys are not following Eye on Palestine, this is an important account to follow. Eye on Palestine. We'll see if we can show you this, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this, Sarah. I don't know how we're gonna be able to do this. You want to figure it out?
Yes.
All right.
This is how fast the trucks are going to be empty. See?
I mean, this is a water truck, and they're literally like the truck comes in, and they're like literally throwing water to the people, and the truck is empty in like 3 minutes. The entire truck is empty, and all the water's gone. It's that dire, and the people they're literally starving.
2 million, man.
There's millions of people who have been displaced from their homes, and they're starving, and they're thirsty. They're dying of thirst. They have right now. We have one of the biggest problems right now is bone disease that's happening because of the pressure of these bombs. That Israel is using, these bunker buster bombs. The pressure is literally destroying their bones, and they're catching bone disease. And this is one of the biggest problems that's happening. It's one of the most painful things, and it's exhausting. It lasts for so long. The disease is going to kill more people than the bombs are. Okay, I mean this is a fact of the matter. It's going to kill more people, and so. These people are desperate, and these trucks come in, and it's like boom, they're just empty, just like that. So that's what's happening, and it's, you can blame it on Egypt, but listen, the real culprit is Israel. They're not letting the trucks in, and they have Egypt bent over a barrel right now because the U.S. is in their pocket. So that's the basic area.
Egypt also just like a point. Egypt also doesn't want like their trucks and the people who are like carrying these trucks to be bombed. They need to be sure that the trucks and the person like who are like driving these trucks are going to arrive safe without being bombed and without being like killed by the Israelis. So they need to wait, and they need to like be checked, and they need to be agreed and like everything approved, so that they also like their people are safe and the trucks are safe.
Yeah, they don't want a war.
Exactly.
Yeah, the last thing that Egypt wants is another war, and none of us here are saying that we necessarily agree with the decisions that the government has made. I mean, and yes. Any country can say that. Any country can say we don't necessarily agree with our government, right? Like the people don't always agree with what the governments do. But this is the way it is. And we have to work within the confines of this without causing problems, without protesting, because you can't do that shit here, man. This isn't America. You can't. I mean, you'll be in jail and you'll lose your visa just like that. So, do you guys have any other questions? Because we've got to go, and we've kind of monopolized.
Somebody has a question for you in the comments. I'm so sorry because I have to drop down. Quinn, if you could please follow me back, because I do want to ask you some questions, but personal in your message box.
Right now, let's say Casey.
Yes, someone wanted to ask because there has been plans for, let's say, 1 million man march to Egypt. Actually, I'm going to ask you about that privately.
I mean, yeah, go ahead, but I'll just tell you this right now. That shit is not going to fly here. We like, for example, we were working with Conscious Convoy. Yeah, I'll make an announcement about that in a minute. We were working with the Conscious Convoy, which was trying to do that. They brought so many people in from all over the world, and they just failed over and over and over again. They didn't get the permits. They had again and again and again. And then 4 of their people got really frustrated. And listen, all these 4 people did was they wrote a letter saying, we want to have the borders open so that A can go in, and if the Palestinians want to come out, which they don't, they want to stay there in their land because they know they won't get back. But if they wanted to, that they could come in, okay? And listen, those 4 people were arrested and they disappeared for over 24 hours. Nobody knew where they were. They got taken in by the Egyptian police, okay? And it ended up, we got them out of there, but they were all deported immediately. Like, this is, guys, this is a military state. You cannot break the laws. You cannot come against the government. And listen, I don't give a shit about that, okay? Like, we work within the confines of where we are, and we respect the country that we're in. It doesn't mean we agree with it. It means we respect it. We're not activists. We're humanists, okay? We don't go to protests. We don't engage in that kind of shit. Okay, we work within the confines of what we have here, and we just try to be humanists and just love people and do what we can. But you can't. This is not America. You cannot go out and protest. You can't like this Million March thing I've heard over and over again. It is a no-go. It's the worst idea I've ever heard. I do not advise that you ever do anything like that. I mean, you're gonna end up in jail. You're gonna end up having so many fucking problems you can't even imagine. Like, you can't do stuff like that here, and it won't do any good. It will actually just distract from everything that we're trying to do, which is work within the confines of what we have. We're not here to change governments. We're not here for politics. We're here to love people. That's it, period. We don't involve ourselves in anything else because honestly, it's dangerous and it will kill our entire platform.
And it doesn't really matter actually, because what's important is the West side, not Egypt, because we already know everything. And we know that our government doesn't have anything now in their hand because the Treaty of Peace, that if they decided to do anything, America will just come here in just a minute and they will say that you broke the Treaty of Peace. Right. And that's it. Right. And everything will fall apart in just a second because we broke the Treaty of Peace. So the problem isn't us. So that's...
And you guys have to understand, if you're a Western audience, you have to understand, like, for example, take my country, the US, right? We are toddlers. We're toddlers. Our history is a couple of 100 years old. The history here in Egypt, like these guys are teaching me, and all my friends from here are teaching me, is thousands and thousands and thousands of years old. There's so much nuance to this whole situation. And it's about coming in. It's about respecting what is going on. We're not here to change anything. We're just here to love people and help. That's it. We can't get involved in politics. We can't get involved in protesting. We just work within the confines of what we have. We love people and we do what we can do. So we don't want to monopolize this live, and we kind of have. I can see there's 3 other guests here. So ask some questions if you want and talk. We'll shut up for a minute. But this is really valuable to have these 2. I'm so glad these 2 are here with me tonight. It's so valuable for you to hear their voices, not mine, because I'm just learning. I'm young at this. I'm literally just an ignorant dude who's trying to learn, and these 2 help me all the time, and so do everybody here. So take over, somebody else, and talk or ask questions.
Thanks. I want to make one announcement for the group, and that is, if you came in late on any of this will be recorded. It'll be posted on my YouTube and my Rumble channels, and I'll provide instructions on how to access it through my link tree in my bio. So it'll be up there, so don't worry about missing it.
Yeah. And let me ask you a favor. Please go through this recording and just anything I said about the Egyptian Air Force, about America controlling that, about this being don't put that shit up on a video. Be very careful about what you put up. I'm saying some things here that I wouldn't say in a normal video. And I don't, Chip, I know you know. So
I will edit out any parts that might be controversial. I totally understand what you're talking about.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that. So,
Also, so her name is Cassie. The girl I was speaking with is Cassis, right?
Cassie.
Yeah. What's her name? I'm sorry.
Just Cass.
Cassie.
Can we
Okay.
for
I
the
just wanted to
people that came
clarify
all
that.
night, can we just tell people the WhatsApp group if people want to join the effort? What's the name of the group again?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's called Project Humanity, and just go to my link in bio on any of my socials, and you'll see Project Humanity WhatsApp groups, and that's how you get involved.
Yeah, and Quinn's name on all these apps is Quinn the Eskimo. That's his thing. So sometimes it's like a duplicate account, like Quinn the Eskimo 6. You'll find that if you look enough, it's the one with 350,000 or so subscribers. And then there's a link beneath his name that says like link bio or something like that. That has all of Quinn's stuff in a big list. It'll be easy to find.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say that I know that my way is a little bit aggressive. Like I'm really sorry if my talking about the North and the Atrix is a little bit aggressive while I'm talking about it, but really like it's not aggressive. This is just the
Egyptian way.
Yeah, it's just the Arab way of speaking. Literally, because this is something that we get. We have like 4 or 5 people from different Arab countries that are talking about something and they're very like passionate about it and they sound aggressive, but they're not aggressive. They're literally just talking about it. So I'm really sorry if I apologize if my way of
No. Don't worry about it. I'm Hispanic. Like I talk aggressive.
Okay, where are you from?
I'm Dominican.
Dominican. We love it here.
The Dominican.
Yes,
I'm Portuguese, so I always sound aggressive.
Yeah, it's normal.
Love it.
From Brazil or from Portugal?
Portugal.
No,
I'm Portuguese American, I should say.
I lived there.
Parents, grandparents. I was born here, so
I love it.
I lived in Faro last year. I loved it. Yeah,
we're
man.
hoping to get there
Portugal's a
soon.
beautiful
I'm hoping to be able to see relatives pretty soon. It's always been a dream.
Nice, man. Beautiful area. And Sintra, wonderful.
Do you guys mind if I get a couple minutes? I don't want to take too much time.
We've monopolized. Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick before you go, I just want to suggest for any of my followers that aren't following Quinn, he's providing updates directly to TikTok. So I'm only able to contact Quinn every so often because he's so busy. So please follow him. Some of his updates are really cool. He's playing this instrument in the mornings. It's really wild. He's also done some guitar stuff. So he's a fun guy to follow. So please follow him. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's super important to be hearing from you guys right now. That's why I don't mind, saying much. Plus, I'm moving tomorrow, so I can't be on too long. I wanted to ask, I understand 100% of the issue at the Rafah border, and it's just a drop in the bucket, and nothing gets up north. And it's, right now, a quarter of Gaza is sick with diseases that are preventable and treatable through hydration and simple medications. Why the F? There's a dead serious question. Why can't America? We have aircraft carriers right out there. Why can't we drop humanity if we care? Why can't we drop humanitarian aid straight down into Gaza like we would do anywhere else?
Good question.
We could.
No, we don't know the answer about that one.
Yeah, when we find out that answer, we'll let you know.
Yeah.
I just want the audience to know that. I mean, I know most people here do, but this solution, all these logistics and problems, and the delays and the small amount of humanitarian aid getting in, like these things cause this to almost be a useless cause when you have like over almost 500,000 Palestinians have preventable sickness right now because there's nowhere for them to go to the bathroom. There's no clean water. There's no food. There's no shelter. It's diseases that these children are having nonstop. I don't want to say the D word because I don't want anything to be, diarrhea, whatever. These are all preventable through humanity, like simple things like clean water and places to go to the bathroom and sleep and shelter, and even just simple antibiotics. And America has aircraft carriers right there. We can get the stuff there the fastest. I mean, Israel did attack the USS Liberty. They might attack us, but hey, like what is the excuse, Joe Biden? What is the excuse of Congress?
I can jump in and tell you right now. So the U.S. is publicly saying end the conflict, give us ceasefire. privately they're saying, do what you do. Here's the leash, let it out, no big deal. So
Right.
the U.S. is complicit, and they want to allow the Israelis to achieve whatever goals they are, which appear to be moving the population and allowing them to be degraded or worse as this thing unfolds.
Absolutely agree. I agree with that, and I'll be. I don't want to get into too much, but I'm a solution guy, and I really like Chip and his approach. And I know he talks about solutions and things we can actually do, like co-ops and stuff. So anyone who doesn't know Chip, please follow him, like, because we need solutions for these things. And I just wanted to mention a few things that, like, outside of, trying to give humanitarian aid and money to get into Gaza, because when I speak to a lot of Palestinians, I've been on lives with Mansour Shulman. And what I hear from the Palestinians there is, like, if you know someone Palestinian or trust them on TikTok, ask them. But they need eSIM cards, and you can get those at like Simly and stuff, and you can put however much you want on those because communication is blocked there. And you can buy Palestinian-based products like kafias, Canaan olive oil and stuff. Maybe for the holidays, people should think of, hey, I still want to celebrate. I care about my family stuff, but like, why not spend your earnings to give money directly into Palestine, Gaza, West Bank to the Palestinians? Because the only remaining kafia factory in the world, I think, is in Hebron in the West Bank.
That's right.
Canaan olive oil is I think the largest distributor and legit there.
It's the
So if
best
you,
olive oil in the world.
in lieu
I
of the
agree.
fact that
I
until America decides to say, hey, we're going to allow humanitarian aid no matter what, and steps up to Israel, which we don't see happening, maybe we can do things like help them communicate and give those Palestinian places for gifts and stuff. But again, follow Chip, man. He's got solutions to things and works together really well with people. I appreciate you, Chip. I'm moving, but I'll be hopefully back on in a couple of days to join. I love what you do. Love working together. Quinn the Eskimo, didn't want to interrupt because you guys bringing any news close to Gaza from Egypt, anything like that, it's so very important, and I appreciate you and, people being open to change and understanding. Love it.
Nice. Guys, listen, one of the other things you can do, again, I'm going to say the same things over and over again because we always have new people. The prerequisite for genocides and wars is dehumanization. And so therefore the solution is humanization. And so what Vengeful's saying is, like, go support these locals. And I will extend that. Because when I was in Boston, I was there for 7 weeks, and God, I was glad I was gone after 7 weeks in the U.S. But listen, it's so important. If you can't find a Palestinian to support, go support a Lebanese person. Go support a Jordanian person. Like, support any kind of like Arab businesses, because the hardest thing for an Arab person right now is to be in the United States and have to deal with this shit. And what you can do by supporting is just literally walk into some of their small businesses and just give them a hug. Shake their hand. Just say, hey, I just wanted to meet you. Just want to support you. I'm just becoming aware of this stuff. But you know what? I just want to be here to just be with you and just be a brother to you. Like, support any of these people. They will be overjoyed. Oh my gosh. They will take you in. They will show you the whole place. They will love on you like you've never been loved on. Like, just go get to know somebody who's different than you. Whether it's go for some coffee, go for some tea, whatever it is, go to the restaurant, support it. And just say, listen, man, I'm just learning, and I just want to show you that I love you. I just want to say, hey, let's just be in community together.
That's amazing, Quinn. Thank you. Like, I'll leave after this, but I wanted to thank you because, like, a lot of people don't understand. There are millions of Palestinians that are refugees in Lebanon, living in Jordan, living in Syria. And, so helping anyone in that area, Lebanese, Syrian, especially, what America has done there, it's a way to show we were trying to extend an olive branch and learn and be peaceful. So I love that, and thank you for saying that. You guys are amazing.
Yeah.
One last
Yeah,
question.
real quick. Did this come up? Did people talk about Palestinian restaurants? I missed the first part of this last exchange.
Yeah, we were just saying one of the best ways you can support is just by humanizing other people. Like, go support a Palestinian restaurant, go support a Palestinian business, but don't limit it to Palestine. Like, go support Arab restaurants,
Yeah,
Arab,
Moroccan, Lebanese, yeah,
yeah,
Algerian,
all of
everything.
them. And like, go support all of them. Just get to know different people. Like, get out of your comfort zone. Go love on people, and just be like, I'm here, man. I'm just here in solidarity. I'm just here to say, what's up, man? I don't know what's going on. I'm ignorant, but I love you, and just want to be here to support you. It's one of the best things you can do, man.
That's an amazing idea.
You know, those are things every one of us can do. I promise you, no matter where you live in the West, there is a mosque within 20 to 30 kilometers of you. Good God, just go visit it. Like, literally just walk in.
Yeah, that's cool.
And just walk in and just say, I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like a tool. I don't know anything. I'm just here to support. And I'm telling you, these people will bring you into their families, dude. They will love you so deeply, and you will learn so much just listening to them. Listen, I had a lady who contacted me last night, and she said, I was hanging out with him, and I go, I don't know who this lady is. I have no idea. This could be cool. This could not be cool. But it was this lady, okay, who said, Quinn, I'm here. I'm at the American University of Cairo. I'm here for a conference. I just want to get together with you and have a cup of coffee. I said, we got to go. We got to go meet with her. Oh my gosh. Was she amazing or
Yeah,
what?
she was
I mean, she was like legit amazing. She's a Palestinian American. She has not been back for 28 years. She's been living,
which is normal for any Palestinian American.
She's been living in America for 28 years. But the stories she told, so her story was she was born in America because her parents traveled. So she was born in America. So she had an American passport. But then she lived in Palestine. And so, like, even as a young girl, she moved there at the age of 7. Even as a young girl, she had to leave every certain number of days to go ahead and cross a border, do what we call a border jump as you're traveling. And I do these all the time. If I like a country, my visa expires, I go border jump. And I don't think anything of it. But this girl had to do this from the age of 7. She had to border jump every couple of months just so she could go back to her home in Palestine. Because it was illegal for her to stay there for too long, right? And one of the trips that she took was to Cairo. Remember, she was telling us, she was like, oh, it's one of the best trips I took, and I loved it. I was 24 years old. I loved coming here. I saw this, I saw that. But then she told us another story. She said, I've never been back to Jordan because I think she said she was, 25 when she went to Jordan. And while she was over there, you guys, check this out. This is a crazy story. So, and as a Westerner, we don't understand these things, but the Arabs understand this, right? So she's going into Jordan, and basically it's like a hot day. The wind is blowing. Her hair's like all over the place. And she reaches into her satchel to get a hairband to put her hair up. And when she reaches into her satchel, literally an IDF soldier comes out of nowhere and punches her in the face and knocks her to the ground. Now, this is an American citizen with an American passport, okay? Punches her to the face, to the point where her whole side of her face is black and blue and broken, right? And then they basically take her down. They put her in like this quarantine for a little while, and then they question her, blah, blah, blah. Then they just let her go. They realize, hey, she has nothing.
You know what she did? She went to the embassy to tell them that what happened, but they did absolutely nothing. Now tell me one country in the whole world that an American citizen would get punched in the face, thrown to the ground, interrogated, and questioned, and they would still have no problem without it, unless it was Israel.
Right. And so what the Jordanians did when she went over there, she said they were so kind. She got there, her whole face was like black and blue. She's like, all messed up. And they immediately took her to a hospital that they had, like a field hospital. They treated her. And what they told her there was, this is a regular occurrence. That's why we have this hospital. Like, this happens every day. Every fucking day this happens. And they're like, mostly it's the men that they treat this way, but oftentimes it's the women too. I mean, can you imagine, dude? Like, this is the way that these people grow up. And so you can start to understand a bit of the history with these people and why they feel the way they do towards Israel, because they've been enduring this their entire lives. And people like me, we're just becoming aware of this. We've been aware of this for 7, 8, 9 weeks, right? These people have grown up. It is part of their stories. right? And so it's just so tragic, man, like what they've been through. So just so you can get a bigger picture of this whole thing. Someone said brutality. That's exactly what it is. It is brutality, and it is trauma that like scars you forever, and scars like what you think, what you feel, how you act, everything. So really important, man. So I don't know if you guys have any more questions, but fire away.
Because I have to drop down real quick.
Can I have a word with you, Quinn?
We're all very interested in knowing what happened to those ship hospitals that supposedly arrived to Egypt and didn't get permission.
Yeah, I don't really know the answer to that. I think, I mean, I can give you what I think is my answer, but basically everything is so regulated by the Israelis, and there's always the threats of constant bombing that I think these ships just, they can't land, right? They can't, if they do, they're afraid they're going to get bombed, and it's just tough. So go ahead, Sarah.
No, I'm
Oh, you're
just
scrolling
like,
through questions?
reading
Okay,
this.
cool. Yeah, I mean, basically, it's the Israelis, man. They're stopping
Yeah, I just
everything.
wanted to. That's what I wanted to say, Quinn. That the people that you're on the side of where you're on, they have zero say of what goes in and out. I'm pretty sure it's becoming clear to you at this point. But I wanted to say, buddy, I admire you, and see, because you did a good deed from the kindness of your heart, you're being rewarded with this beautiful experience with these beautiful people, and your eyes are opening up to see how great these people are. And the saddest part of your trip is going to be when you got to get on the plane and come back to the USA.
Oh, that's going to be a long time from now, brother. Old Quinn,
I don't
maybe.
blame you if you don't come back, Quinn. I don't blame you, buddy.
Yeah.
I don't blame you if you don't come back.
Yeah, I know, right?
And you
Yeah.
guys also will be so welcomed if you like decided to come to Egypt any day.
Been to
Really.
Egypt.
Yeah.
I've been to Egypt. I love Egypt. I'm Palestinian. I've been to Egypt. Egypt
Yeah.
people, beautiful people. And Palestinians are beautiful. You know what, Chip? Anywhere you go in the Middle East, you're going to be treated like a king that you are, buddy. I promise you that.
I appreciate you. We all appreciate you, and that's true, man. It's true for sure. Yeah.
And we love you too, really. You're like a brother and sister for us, like even if we are not related or anything, but
Yeah.
we really feel the same.
Yeah,
Really.
we're all family, man. We're all family
Yeah,
for
we're
sure.
all brothers and sisters.
Love
Okay, so I don't know if you have any time. How are you all doing time wise, Quinn? How are you guys on time? Are you still going, or do you need to take off?
I mean, we're going, man. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning here, but we're doing the best we can do.
Okay,
Someone
go ahead.
Someone said something about West Bank, and just so you know, we are planning a trip to West Bank this summer, and actually Sarah's going to come with me.
Yeah,
She's like, Quinn, I want to come with you.
Yeah.
We're going to go to West Bank, Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan, so we'll be there. And someone said koshery, Sarah.
Yeah, really.
That's Sarah's favorite food,
Yes,
man.
that's my favorite Egyptian dish.
Yeah. So what other questions do you have? Well, we have Sarah and Ahmed here. What other questions do you guys have? Anything else? Born in Ramallah. Perfect.
I have a
That's
question
awesome.
for you. Did they feed you mlachia yet?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're loving that, aren't you?
Is that with
You're loving
rabbit or
that. Now
with
you're feeling
chicken?
like Popeye the Sailor Man. I know you're
That's
enjoying that, Quinn. Enjoy yourself, buddy. Enjoy yourself.
Hey, Chip, and hey, Quinn, everyone. How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, we're doing great. You're fabulous. You're amazing. I follow you, and I'm waiting on one thing though. I'm waiting. First I want to make a comment before my question. I hopped on when you were talking about, to just get in touch with your local Palestinians, your local Arabs, and I thank you so much. As a Palestinian American, that's been a struggle for us. Like, ask how your Palestinian friend, neighbor is doing. We are all affected one way or the other. Like my family member was unalived in Jerusalem last month, sniped, 17 years old. Ask how we were doing. So I really appreciate that. And even in general, prior to October 7, if anyone sits with a Palestinian, they're all going to have a story to share. if it's not about their grandparents, about their mother, it's going to be about like personal experiences we've had as American Palestinians and how we were treated by the IOF. So I really appreciated that beautiful advice you can give. And as a Palestinian American, I'm going to tell you what I tell my fellow Americans. I'm sorry, I hear background noise, but anyway, I appreciate you and Brother Chip and any American that's using their voices on behalf of us Palestinians. As a Palestinian American, I've been screaming and shouting into an, like a echo chamber for many years, and our voices they were not heard. And it takes people like you and Chip and all the fellow Americans that have used your voices, because your voices are amplified. Unlike ours, it's like a biased opinion. So for that, we are grateful and appreciate each and every one of you for standing up for the rights of the Palestinians and the rest of the world that's oppressed. So, for the first time in my life, I felt like that's the silver lining in all this for me. Despite the genocide, I feel like we've gained so much amazing fellow Americans that have been using their voices, that have been boycotting, that have quit their jobs on behalf of the Palestinians. And we see it. We hear you. We appreciate you from the bottom of our hearts. I just wanted to say that. I'm getting all touchy here, but.
Thanks, Hala.
Let me just, first of all, let me just apologize on behalf of all of us white people. We are so sorry it took us so long. And thank you for being so kind to us as we have finally started to become aware. We truly appreciate it. And we're just sorry it took us so long. We grew up this way. We grew up with this brainwashing. We're so glad that we've started to understand a little bit more. We have so much more to understand. But thank you for your patience and for your compassion and your empathy and embracing us as fellow warriors with you. And what I have to say to the white people is this, listen, as you come in and you understand this, you're gonna have this white privilege, if you will. Use it. Get this shit out there and start speaking up. Listen, women didn't start having actual rights in America until men started to speak up and say this is wrong and we should listen to the women, right? Same with with slavery, same with LGBT rights, everything. The people who look like the oppressors have to be the ones to speak up. But then, and hear me out here because this is so damn important. We must use our privilege to speak up. But then what we must do is we must use it to amplify the voices of the people. And that's why I'm sitting here and I'm on this live and I'm putting Sarah on here, putting Ahmed on here, because it's so important for us to all right, now we get people listening. Now your job is to amplify the voices of the people. That's super important. So try to do that. If you're going to go get on a live and you have people listen to you, bring somebody on with you. Bring somebody on with you and share their voice and let their voices be heard, because it's so very important to do. We're newcomers to this. These people have been living with this for 75 years, right? So I've said my piece.
I really appreciate it. So my question is, and Sarah and Ahmed, y'all lucky, and thank you all. Allah yajzikum al-khair. Shukran كتير لكم, showing them the Arab hospitality and how it works with us. So I appreciate you guys very much. Beautiful young lady, by the way. So my question to you, Quinn, is I don't have a medical background as far as my profession goes, and I would love to go volunteer post-war. I've been asking everyone that I come across. So when I saw you on here, I'm like, let me hop on, first of all, to thank them and ask them that one question that I've been asking everyone. I need to be down there. You know what? I want to help them out, but I'm going to say it. I'm going to sound selfish here, but it's for myself as well. I feel like I need to help somehow, not just by donating and protesting, but I want to be there to help the people rebuild just their mental state, anything I can do. So if you have any ideas on how an American, mind you, Palestinian, so I was born in Palestine. I was 3 when I came to the States, and I too go there and I'm treated like trash because I'm still Palestinian. So I need to know how I can go down there. I would love that and appreciate any advice. If you come across anything that's going to be helpful, I'd really appreciate you.
Yeah, I've got lots of information for you on that. And what I would tell people is this: the best thing you can do to connect with us, because I mean, honestly, you guys, I'm so fucking overrun right now with messages and everything else. And it's so hard to stay in touch with people. The best thing to do is that we have established a Project Humanity WhatsApp community. And it was started with our Cairo team here. These are 2 members of my Cairo team, 2 amazing members. But now we have 17 other countries that have teams. And we're putting all of our projects in here. We're working together with people. This is the best way to do it right here, is get involved in that community, because that's where we communicate about everything. That's where we work on the projects. And now we have exactly what you're looking for. We've got so far 5 different groups that are going to be coming in and bringing lots of people, medical groups, construction groups, firefighters, traumas, everything, right? And what we're doing is we're basically preparing a guide for them and how to come in, what to do, who to work with, language, culture, everything. So the best thing to do is get in that group, and you're gonna meet beautiful people like these 2 that are here with me right now, and many other people from all over. It will give you opportunities on how to help us send trucks in, and how to help us with awareness projects. We are planning for the long haul, okay? We're planning for the long haul. This is a marathon, not a sprint. And what I've said over and over again is what's gonna happen, we're gonna cease fire, the aid's gonna go in, and then the media and the governments are gonna go, whoa, look over here, and they're gonna want us to forget about Palestine. We can't let that happen. And so that's what we're doing with Project Humanity, and we're keeping this message going. And we're trying to provide opportunities where anybody, no matter where you live, no matter what your skill set is, anybody can find a way to participate, right? So plug in with our community, and that's the best way. You can do as much or as little as you want. I have some people who go, Quinn, I just can't stand it anymore. I have to get there right now. And I say, well, listen, you can come here if you want. You're probably not going to get into Gaza, but we have plenty of work for you to do here. It's not going to be wonderful, crazy work that you love. A lot of it's slow networking, this and that, but it's whatever your skill set is, whatever your desire is, we can put you to work. But join the community, get to know people, get to meet people, and talk amongst yourselves, learn about the projects, plug in where you feel led to plug in, and there are plenty of opportunities. So that's what I have to say.
The question is, how can I join the WhatsApp group? That's my last question.
Go to any of my social media profiles, and you will see at the top, connect with me, and then there'll be a link in the bio. And when you pop up, everything pops up that I'm doing around the world. The first one, the very top one, it says Project Humanity WhatsApp community. Boom, click on that. You're gonna wanna get in 3 of the groups. The first one is the country that you are located in, where you can be on the ground and meet with people who are in that country. The in-person meetings are so important because you get to know people like I've gotten to know. These are 2 of my best friends here. You get to meet these people and you get to learn and grow, right? That's number 1. So get in your country groups. The next one is we have a general chat group, and this is people from all over the world, from the 17 different countries we have groups in. And then the third one is announcements, because a lot of stuff gets lost because these groups are flying. I mean, the chat goes all day long in these groups. So the next one is announcements, and so you can see those. So get involved in those 3 things, and you'll be plugged in. You can participate however you want to, whether you just want to learn, or whether you want to do something from home, or whether you want to climb on a plane and come here and work with us. So, all right?
I have a question for everyone.
Oh, he's got a question for everybody. Here we go. Fire away.
Weird. But so I have a question for both the speakers and the people who are in the comments. So what if you go to Palestine and ask the people that are Palestinians, not people who lived outside of Palestine, but actually people that are in Palestine, what do you think the answer will be if you ask them, what do you want out of their life, or what do you want, what do you dream of? What is your dream of? And the first one to answer the right question is just gonna be probably getting 4 sandwiches of shawarma, Egyptian shawarma, and they're very good shawarmas. Freedom? No, not freedom. Not really. Not really. Yeah. We would love to see a. Sorry?
Pray in Al-Aqsa. Many of my family members that live in the West Bank have not prayed in Al-Aqsa. They were born and raised there. 30, 40, 50-year-olds, and have not prayed there. That's one of the, other than freedom, of course.
there is one of our dreams ourselves, the whole Arab population to go visit Al-Aqsa, for sure. I'm just asking like a simple answer. It should be a really simple answer. So all the people in Palestine, literally, you were thanking Quinn for the same exact reason, is for Palestine to be remembered. If you ask the people in Palestine what they want, they will ask you to always remember Palestine. That's how desperate these people.
They are dying for no reason. They are dying for a reason. So people can remember that these people fought for their land. These people didn't leave their land. These people didn't sold their land. These people didn't sold their soul. So this is very, very important.
It's very important as well for the younger generations, because they have lost families, they have lost hope, and it's not only that. Again, it's just the circumstances where they live in is very dehumanizing in a way that any human being is just gonna not accept that. I myself would not accept that. I will be more of a revolutionary person. I would not let someone maybe disrespect my family. I will not let someone to go inside my home and take a member of my family. So you have to understand this is something very important for us. And we have been in this for decades, to the point that we have lost all the important stuff or the general stuff that we're speaking about, and we just want people to remember Palestine. This is literally what we want out of people that are visiting from outside of the country. We want people from Quinn, like people like Quinn, to remember Palestine. This is exactly. I mean, if you ask me why am I in the team, this is my whole point. So if you ask me personally, on a personal basis, I really like. I know that trucks are very important and aid is very important, but for me, I don't want to see the scene of AIDS going into Gaza again, because this is just horrible. Like the AIDS is just one phase of what every generation has been seeing from the conflict that has been going into Gaza for the past 15, 20 years. This is something new. This is something new for us. This is not even the Gaza thing for us Egyptians is like the 7th of October for Americans. It's something new. But Gaza is a complete different thing. Gaza is not a normal city. It's not like the aid that goes into inside of Gaza is not enough for two reasons. One of them is Israelis are not allowing them. Second thing, there are many Palestinians that live there. It's not like there you have a city of people. There are I think not less than 1.5 million people that live in Gaza. So it's not like an easy thing to give all the people that need food, which is literally all the people, because hey, Gaza is not a destination. Gaza is just an open prison. So the food that goes into Gaza already in normal day basis is just minimalized as well. So hey, this is not something new for the people. So Gaza is literally not like any Palestinian city. You can have Gaza in a certain point, and you have the whole Palestine in a certain another point. For me, I want to help all Palestine. I don't want to help Gaza only. I want this all to end. I don't want to see the scene of the aid trucks to go inside. I don't want to see the scene of Palestinian men and women go into imprisonment process. I don't want to see Palestinians getting dehumanized for simple reasons. Some Palestinian women give birth on the streets because they are not allowed to go through a certain checkpoint. That's something that people don't understand. That people only understand bombing, aid, help, food, water, and such stuff. But there are really important stuff that we have been speaking about for 60 years. It's not something that has been going on for 10, 20 years. It's just something that they have been going through over and over and over again. And what you see now is the actual results of what they have been through.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to mention something. I think this is really important. I just want to give you a snippet of example. Talking about Quinn, when you're talking about the white people or something, just remember one thing. Henry Kissinger was loved by both sides, right and the left. Remember? And Henry Kissinger is single-handedly responsible for killing millions. And guess what? They were all color people. Am I correct? There was not a single white person who died. Obviously, in Vietnam, some people who died. But the worst thing that happens is what the media does. Media plays the game with them. One example, Rachel Maddow cried because Steve Miller was separating families at the border, right? She had these tears. You know what the tears were? Because she is a Democratic establishment. Does that make sense? Doesn't matter if Obama had separated so many people and deported so many people, used drones to kill people, right? And then he went into Libya. And that happened because of the Project New Century America, which was written by Robert Kagan and Bill Kristol. And that's a document in Israel. It piggybacks that document, which is called Likud document. You get it? Now, the point is that the media has been demonizing Muslims for a long time. It's seen in the movies, it's seen on television, it's seen everywhere. Doesn't matter how you look at it. The white people in the United States have been brainwashed for years to think that blacks or the colored people are inferior. And as far as the Muslims are concerned, from 9/11 especially, that they're all bad people. Does that make sense? So the point is, I think it's really important that you talk about not the mainstream media, but talk about the media like The Intercept, Democracy Now, and all these people who are really talking the truth. You know what I mean? We need to get away from the mainstream media. CNN is Israeli propaganda machine. You know, they were the first one to say something about the rapes and the beheaded people. And Jake Tapper.
Yep, we lost her.
Hey, can I speak
Actually,
on behalf of the white
what I did
guys?
was listen. Hold on one sec. This is Chip. Guys, we don't want to get into a long-term message about like going on rants because we have these guys on a limited time. So try to ask questions, please, rather than going off on like a explanation of the media landscape. We can cover that elsewhere or even later, okay? I'm going to put you back on. If you have a question, great. If not, we'll pass it on to the next person.
Okay, my question is what do you guys think about that latest poll that was conducted by an Arab organization that found over 75% of the Palestinians that live in Gaza supported what happened in Israel with Hamas?
Well, wait, I don't get it. Like the 75% of the Palestinians support what the Israel is doing?
No. The poll said that 75% of the Palestinians that live in Gaza.
Say age groups. Don't say HAM.
Oh, okay. Sorry, age group. Okay, so 75% of the people that currently live in Gaza support the initial attack that H group did in Israel. What do you guys think about that?
Let me answer this. The white guy is going to answer this because I say this to these guys all the time. I say, sir, but let me explain something to you. I'm going to give you a little analogy. Let's pretend that Mexico annexed the U.S. They were more powerful than us, and they took everybody from Texas, took everybody from Louisiana, they rounded up and put them in Oklahoma with a bunch of walls around there.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now, what the fuck do you think that these white dudes from Texas and Louisiana would do if that happened? Huh? They would form something that was 10 times worse than Hamas. Okay, they'd be out there with the AR-15 shooting. So hear me out, because this is important shit. Okay, I do not endorse Hamas. I do not agree in any violence whatsoever. But let me tell you something. I understand it. And there's a big difference. There's a big fucking difference between endorsing something and understanding it. Like if all the rednecks came out from Texas, Louisiana, started shooting people, doing this, blah, 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 I would not necessarily agree with that strategy. But would I understand it? Hell yeah, I'd understand it. Would I even want to do it myself some days? You bet your motherfucking ass I would. Absolutely. So you have to understand this. When you hear the Palestinian people say, to the Israelis. You will never rid of this place of Hamas. Do you know why? Because what Israel is doing right now is they're making more Hamas. And it might change the name, it might be something else. But listen, when you look at Hamas, you understand what exists there. You understand that the vast majority of these people who have been led into a violent resistance, and not just a resistance, these people are orphans. They literally have watched their entire families die in horrible ways. And so so they're resistance fighters. Now, again, I'm not agreeing, and it's always the first question that they ask people. Do you support Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? Listen, there's such a nuance there. We have to understand this. That Hamas exists because of the terrorism of the Israelis and the United States. That's why Hamas exists, in my opinion. All right.
It's actually very true because
Can I say something on that real quick? Okay, so
actually, Hamas was formed, was made in 1987. Israel occupied the West Bank and Gaza in 1967. So Hamas is literally made 20 years after they occupied the place where Hamas is in right now. So it's just not a question that you're gonna have some kind of
Guys, this is Chip. Listen, they have an AI system that flags keywords, so you have to say things like the H group or we're going to get shut down.
Okay, I get it. So it was made 20 years after Israel occupied after Israel occupied both the West Bank and Gaza. So any form of resistance, even this is literally there in any oppression around the world.
Well,
But when it comes to Palestine, it's not a resistance. It's more of a terroristic group. So there's just a couple of questions in here. It's not that people support or not support. Maybe actually the Palestinians are supporting, but hey, I would not see any other answer than this. Like if I live in that country and I have someone who's doing 1% of what they are doing to us, then I will just support it. Literally, this is just me. But my life, I know for a fact that I do not support any kind of organizations that has hurts people or has any danger to any human beings. It's something in our religion and something that we were raised to do. But you have to understand again, when you do something, you're gonna have to see the consequences as well.
They want to know what your name is, so tell them who you are.
Ahmed, my name is.
Yeah, let me
Ahmed, how you
jump
doing?
in on this one, guys. Let me jump in on this one real quick. So here's the key point. Okay, you asked about the support of the public within Gaza for what happened on the day. So let me address that first. But let me round it back to one key point first. Wherever you have oppression, colonization, imperialism, and a blockade and an occupation, you're going to have a resistance. Everyone's human. If it was the tables were turned and Jewish people were marginalized by an Arab state and they were beaten down and occupied and blockaded, there would be militants in the group that would fight back, just like the Warsaw Ghetto happened, okay? Now, one last point. The American colonists were under British occupation. Their small militant group used unconventional tactics, which the British referred to, wait for it, terrorism, because they wouldn't fight straight to straight. So us Americans, we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the resistance to occupation. It's a normal human reaction. To expect otherwise is absurd. Now, why did people support it? It wasn't because of the tactics or the outcomes of what happened. It was because of the very fact that someone stepped up and resisted. Okay? Got it.
Okay, can I say something
Good
real
question,
quick?
Quinn. Quinn,
H is not the only
Quinn, your time is
resistance.
limited, buddy. We don't want to debate with this guy about something like that ridiculous. Can
No,
I
it's
ask you
not
a
a
question?
it's not a debate. Okay,
Quinn, can I ask you a question, buddy?
Sure, man.
Okay, I'm sure, I don't know, at some point in your trip, you were near Rafah. At some point. Now, the frustration or the sadness or I don't even know how to describe it, of what's going on the other side of the wall, you're very aware of it. How many years can you bear that going on?
God, dude, it's already driving me nuts. And I'm not near Rafah. The closest I've got is Cairo because we can't even cross the Suez border right now. We're 5 hours from Rafah. But I hear you, and you're exactly right. Like, I'm already so damn frustrated. Most of these days, these guys are talking me down.
Yeah, just like
Yeah,
if he's
and that's the thing,
frustrated for
Quinn,
20, 27 years, as long as we have lived.
When the Egyptians and the Middle Easterns, you're gonna find them so much more patient than us Americans. So much more patient. You're not gonna believe their patience.
Dude, they're always holding me back. Like even tonight when we had the escalation at that meeting, like they're like, Quinn, calm down, go outside, have a cigarette. We got this. Because I'm like the fighting Irish, man. I'm ready to go to town, fucking go to, you know what I mean? Like, no, they have so
And
much patience.
if these guys moved in next to your house, they'd have lasted a week. I promise you.
Yeah.
Hey, can I just say one more thing, and then I'll go ahead and shut the mic off. First of all, I want to say, hey, Chip, go Army, beat Navy. I see you were in the Army. You're 19 kilo for 3 years, so that was a great game. But so my background is I've lived throughout the Middle East, and my Arabic is swaya, but I've always worked with interpreters to get me past that. You know what I mean? But I was one of the guys that did the initial assessment for Central Baghdad. In order to do that, I had to understand all the factors. Well, one of the important factors is the religious factor. So I've read the Quran, and I studied under Imam Fawad, who was a Islamic minister of Islamic affairs for Saddam Hussein, to understand the Sunni perspective. And then I got a good understanding of the Shia perspective. So here's a problem I found throughout the Middle East. And like I said, I've lived in a few countries out there, but I've never been to Palestine. But one thing I did notice is even amongst the average people, like grandma and grandpa and the kids, and they just live their normal life and go shopping and work, their hatred for Jews is incredible, you know, and it's almost like you can't even say that word in the Middle East, right? And that's a fact. I mean, I live there. There's no one can tell me that you can go to any Arab country and say you support the Jews. Now, I'll finish with this. On that point about being abused by Israel and that gives them the right to do anything, well, what about the Christians? So I'll give you an example. There's a Catholic church on Haifa Street in Baghdad. Over the years, they've had to rebuild that church like 10 times. After Saddam Hussein was removed from power, it was a massacre on the Christians to where they went from they're down to 0.5% of the population now. But
Okay,
you didn't see the Christians doing what Hamas did to civilians.
Okay,
So there is no excuse for attacking civilians. I can understand.
Okay, I'm a Palestinian Christian. I would like to invite you to go to Jerusalem and walk in the old city and, just hold the cross in your hand and see how many times you're spat at.
Yes.
Sure.
There's a lot of videos of that. This is something not new. And I also want to correct something. In all of the Arab countries, we don't hate Jews.
Yeah.
We
Not
hate
at
Zionism.
all. Not
This
at
is
all.
two different words for us. Yahud, which is Jews, and Sahayna, which is Zionism. It's a complete different thing.
Totally different, guys.
Yeah.
Totally
So,
different.
Judaism is
Zionism are European Jews that came from the Khazarian area, the Ashkenazis. They're Khazarians. They're not Jews of the Holy Land. And the Jews that were in the Holy Land are Sephardim that came to the land in the 1400s and lived amongst us in peace.
But that doesn't change anything for us. It's the same Judaism. It's a religion. It's just a
Right,
religion.
exactly.
The only people that matters to are the Zionists.
Yes.
Nobody else gives a shit, man.
Other than this, it's
We
nothing.
don't. Nobody cares what religion you are. Nobody cares what you believe in. The only people that care about that is the Zionists because they want to use this term Semitic, and they want to say anybody who's anti-Semitic is gay. That's bullshit. And so then a
But
whole group of people said,
they're the
"They're
only
not."
anti-Semites because the Palestinians and the Egypt were all
Exactly. We
Semites.
don't need to get into that stuff, though. Don't play that game, you guys. Don't play that game.
Yeah,
Right.
Doesn't matter
one
who's
more
fucking
one
Semitic
more
and who's
point.
not.
The Christians living in Iraq were not occupied formally, so there's no resistance. Now, were there religious tensions? Maybe yes, it happens. Some groups are more radical than others, but it's not representative of all of Islam.
Yeah.
Well, the reason that the Christians got attacked in Iraq afterwards is because they have this theory that the Americans are Christians, so they came and attacked us, so we'll attack Christians. It was kind of a reverse ideology. They attacked the Christians, attacked us, we're going to attack them back. But as far as everyday life, whether it's in Egypt or everything else, the churches were being bombed. They're actually being bombed by Zionists that are pretending to be Muslims or something else. There was in Egypt, Muslims held hand in hand protecting churches all the way around the single church. Muslims held hand in hand to protect the church. So, and the Muslims have been protecting the churches. The only time we had churches blown up is when the Zionists came in from Europe.
Yeah, and I just
All
wanted
right,
to
well,
add to
I'm
that
gonna go
as
ahead and say
well.
goodbye to all you guys. Shukran jazilan to my intahuya evanomi wabuya over there. Huh? My Arabic swear. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day, but
It's better than mine. It's better than
but
mine.
yeah, hopefully the mindsets can change on both sides, and we don't need
Well,
generation after generation
what happens
of
is
hatred and fighting.
the supremacist ideology of the Israelis needs to change. They think they're more superior than everybody else.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's something that they were raised to understand. Even for the ones that are older, even if it was like in 30s and 40s and supposed to be smart, they will still be in that point that they are more or higher than the Palestinians. Like if you ask a genuine Israeli or someone who thinks about peace as it is, he will tell you the exact same thing. We would live with the Palestinians in one land, but the Palestinians would have to know that they are less than us. And they would have to know that they don't deserve the same advantages and the same profits as the Israelis. So this is something
Believe
that
it or not, the
they learned in
Zionists think
school.
this. As Sahioni, the Zionists, they think the same thing about every nation that they live in. They are Jews. Everybody else is a Gentile, and that's the way their ideology is. They don't
Because it
care.
goes against their whole ideology. So their whole ideology is just having a country for themselves. It's been like this since before.
They deserve it.
And they deserve
They
it, and
deserve
and it was given by God and all of those stuff. This is just something that they have been thinking about since before they even came to Palestine, before they even decide that Palestine is gonna be their land, because Palestine was not the first option for Jews to come in. You can ask the British Mandate about that, but you have to understand that most of the people that came here have only one ideology of having one country only for Jews. They had this only with the name of Jews, not for Zionists, because they wanted Jews to live in it. But Judaism is a complete different thing than what they're doing right now. Because you have to understand, we have seen Judaism. We have lived with people who are Jewish when I was young. And for all over like a couple of decades, they have been there in Morocco, in Algeria, in a lot of Arab countries. They have been living peacefully with us, because it doesn't matter if you're in a certain like if you have a certain religion, if you believe a certain belief. It doesn't matter for us what you believe, as long as you're respecting, and as long as you're respecting both your country and my country. Then we're probably gonna live peacefully until the end of the days. But that's not their ideology. They have a complete
Good
different
point.
ideology.
Good point. Hey, real quick, before we move on to the next guest, how are you guys doing on time, Quinn?
I mean, we're good, man. We're just exhausted. It's 1:30 in the morning. But
So real quick, as far as the batting order, I just want to tell people so you're not wondering. We're going to go to, not right this second, but Maza, then Janina, then we're going to go to Rebel, and then Freedom Philistine. Now, real quick, I want to make sure people are aware of some of the resources we can tap into to follow Quinn's journey. So, what's the name of the Telegram group again, Quinn?
So it's a WhatsApp group, and it's called Project.
I'm sorry, WhatsApp. Yeah.
Project Humanity. So if you go to any of my my socials, you'll see Connect with Me, and then there's a link. If you click on that, the first link is Project Humanity WhatsApp groups, and we've got, I don't know, 16, 17 countries represented in there. Come on in, join us, connect with us. Let's get to work.
Speak up, guys. Speak up. This is all what we've been asking for decades. It's not. We're not asking for trucks. We're not asking for help. We're not asking for. I mean, this is very important stuff. But I'm just telling you about the first thing that we have been asking for 60 years, which is the freedom of the Palestinian people and their international communities to recognize and remember Palestine as a country, as a free country, and it is only like Palestine. For people to understand that this is just the whole world for us. That's why the American Palestinian gave that. He was just very grateful for Quinn and for anyone who would actually just speak up.
Yeah, real quick, just so you all know, there's no ask for money right now because the ability to get things into Gaza is on hold. So Quinn is also working on determining the best way and who to fund so the money goes to the best use. So there will be updates both on my channel as well as Quinn and elsewhere. So hang tight. I know you want to help that way, but we don't want your money to go to waste, and we don't want it to go to nothing that won't help immediately. So there's that. What I want to remind the people, I'm going to bring you up one by one, like I said. Remember, this is a question moment, not a diatribe. So if you want to share more, once they go to bed, I'll stay on the host and you can share more about your comments. This is a question segment, okay? I'm going to let Maza come up first. Just give me a second here. Go ahead, Maza, please.
Hi. So I just wanted to ask, obviously, I'm in the West and we've heard a lot about Egypt's borders and what's going on there. And so I was just wanting to ask, as somebody who's in Egypt right now, what is the situation with the government? What are they willing to do? What are they not willing to do in terms of letting aid in, which I know you said is only a small part of the bigger problem, but it is a problem and people are starving. So in terms of being on the ground, what is there that you can do, or if we can get to Egypt, then we can help you do as well? Because it's really dire right now. And I've heard of messages, so I don't know what to believe, basically. So what's the situation?
Here's the situation from someone. If you could ask me the same question 1 year ago, I would answer with a simple answer. I'm sorry. There has been zero problems with the trucks going in. There's always been aid going in. It's literally a crossing between us and Palestine to go to fill in the trucks and getting trucks from other countries like Saudi Arabia and other countries that would like to just help. We have never had problems for trucks to go inside. But right now, we do have problems from the Israeli side. They're not allowing, they only allow a certain number of trucks. 200. Yeah, a certain, because some day is 10 trucks, sometimes it's 0 trucks, some day it's 150 trucks.
Never more than 200.
Yeah, it's never than 200. But the thing is, right now they minimize the number of trucks that go in. That's why people are not getting enough aid. That's why you're getting all sorts of people telling you that there is no aid going in at all. Maybe, which is completely true, because there's no aid enough for them to get. Yeah. And so the situation from our end is the Israelis are not allowing. They only allow a certain number of trucks to go every day. From the Egyptian side, of course, for security purposes, only specific organizations.
Aid needs to be forced, they say.
Aid needs to be forced. Yeah. Okay. When we tried to force aid, they bombed the Palestinian side of Rafah. So hey, it's not a new thing. Hey, the thing is, the actual aid that crosses the Rafah side, it goes also in a process. So it has to pass on the Israeli to be checked, and then goes to the Palestinian Red Crescent. So it has also its own process to go into. From our end, since the 7th of October, there has been a lot of trucks that have been waiting to go inside. In one point, the Egyptian government gathered a lot of Egyptian influencers to go inside of Rafah, to go to the Rafah crossing and shoot videos at the Rafah crossing, because at that time there was a UN official that was giving a speech over there, and they wanted a lot of people to go inside. That's when actually the people saw Rahma Zain speaking to the CNN reporter over there. That's how she got. That's right. Yeah, that's how she got viral. So there's just a lot of trucks that are waiting to go inside, but people need to understand that this is a border. It has an Egyptian side and it has a Palestinian side, and there is no surprise that the Palestinian side is controlled by the Israeli side, because Israel controls the whole Palestine. So there's so much pressure in that point. In my opinion, I think Egypt is doing the best it can for what it can do until now. Because I have lived through aid, I have lived through those experiences, and I've seen aid go in with zero problems. Like, for example, me as an Egyptian, I would see in any like Gaza, in any conflict in Gaza, because this is not the first time I've been seeing this for at least 3, 4, 5 times throughout our lives. So the trucks going into Gaza in the past couple of incidents, there has never been a problem. You know what's also has never been a problem? Egyptian trucks to go inside and remove the rubbles and rebuild Gaza, and rebuild a couple of places, clear the streets, because you don't know that they actually need to clear the streets because all of the streets are just rubble and they can't move. Then this is something that it has to be. They need help in that as well. And the Egyptian government has never had a problem helping that way.
Hey, so I just want to thank both these guys, my great friends, for coming on board. And Sarah is passing out. Yeah. She's so tired, and she wants to say goodbye to you guys. So
goodbye. It was lovely meeting you all. And Chip, I follow you on Instagram, and you're an amazing person. Keep going. But it's 1:30 a.m. But I loved the meeting, and I loved like everything. We have like your questions and everything we have said, guys. So thank you, and like see you later and see you again.
All right.
Bye. Good
Awesome.
night.
Hey,
we got to fade out too. We got to get up early for a meeting. We're meeting with Egyptian Red Crescent tomorrow to tour their distribution facility, and we're all just exhausted. So we probably got to head out too. But it's been a joy hanging out with you guys.
All right, real quick, Quinn, I have to send you a very important message, so just check your Telegram either tonight or tomorrow morning, okay?
Okay, for sure I will, brother.
Okay.
And
all right, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it.
I'll try to be in better touch with you as I can, and we'll bring some other guests on too. So it's so important to hear their voices and amplify their voices. So I'll bring on some more people for you next time. So I appreciate all of you. I love you all. Again, connect with us through the WhatsApp groups, the Project Humanity WhatsApp groups. Love to have all of you involved from wherever you are. And thank you to all these guests with your great questions. We appreciate you guys. We'll just try to keep answering questions every time we get on here. So right now we're fading, man. We're fading. So
gotcha.
Love you all though. So we'll check you later.
Take care. Have a good night. Well, that was awesome, huh? Real quick, I want to cover one quick administrative thing. That was Quinn the Eskimo. For those of you who are just coming on here, there's a WhatsApp group that they have. I got the name of it up here. Someone can mention it again in the chat. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is this is going to be recorded. So if you came in late and you want to hear more about it, a lot of the questions that are coming in are relating to things we covered earlier. It's going to be put up on my YouTube channel and on my Rumble channel. You can find the links to find those in my bio under something called Linktree. And you click on that. All my social media comes up as well as some other cool stuff, but you'll see the YouTube and Rumble links there. Okay. We have a lot of people that have wanted to get in, been waiting very patiently, which I appreciate. Just let you know, I've been going for 6.5 hours straight today. So this is a marathon. I may need to like sit down while you guys are doing this, but I'll let you keep talking here. Let me bring in a couple more people really quickly. And then what I want you to do is I'd like to please keep your mics muted. I will go through the order that I talked about. If I screw up, let me know. So I think, I believe Janina was next. I think it was. I think that's who it was. Yeah, please, Janina, please take your turn.
Hi, Chip.
Hi.
And running the marathon.
Is there somebody sleeping behind you, like snoring?
It might be Bobby.
I think Bobby is sleeping.
Bobby's probably on hour 8 or something. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that noise though is going to make it tough for us to have you on here. If you can't stop it, I understand, but it's too loud.
Oh no, it's your guest, the second.
Which
Bobby,
one? Oh, I'm
Bobby
sorry, Bobby
Digital.
Digital. Okay, let me mute Bobby
Yeah,
Digital.
it
Thank
is
you.
Bobby.
There we go. Let me take him down if he's asleep. Good for him.
Come
I mean, get
on.
some sleep. It's awesome.
Bobby.
That is funny.
That's
Okay.
hysterical. Yes. Okay. So, well, I mean, I I want to say thank you. I thank you for being a marathon runner for humanity, and for so many of the people that I see. I've seen Wally. I mean, I Mo. There are so many people that I see putting in at least what seems like 20 hours a day. For this, and thank you. I wish my father was still alive here to kind of witness this, because that's how he was, and with us our entire lives. And despite the tragedy and suffering, the one beautiful aspect of this is the way it seems to have put a spotlight on the importance of prioritizing empathy and humanity, being human first and foremost. And yeah, so thank you. I appreciate all of that. But I was also going to tell the gentleman that was here earlier about the intentional conflation of Zionism and Judaism, which is, of course, not true, and that they've been doing it for half a century and they've spent billions of dollars on it. And so the idea that it's suddenly going to be like a light switch, oh, okay, that makes sense, is difficult for a lot of people. But Zionists essentially hijacked Judaism to insulate them from their political actions, from the criticism and accountability, to prevent fair media news coverage, to silence, politicians and so forth. And so it is such a fundamental part of it that, yeah, I'm glad that it's finally kind of being discussed more. And yeah, thank you for your platform.
Sure thing. Thanks for being on. I really appreciate you. Okay, real quick, there's people that are coming on fast here, so I want to just give people a quick update. This will be really quick. My name is Chip Barnes. I'm an Army veteran. I served in the first Gulf War. I learned about this issue, the Israel-Palestine conflict, totally by accident when I was a college senior. One of my classmates did a big project and talked about the first Intifada, which happened in 1987. It was a big uprising among the Palestinian people, and I learned about it in 1989, so I've just been studying it ever since. It fascinated me because I heard a totally different version of events than I'd known as a kid. Growing up, you have a much different story as an American. I didn't know what a Gaza Strip was or a West Bank, and I didn't know about an occupation. And learning all that kind of shook me up. And so it's been sort of like a hobby of mine for all these years. And I've been advocating for Palestinians for decades. But it just so happened when I got on social media, I was on a day before this kicked off on the 7th, just total chance. So that's how I came on here. I've been on here for 8 or 9 weeks. I have a great panel of people here. We just finished up with somebody who was in Gaza, or I'm sorry, on his way to try to get into Gaza, but they're in Cairo, Egypt right now. So we just had a lengthy dialogue with them. This is going to be recorded. So if you came in late and you missed it, it's going to go up on my YouTube and my Rumble. The links are in my bio under the link tree. Okay, next guest up was, hey, Philistine, since you talked, I'm going to let Rebel go, okay? And we'll catch you on the backside. So Rebel, please jump in.
Good evening, everyone. Well, thank you for having me. We're proud to have you, man, and we're proud to have everyone. And I
I want to reiterate on one point for the viewers that heard the guy earlier about the fight of Judaism in the Middle East, and I want to say very simple things. As a Syrian, that offends me because in Damascus, in our capital, we have a full neighborhood, and it's a historic neighborhood called the Jewish neighborhood, where people lived in harmony with their neighbors, with their Muslim neighbors, with their Sunni neighbors, with their Shia neighbors, with the Christian neighbors. So that's wrong. That's misinformation, and I want to point that out. I have it on my page. No one needs to follow me. You can go watch the live until the end. But a Jewish lady from Aleppo, and she's explaining how they were received in Aleppo in Syria after being displaced in Spain. So that ideology that the Middle East hates Jews is wrong. It hits me on a personal level, as my ex-wife is half Jewish. Like my kids have a Jewish heritage. So it's just wrong. So I had a question to Quinn. I'm not sure if he answered that or not, but who determine what type of aids go into Gaza right now? Because there is a lot of trucks.
Yeah, so
Like
it's all based on it's all based on the Israelis. So the Israelis have a thing called a permit system, and if you don't have a permit, they search the truck. If they find one unapproved item, they have a list of approved items that can go in. And I think the trucks have a mix of approved items depending upon how the trucks want to situate their inventory. But if one item is in the truck that's not approved, the whole truck can't go. So it's a very strict system. No cameras can go in, no video can be taken. And if anybody violates that, they cease all the trucks from going in. So it's a very strict environment. Just, that's the way the Israelis run things. They control everything. So unfortunately, it's the permits that's slowing down the aid more than just the ability of the physical movement of the trucks through the passing.
But that's about it for me. I can mute and wait, or you can recite me, man. It's glad to be on your. It's an honor to talk to you.
Great question. Thanks for asking that. I appreciate that. Okay, let's see. That was Rebel. So let's let Rebel go to where. Okay, I think next person in line was Wally, right? I believe.
Hey Chip, how are you?
Oh, Wally, listen, I follow you all the time. You have family in the West Bank, and you've been talking about all these horrific situations. And I think your uncle got unalived, which is horrific. So how are you doing?
I'm doing all right, just given the situation. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of your content too, so I'm happy to hop on one of your lives. Yeah, I guess well, the situation in the West Bank and Gaza are completely different types of tragedies, different, horrific in their own different ways. Just some updates on the West Bank, though, especially this past year, M16 rifles, which are coming from the United States, are being given to settlers like candy in the West Bank. They're given for free from U.S. tax dollars, but there's extremist settlements in the West Bank. And one of the most extreme ones is right next to my family's village called the Yitzhar settlement. I've talked about them a lot. So they unalived my uncle's neighbor just a few weeks ago. What's really tough right now is the situation right now is that a lot of these settlers are beginning to just put on IDF uniform and then come down with their M16s, and they act as if they are the IDF. And honestly, it's very hard to tell the difference between the two because sometimes the IDF just genuinely are the settlers. So that's the situation right now. They're on all the hilltops. There's no settlements in the valleys. That's where all the Palestinians are. So they look at us pretty much like wild game. And I have been advocating and talking about this a lot, but I guess this is kind of like, I have my own views on this, and then I kind of just want to leave this as an open-ended question, because a lot of people mention the word free Palestine, and obviously I'm Palestinian, I have family in the West Bank, so I do as well. And my background's in science, so I like to see I like to see a very realistic, rational way to get to whatever goal we're trying to get to. And what's a free Palestine look like for people when they say that? And then separate from what it looks like, what can we actually do step by step to get us to whatever that is? Not just, of course, don't get me wrong. protesting and advocating, those are all very important. They do great. But on a policy level, or what kind of reform can we see? Because Israel has a lot of power and Palestinians really have none. So what kind of international pressures, what's the long-term goal? I know it's different for everybody, which is why I'm leaving it kind of as an open-ended question. Thanks.
Right. So that, and obviously that's a big question, right? So I'll answer it as fast as I can because I've talked about this at length in my videos and a lot of the lives. So here's the problem. Obviously, it's a big deal right now. We know the power dynamics between the American government, the military might in the Eastern Mediterranean with the carriers and the Marines, and also just all the money and weaponry, munitions, the whole 9 yards, right? We know the whole situation. AIPAC is very strong. Okay, if you don't know what that is, it's the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. It's a very powerful lobbying group. Most politicians, if not almost all of them, are kind of, hamstrung by this group. It's political suicide to oppose them. So if you oppose them, they take a ton of money and they use it to try to take you out with another person to come in. And in America, 98% of the time, whoever has the most money wins the election, which is disgusting, but that's reality. So you add into that the way that the national security state and the moneyed interests, the donor class and corporations, control the entire legislative process and all arms of government. Let's face it, it's locked up. So it's a big ask to try to change all that, right? It took 25 or 30 or 40 years to build up to this point. It's going to be hard to dismantle, if not impossible. But here's the only tools. We have 3 tools as individuals outside of voting, right? Because people have realized that voting is sort of like a non-starter now. It's like never, it doesn't make a difference. You call your elected officials right now or whatever, and what do? They take a message, and that's that. It dies at the door, right? So that sucks. So they're no longer representing the constituents. And if the will of the constituents is a ceasefire, which it seems to be, it gets ignored, right? So how do we get around that? So here's what happens. There's 3 things the public has that they don't have, okay? Sheer numbers. A lot of us, a few of them, right? That's one thing. Secondly, we have our buying power, right? We can choose not to do stuff. And third, we have our labor, that's how these companies make money. We go to work, they profit from it, right? So somehow, some way, those tools have to be brought to bear to overcome the power dynamic that I just described. But it's a very powerful thing. So only a very powerful response will make a difference. And unfortunately, so far, it's difficult for most Americans because they're not in dire circumstances yet, or they're just not aware to jump into activism along that front. There's fear, mortgage to pay, whatever, right? So organizing is the key. That's the hard part. That's the hard work. Nobody wants to spend their weekends out there on the street talking to people. They want to go watch NFL football. They want to watch NBA basketball. They want to go hunting, go fishing, whatever the hell they like to do, right? People are in their lane. They're in their lives. So that's what has to change. And there's 2 ways it usually changes if you look at history, okay? Normally, if there's a small vanguard, like people like us who are kind of just on top of it and aware, let's say we get together and we do protesting or something more involved, right? And the police come in and they beat the hell out of people and they spray water cannons, and people see that and they get upset by that. They're more likely to be sympathetic to it and be more involved, right? That's one thing. It's about emotion, okay? But the second thing, and the more important one, and this is the hard one, people's life circumstances. As long as they're good enough that the comfort they feel staying there exceeds the perceived fear of getting involved in the movement, they're going to stay in their lane. The moment that changes, they're going to move out of their lane. So until things get really bad, most people, normal, quote unquote, regular people in the middle, are probably not going to be involved. That's if they become aware. The problem in America is the propaganda machine is really strong, and most people even have no idea this is even going on. They're pissed about what they're seeing, but they don't know about the other dynamics I just described. So they just don't know what they don't know. It's hard to reach them because anytime you bring it up, they're very doubtful that what you're talking about makes any sense. So those are the problems that I've realized. Those are big asks. My guess is, and again, I'm not saying this because I want to say it, okay? I don't think that based on what's coming to bear in the future, that the public will move fast enough to overcome the challenges that will be put in place that are going to make it 100 times more difficult to do what I just said. That's my take.
Yeah, no, really good points. I'm right there with you. I'm in fear because of the fact that they're up the amount of weapons that settlers have in the bank this year more than ever. That, coupled with the fact that settlers have been just blatantly mentioning now Palestinians in the West Bank, leave now. This is your last chance. Leave for this year. Go to Jordan, or we're going to unalive all of you and expel our enemies. And my family's been getting these leaflets tossed everywhere. They're saying it publicly. So I don't know what's happening on the back end, but yeah, I have the same fear. I don't know if it's just going to be. I mean, I'm trying all I can, but there's a large risk and concern of mass displacement in the West Bank soon.
Yeah.
So, yeah, all the points you listed, all very, very good points. I actually started I'm hoping we launch it mid-January. I started a nonprofit focused on policy reform. So that's
Yeah.
one thing. I think that the Israel lobby in the United States is so powerful beyond just AIPAC. It's very entrenched in our society. So definitely, I don't know, maybe to even counter that with more initiatives on the Palestinian side.
Yeah, it's concerning. And remember this, okay, it took a long time. This is like a big Titanic ship, right? So the American empire is a big deal. Now, it is on the downslope. Okay, that's why things are going to get a little dicey. Once empires peak and they start to go down, they have the same characteristics. So you have an overextended military. You have money being spent in excess of the ability to maintain the debt. You have people at home that are being ignored. These are all the qualities we're seeing. If you look up a guy named Ray Dalio, Dalio, he owns a large fund called Bridgewater Capital. And if you look at Ray Dalio, he's got a great video on YouTube that describes the historical analysis of these cycles. So China's on the ascendant, obviously. They're going to be the next big player. The US is on the descendant. We're cresting and going down the wrong side of the roller coaster. It never gets better. Here's the thing I want to tell you. Economically and security-wise, nothing gets better on the downslope. So for those who want to have a better life it's not happening as long as you're in this country. If you're in China or Singapore, it might be better. So that's reality. You can ignore it, put your head in the sand, but if you put your head in the sand, you get your ass kicked, right? So I have to take the dog out, by the way. So anyway, now what can be done, right? Now, you can try to do different things, but you have to get involved to try it. So there are plenty of people on here that are sort of recognizing, waking up to this stuff, especially on TikTok. So you'll hear all sorts of content creators start talking about this stuff. So they're talking about boycotts, they're talking about strikes, that kind of stuff. But it's got to be big for it to work, because the people in power, think of it this way. If you're somebody who's making $10 million a week in business, right? Are you going to worry about a protest in DC? You care less, right? Who cares? 300,000 people come out, doesn't affect you. But if you have 30 million people that block every road, bridge, port, train station, nothing moves, that 10 million is not coming in. Now you're looking up, like, where's my money? The language these people speak is money. It's the only way to get to them. Now, boycotts can work to an extent, but they're not sufficient unless you get like 30% of the population doing it. The key number, according to most successful movements in history, is about 3.5%, which is about 11 million people. So if you can get 11 million people to participate in these things, you can overcome the dynamics. But that's also, like I said, it's a big ask. It's a lot of people getting out of their lane. So these are the challenges. So that's where it is. Now, if you want to get involved in the one that I've created, it's called Action for Change with the number 4. It's a simple group with the concept of linking up with other like-minded groups. It's got to be a broad, large, decentralized movement, so no one leader can be a problem. If I disappear or whatever happens, it doesn't change anything, because the means to get there and the desired outcomes are already specified. No one has to kind of pull that line. So it's got to be broad, though, which means you're going to have to go out and do something and get other people to do something. It's not going to happen. It took me 7 years with other people to get one law changed in my state for smoking in bars, just to change the ability to not smoke inside of bars. 7 years. And I stood out for 7 fucking years at this place called Artscape every year and talked to like 20,000 people. And eventually we got enough signatures to start the price. It's work. And this is the stuff that everyone wants to vote their way out of this stuff. And I would too, believe me. I'd rather go to the polls, flip a lever, go home, and it's like, hey, it got better. Not going to happen. So that's the only way it's ever gotten better. Look at all the other things that have happened in Russia and France. The history's there, right? But the problem is the power dynamic that's in place now is so much stronger than it's ever been. And it's global, right? You have global multinational capital. Very hard to get over. So it's a big deal. And that's why I don't think, listen, I don't want to be a pessimist, but it's such an insurmountable task. So it could work, but people are going to have to make a big behavioral shift and a big shift in consciousness for it to have any chance. So that's my take. But if you want to go to the group, that's the only way to get started, is to start, right? It's Action for Change. It's in my bio. You go to my link tree, you click on it, you'll see it. It's a Telegram group. Okay, that's how I answer that question.
Absolutely. In 2020, Netanyahu made a statement. I can't remember when who the speech was to, but he said that in 2020, as he was talking to his army, that if there was international sanctions placed on Israel to retreat to the 1967 borders, regardless of how strong Israel is, they would have to oblige and they would have to do so. 2020 was only a few years back. It seems like the political climate within the United States, the chances of us sanctioning Israel are very, very slim. The last time Israel was ever sanctioned, I believe, was in 1957 when they had to retreat from Sinai. But we know that sanctions are effective. Is there, from your point of view, do you think that how likely and what can we do to increase the chances of the U.S. sanctioning Israel? And is that kind of a fairy tale fantasy at this point?
I think the likelihood of that happening is probably less than 1%.
Mount Hood in the background, lower it, look to be amazing. I wasn't recording.
So what?
Zippy, can you please keep your microphone on mute there, please? Yeah, so here's the deal. Right now, there's never been more support for Israel than at any time in human history, as far as the United States is concerned. Back in the Reagan era, they threatened the Israeli government with sanctions if they didn't stop doing some of their military actions in Lebanon. So that's what changed that. Otherwise, that's been the only time in recent history when anybody from America, where it was a serious possibility. So that's where things are. So again, it's just, if you stand at the bottom of the hill, you're looking at Mount Everest. It feels like that. So you got to get the base camp first. So that's the step. And then you see where base camp takes you.
No, it's definitely going to be a big task, but I mean, we're alive and we're going to hopefully be alive for a long time. So we just keep at it.
Yeah. It's not the answer we want to hear, but it's the answer that we need to face.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it seems pretty clear that right now that Israel's goal is to just kind of destroy every building in Gaza that especially the ones that are like primary infrastructure. I feel like after this, we're going to see a huge mass displacement, whatever the end of this looks like. And then the amount of money it would take to rebuild all of that in Gaza is insurmountable. So I think, to me, I see the end result of what's happening in Gaza specifically is going to be a mass displacement and obviously more poverty. Do you think what are your views on the international community actually stepping up? They haven't so far, really. Do you think it's just going to kind of play out in that way, or do you think that there's, unless something very tragic happens, that might kind of force them to? But
well, it depends on what the Israelis do. So they've already done a lot. They've already leveled most of northern Gaza, and they're dealing with the people in a very harsh way, as we've seen. If Israel tries to push everybody out into the Sinai, I don't think that the international community is going to let that stand. I think that there will be action, but it's very difficult given the other considerations that these Arab governments have, quote unquote. For example, the Jordanians, and for example, the Lebanon, and also they're backed by Iran mostly. It's very hard for them to take action because the repercussions against them militarily and politically are very high. And there's probably some considerations as far as foreign aid and that kind of stuff. So they have to balance multiple considerations where morality, unfortunately, it should be number one. It's like number 5. So these leaders are in a tough spot, and they want to stay in power too. And the chances of you being deposed if you attack a major superpower is high. So this is all what's going on. So it's unfortunate. Again, the Palestinians always get the short end of the stick, which sucks. But it's just been the historical place where they've lied politically. So I don't see anything changing. I think what's probably going to happen is that the Israelis will occupy the northern part of Gaza, maybe the central part up to Gaza City. They'll maintain that, and they'll have a new occupation of the rest of the territory in Gaza. It'll be more like the West Bank, but worse, is my guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting as well. That's tough. I don't know if anybody else wants to comment on that. Feel free. I'll kind of pause there.
Anyway, then thanks for coming. I'll leave you up here, Wally, so we can get more. But let's let somebody else chime in. So we have Dharma Soul has been waiting. So thanks, Wally. Wally, I really respect you too, because I know it's like a gut punch to you directly, because you're directly affected by what's happening. So I feel for you, and keep doing what you're doing.
You skipped over me, Chip.
Who did I skip over?
Freedom.
Well, Freedom, you've been on the panel twice today, I think. So I have to take some new people. Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Just letting you know. So Dharma, we got you on there. Please go ahead.
Okay, good evening to everybody, and thank you for having me on. Right, I just wanted to say, Chip, I've been following you since, well, first it was Quinn, right, just before he went to Gaza, right? And then, of course, I got onto Mansour and then to yourself. I must say that meeting you three individuals has changed the way that I think and many other people like me who we've learned so much. We've been exposed mentally and emotionally to things that we never thought possible. And I think the older folk like myself, I'm 48 years old now, I'm learning to use social media in a way that I've never done before. And this is all because of you three people. And I think that is quite a dynamic thing. So I wanted to thank you guys on that front. The exposure of information, things that, like, even now when we're on Twitter and we're on Facebook and we're on Insta and we're seeing things that the news just won't show. And so whatever rhetoric they're spewing, we're like, that's just rubbish because we know better. So, for people like myself, I was going to ask Quinn the question. He went all the way to Gaza. I wanted to ask him, of all the objectives that he was trying to reach for going there, has he reached all of them, some of them? What frustrates him? How can we on the outside help with his particular cause to maybe get things further along? Because I know the blockage just lies with the red tape with the Israelis, I think. And that's an issue. But I just wanted to come on here
let me address. Before you go on, let me just address that first. So you may not know this. You may have come on afterwards. We had Quinn on for about an hour and 20 minutes. So he was on with his friends.
5 minutes with him.
Oh, let me just finish. So Quinn was on answering questions for the audience for about an hour and 15, maybe an hour and a half. So this is being recorded in case you want to listen in on that. I'll try to summarize it for you, though. The bottom line is the Israelis are providing permits for trucks to come in under very strict terms and under limited quantity, but somewhere between 40 and 60 trucks a day, sometimes as many as 100 are getting in, depending upon the crew and who's being strict or not so strict. If there's anything on a vehicle, though, that's not approved, they have a list of very strict approved inventory. If there's one item found on the vehicle is turned around and rejected. In addition, there's no camera equipment or any recording allowed on any level. So they can't document their journey. They can't take any footage, as you might expect, because the Israelis are under total control. As far as what they're running into, they've realized that the Assisi government is very strict when it comes to protesting and doing anything that would be sort of a pushback against the government rules and regulations. So they can't organize, they can't do anything that's sort of, protesting or whatever. They can't put any pressure on the government to put more pressure on the Israelis, et cetera, et cetera. And someone else called in today earlier and said, I don't know if this is true or not, but that the Assisi government are doing things like forcibly taking goods out of trucks and replacing them with used items, for example. There was one example where he said there was a dialysis machine and they took the new one and they replaced it with an existing one from their medical system. Again, I haven't verified that, but they say that kind of stuff's going on too, which further marginalizes the cause. So as far as Quinn is concerned, he's in Cairo, Egypt. He's not in Gaza. Nobody can get into Gaza except for the approved aid trucks and approved international journalists who are on a special list. Then on top of that, they're in Cairo and they're trying to figure out like how to find the right aid groups so that the money that is donated, when it does get donated, which it shouldn't be right now, will go mostly to help the people who need it, not to the people who manage the operation of the company. So they're sort of in a holding pattern, much like a helicopter or a plane waiting to land. They can't really go anywhere. They can't really do a whole lot. So what they're doing is they're helping load trucks where they can for non-perishable supplies. They're meeting other volunteers, coordinating other volunteers, and trying to figure out where the best place is for people to contribute. So that's kind of what they're doing. And in addition to just meeting people and enjoying the experience of a new culture and trying to document that. And Quinn is trying to create a documentary out of all this so that people on the back end can see the full journey. But unfortunately, we'd love to see him in Gaza right now giving aid. It's not happening.
Yes. Also, I wanted to say, I've been following you on all the lives, listening in to your contributions to whatever the debate is. And I can't say I've ever learned so much as I've learned in the past 2 months, history, culture, all the rest of it. And, I've now collaborated with people right across the world, and such a dynamic group of people. But what I find that we're all struggling with is like we're all wanting to help, but we're little clumps of little guys, right? But do you have any advice for someone like myself attached to many little groups? How can we galvanize? How can we get together and say, listen, where do we best put our energy to see that the most gets done in the quickest amount of time, if you understand?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So there's short term, intermediate term, and long term things. Short term, you can
Yes.
participate in the boycotts. Okay, so you can not buy certain things. That's directly
Yes.
under your control. You can
Yes.
discuss that with other people and do that.
Mhm.
You can basically not you can talk to people. You can bring up the issue with others and educate them because awareness is the first step.
Yes.
It's you can go out and participate in protests if you want to. It's
Mhm.
anything that raises awareness is better than not doing something at this point. What
Yes.
some people are proposing right now are strikes. So if you haven't heard, there was one on Monday of this week on the 11th. There's another one that's being planned from the 18th through the 25th or 23rd or 24th, whatever the week is. So they're
Mhm.
recommending as many people that can use their withdrawal of their labor and their purchasing for that 1 week period to whatever extent they can. Some people can't afford to do it, obviously, but and maybe many can't. But so they're trying to just indicate to the establishment, like, hey, you might want to be aware of the fact that this is the starting point to create awareness, but if you don't let off the gas pedal, this is something that could become more substantial. And the good news about this, the 1 week strike to whatever level people can participate will not change the circumstances, most likely in
Mhm.
Gaza. But what it will do is get some people used to the idea and create awareness for others that they might be more willing to participate. That's kind of how this works. You're creating momentum like a
Yes.
snowball.
Yeah.
So really what you need is to make it really work is you need to have a larger group of people because the extent and reach of a protest can make a big difference. A couple 100,000 people in a park is great. It gets
Yeah.
maybe some media coverage, but it doesn't do anything to like disrupt society. It's only when things get disrupted. There's always got to be some sort of disruption for these things to work. So it has to get bigger. That requires organizing, forming coalitions, on much larger levels. I mean, think of it like a union. So if you look at a
Mhm.
union, when the United Auto Workers go on strike, there's a fund at the union it's the same as what's called mutual aid to kind of act like a
Mhm.
safety net for the people that do go on strike because they're risking their income and their future and blah blah blah. So as long as the
Yeah.
strike goes on, they have to have means and methods to support their family, right? So imagine a union for the whole United States or the whole world,
Mhm.
wherever you may be. You have to have that safety net for
South
people who are
Africa.
taking those risks. Yeah, whatever it may be. So this is not new stuff, but these are things that are difficult to coordinate. It's hard to get people to leave their lane if they're feeling safe or they don't know any better, and
Yeah.
that's the challenge. So I think, like I said before, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer because I like to be optimistic about anything in life. We can
Mhm.
do what we can do, and we should do what we can do, and we should try. But I don't know because the power structure is so firmly entrenched and there's so much at the top to lose if things don't work out that I think they'll go to any means necessary to prevent whatever it is that starts to percolate. That's my guess.
I hear you. I hear you. But Chip, before I leave, just thank you so much for all the things that you do. I mean, if I'm thinking about how hard the forces are working against what is good, how hard they're
Mm-hmm.
working against what is good, I think people like yourself, who are people like yourself, Quinn, Mansoor, and others like you are the gatekeepers to people like us, and us all putting effort and trying our best to do good is changing the vibration on this earth, and at some point it's going to push the dial in the
Hope
other
so.
direction where the powers that be are going to have to relent. It's either you're going to have to kill, sorry, didn't mean to say the word, you're going to have to unalive 7 billion people who are trying to assist, because you're not going to win. You're not going to win against all of us. You're just not. So I didn't mean to say that word, sorry. But yeah, so just really, you've been such an inspiration. I can't thank you enough.
Oh, you're
So
welcome, and thanks for coming in. I
thank you.
appreciate you. Sure thing. Yeah, it's always nice to hear from people from different parts of the world. That sounded like South African, didn't it? Sure did. Okay.
South
I
Africa, yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's great. I've never been, but I would love to go. Okay, what I'm going to do is, if you've already spoken, what I'm going to do, Lena, if you don't mind, I'm going to actually leave room for somebody else to come in. So thank you for coming in. So I think who was next? I think did Dharmasol, did you get to talk? I think you did, right? That would mean Zippy and a beer would be next, I
Hey
think. And
Chip,
then
I'm
we'll go
gonna
down.
hop off, but thanks for having me
Okay.
on.
Yeah, well, I look forward to your next content. I really like your content, Wally. And by the way, to your family and friends over there, please wish them our best, and I hope they stay safe and sound.
Absolutely, thank you. Take care. Good night.
Okay. Yeah, see you later. Thanks, Wally. Okay. Yeah, great to hear from Wally. If you haven't seen Wally's content, follow him, Wally Rashid. Just a good guy. Oh, I kicked Lena off. Lena, come on back in. If I did it by accident, I apologize. Let me see if I can find you. Here we go. I'm bringing you back in. So I don't remember who was next. I think it's Zippy.
I was
And
actually next. No, I was next.
okay. Yeah, go ahead then, please.
How are
I'm
you,
not sure.
Chip? Thanks for
I'm doing
having me
okay.
again.
Yeah, I'm just let you know, everybody. I've been on this since 12 noon, so I'm a
Oh, I
little bit out
know.
of sorts.
I know. I literally ran a whole bunch of errands, and you're still here. So much respect to you. I'll be really quick. I don't need. I never need that much time. I do want to add to what Dharma said. I've watched you for a little while, and your page has been one of the most informative and very mature. I just love coming here. I feel like it's serious. We talk about the subject, and that's it, and I love that. If we can kind of veer off a little bit, if you're okay with that, if with the permission of yourself, if I can just say a little story, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is about the West Bank.
Okay.
Probably like the second week of I would say the third week of October, after the whole October 7th situation happened. I have a friend who lives in the West Bank. It probably takes a good 15-20 minutes to get from work to home, back to home to work. After that, it just went downhill. Just random checkpoints, terrorizing them, checkpoints that weren't even there before, makeshift checkpoints. Just wherever they feel like placing a checkpoint, they place one, right? So to make a long story short, this person is unable to go home. So their work placed them in a hotel, unable to see their family. And this has been going on since October 7th. So what, today's 70 days, 71 days. One of the times driving home, attempting to go see his family, the soldiers, of course, love to terrorize, pulled him over at a checkpoint right in front of his vehicle. He attempted to make a U-turn to just kind of get away. He is not a resistance fighter. He works at a bank, nothing, wild, just a random human being, random civilian living life. Pulled him over, beat the living daylight out of him, blindfolded him, left him by the Jeep, of their tank, for 3 hours, and just terrorized him, right? On his knees for 3.5 hours. This is someone that I know, okay? Let him go, went to work. That was like October 20th, something like that. Today, same thing happened. Same exact situation, blindfolded, pulled over, but he had plenty of time today to remove all his social media, because apparently right now it's all about social media. He removed his TikTok, Facebook, everything was deleted while he was waiting in the car, because it was, a long line to get to the checkpoint. He removed all his social media. Once he got there, same thing, got him out of the car, blindfolded him. This time he didn't get beaten. He was blindfolded, and tied by the wrists. They took his phone, and this is where it gets really tricky. They took his phone. He didn't see it. But after 3.5 hours of sitting on his knees, they gave him his phone back. He saw so many missed calls from his mother, called his mother, and his mother said that they called her and said, "Would you like your son back, dead or alive?" Wow. They called his mother and said, "Would you like your child back, dead or alive?"
Yeah, that's terrible.
This is the kinds of terror that these people do. This is what they do. And while the mother's sitting there having a heart attack, not knowing, because they left him there for 3 hours, after 3 hours, he was released. He called his mom, and she's like having a panic attack, heart attack, whatever, not knowing where his son is. And then he goes about his day. So this is not about H group. This is about terrorizing Palestinians every single day. And in the West Bank, I'm going to agree with Wally. It's going to get worse. I agree with you as well about them taking over and occupying Gaza, and then what they're going to do is displace all the I mean, he was right. These people are getting leaflets saying go to Jordan, and Chip, the actual leaflet literally says pack your bags and go to Jordan. That's what it says. Like, I have it. It says pack your bags and go to Jordan for your safety. So these people are terrorizing. They're the real terrorists. They're the real lunatics. I can't express enough their pain in the West Bank. Not once you leave your home, you don't know if you're going to come back alive to your family. You really don't. Because one wrong move, if they're not in a good mood, you will get unalived.
Oh, yeah, it's horrible what's happening. I've said since the 7th, since the attention was diverted mostly over to Gaza, it's been like the purge almost, as far as settlers coming in and all the horrific things that have been happening in the West Bank. So it's disgusting. I think it's like 240 people or 250 people that have been unalived. My dog's freaking out, so I think she's got to go out and go to the bathroom. I'll keep talking, it's going to get dark and I got to put on her leash. Okay. Yeah. So thanks for mentioning that. I know it's not pleasant to hear of everybody, but it's what's happening. And this is what's been going on, by the way, for a long, long time. I always mention this. If you watch a documentary called Life in Occupied Palestine, a young Jewish woman went over to live in Ramallah, and she documented of what she saw. She didn't believe her friends who were telling her that this stuff goes on, so she went to see for herself to disprove them, and then she found out what was happening, and she was just flabbergasted. So she came back and made the documentary I just mentioned. So I strongly recommend you watch it. Her name is Anna Baltzer. It's on YouTube for free, Life in Occupied Palestine. You're going to be like, holy shit, this is horrible. Not one person who's pro-Israel who's ever watched that has ever not completely changed their view of what's going on. Most people from Israel don't have any idea this is happening. They have, their government doesn't tell them anything about it. They make themselves out to be the good guys. They call people on that side of the wall T words, and they make it sound like they're all trying to unalive all Jewish people. So they have this idea that everybody's a maniac. And once they learn they're just regular people being completely, exploited by the Israelis, they're like, holy smokes. And many Israelis know this. And so the ones that do, if they have a conscience, speak out against the occupation, as they should. So
Yeah.
somebody's in the chat here saying that they could have had peace, meaning the Arabs. That conversation is such a lie, because every single deal that was offered was full Israeli control. They had no autonomy. So even the Israeli people who negotiated said, I wouldn't have taken the deal. So why fault them for not taking it? Okay? That's a bullshit tall tale the Israelis tell each other, that the Arabs don't want peace. It's garbage. Okay.
And then one last point I want to make, and then I'm going to drop.
Please be quick, because we have a lot of people
I'm
waiting.
very quick. And then the Arabs that live in occupied Palestine, the ones that have a job, the one that they pay their mortgage or rent, and they're comfortable and they're happy. They live side by side with these Israelis. They live side by side for a long time. Do they have any problems amongst each other? Absolutely not. I'm sure there might be here and there, but for the most part, they live peacefully. So it's interesting to me that if they just gave the Palestinians in the West Bank basic human rights, that they might just live peaceful as well. It's a very simple situation. If there is, I'm just going to say, as long as there's illegal military occupation, they're going to have problems. There's always going to be resistance. So thank you so much, Chip. I really appreciate your platform.
Thanks for coming on.
Take care.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Lena. Take care. See you later. Thank you very much. Okay, that was Lena. Good points. Thanks for sharing that. I think Zippy was next, and then Abir Official. Joe from the chat. I'm glad Joe came up, because here's the thing, folks. It's fair for everyone to listen to both sides. We want to be heard out, right? So if we have somebody who disagrees, it's fair to come out with that. So all I do ask Joe to do is we need to give ourselves a breath. I won't step on you, but don't go on for like 7 minutes. Let us go back and forth a little bit, point by point, and have a good conversation. So I'm going to bring up, first of all, Zippy, and then Abir, and then I'll bring Joe up. And that'll be it for tonight. I apologize to those. I've been on for 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Hi, Chip. Can you hear me?
Hey, I can hear you.
Okay, I wanted to say hi to everyone who is listening. And I don't have many questions, but I just wanted to say you thank you. As you were the first one I started to follow regarding Palestinian. And, being an American Muslim, I'm kind of embarrassed that I did not know as much as I know now through you and through Quinn and some other influencer I watch, I feel like that our efforts are not going just in vain. I know that Western media controls the narrative, but I feel like you guys have made enough effort that I can see the shift that it's changing, and then people are not just blindly believing. And I have never been as much as proud on my American brothers and sisters as much as I am now, because
Good.
we really have made a great difference, and it's not because of small influencers like I am. It's you guys, like Quinn. What he did is just amazing, and what you are doing, dedicating your time specifically for the cause, I cannot say you thank you enough, and I can't say all those who joined your live thank you enough, and educating each other. So I was just here to say you thank you. I listen every live, but today I just felt like I should say you thank you for doing what you are doing. I wish that you could join the politics, and one of you could come in to the politics. So I know how crappy government we have. I wish that one of you could really think of coming into the politics next, so we can make some bigger changes.
Well, you know what the word, do you know what the word, now you know the English word assassination, right? You know what that word means?
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, that would be my future. So I'm not looking forward to politics. So sorry about that. But yeah, I need to grab
Well,
my
someone
jacket.
like
Holy shit,
you,
it's cold as shit out here.
should be, step into that.
Well, like I said earlier, I would do it if I thought it could make a difference. Seriously, if I thought I could do a civic duty and help the public. I think my role, given my background and my skill set, being a business guy, I can be what better on the ground, helping grow organic things that make a difference in people's lives, which is another part of the puzzle, right? It's to move away from the corporate system. But the corporate system is what needs the corporate national security state media complex. That's what needs to be dismantled. It's not going to reform itself through voting and through electoral politics. I wish it would, but they have such a stranglehold on it. It's
I
like,
agree with that.
imagine if you had a piggy bank, but you had to break it open to get the coins out, but it was made out of 3 inches of reinforced concrete and steel rebar. You're not going to break that sucker by tapping it against the wall. You have to
That's
smash it.
unfortunate.
You probably have to have 50 people in a slingshot to pull a very strong rubber band back to smash it with extra force. That requires a group of people to work together. That's a good reference for what we have to do, but on a bigger scale.
There is no doubt in it, but I think the way we are making a difference and change, there is something going to be happen, whether in the near future or,
Hold on. Somebody in the chat. This is Joe again. Joe, listen. I never at once did I say the word violence. Okay, let me be clear. The way these movements typically play out and have played out, if you look at the history, especially in the United States, is on a large movement of protest, peaceful, nonviolent protest. The violence comes from the state, right? It's the state with the water cannons and the dogs and the batons and what are rubber bullets or whatever else, right? That's where the violence comes from. There's not been an armed insurrection in this country since, I don't know, by any major movement back since 1860. So, I don't see it happening. But again, it's hard to organize that stuff. But Joe, please don't accuse me of wanting to start something violent. I've actually said multiple times, I don't think these things are going to occur. And I'm certainly not going to lead it or anything like that. I'm just saying this is what theoretically would be in play if these things were to kind of play out as they have historically. Okay, so let's see what we got next year. Thanks for your comments and your nice
no
words. I
problem.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, take care.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, we're one person away from Joe. I'm looking forward to talking with Joe. Okay, Abir, let's let Abir in,
Hi,
please.
Chip. How are you?
Hey, good.
I actually wanted to come up because I had some news and I don't see a lot of people talking about it. I did post about it, but I don't know if you've heard about it. Hold on, let me just pull up my background so I can give you a reference of what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Oh, of course it's blurry. Okay, so this, I don't know if you can see, this is a real estate company in Is No More. Hooray.
Let me bring you up, okay? Let me expand you so we can see it.
Sure. It's
There
a
we
real
go,
estate
please.
company I don't know if I don't have like the best, my video is better. That's on my page. It has everything very clear, but it's an Israeli real estate company right now that has announced on their Instagram page that they are building beach houses in south of Gaza, and they have already put out the plot that they want to build for the beach houses. They're already like taking requests for the beach houses, saying that the beach house is not just a dream anymore for Israelis. This is just to give you guys some information on this real estate company in Israel. They are responsible for a lot of the illegal settlements in the West Bank. They are responsible for settlements in Jordan Valley, and Israel is making for the south of Jordan right now. So it's really a real serious thing. It's a real issue. We need to be talking about it. It really upset me when I saw this today, and not a lot of people are talking about it. But the fact that they're so blatantly and with such arrogance announcing that they will be building beach houses in the south of Gaza is just shocking to me. And we still have people saying, no, this is not about the land. It is about the land. It is in every definition about ethnic cleansing. It is in every way about removing Palestinians from their land. And Israel is occupied Palestine. I hold that position. But this is disgusting. I don't know if you had seen this.
Well, I've seen different renditions done, not this particular one, but I think it's hard to argue based on what we're seeing on the ground that this is not part of a plan, something along those lines. I don't know if we know the extent to which the American and or other governments will allow it to persist, hopefully not much further than what we've seen. But I don't know the answer to that, although I have heard people say that there are bigger plans to try to push the entirety of the people in Gaza out into the Sinai. So it looks something like that is happening in terms of what we're seeing. So hopefully it doesn't happen, but I'm not sure.
So for anybody that needs more information, because I know he wants to get off, I made a video all about this. It's on my page right now. It's active. I'm just Shadow Bananahead, but y'all can go check it out. I have all the information.
Can we just real quick, let us follow you. If you tap on the user's box, I think I'm tapping on their picture, and then you can follow somebody that way. So please follow. What do you go to? User 875. It's a lot of numbers, but please follow her if you want to see that video. That way you can catch it in your For You page.
Oh, and I will tell you, Chip, since you're, I know you like information, and I'll just give you this really quick before I drop.
Okay.
Hold on a second. And I know this is not like the best story. Oh, everything is so small up here. Okay, hold on. It's okay. It's all, it doesn't matter. They're basically calling for, there was Israeli settlements in Gaza, obviously, and they're calling for specific ones to be brought back. And they're using this development as, it's not fake news. It was on their Instagram page, by the way. So I specifically went and checked and just to make sure it is on their Instagram page for this real estate company. But feel free to check it out on my page.
Okay.
But I won't take any more of your time. Thank you so much for everything you're doing, Chip.
Yeah, of course. My pleasure. Okay, that's good stuff. Interesting. Those are interesting plans to see. Who knows if it's just kind of bluster or if it's something that's really real. So we'll find that out. Let me just move that person off so we can get to Joe. Okay, so when somebody's coming up, I want to make this very clear to the group because sometimes the chat will get a little crazy. Please be respectful. And if somebody's saying something you don't agree with, that's okay. We're all in different places in terms of our takes. I'm someone who's super lucky in that I found out about this when I was 21 years old and I'm 56. So 35 years worth of study. It's also kind of been one of my hobbies. So I like geopolitics in general. Now, just because I know some things that other people don't doesn't make them bad. It just means that they haven't bumped into it yet. And it can seem condescending sometimes to even say that, right? So what I like to do when I talk to people who don't hold the same views as me, I like to listen, okay? I don't like to interrupt them, which I won't do. If somebody's rambling on for 4 or 5 minutes and I can't get a word in, I'll probably put them on, hold for a second and share some thoughts. But I don't want to, quote unquote, crush somebody when I talk to them. A lot of people are like, yeah, I destroyed that. No, that's not me. I want to try to find common ground and bring people to information if they don't have it yet, and vice versa. There may be some things I don't know that I need to be led to as well, and that's okay, because being wrong is not a sin. It's a way to build and grow. Okay, so with that in mind, Joe, let's keep it civil, and let's see what you got to say, my friend.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Yeah.
It seems like you have a Joe that's been ruining my name.
Say again. I didn't hear you. I apologize.
I think there is a Joe that's ruining my name. I don't actually
you're
get involved.
a different Joe. You're a different Joe. Okay, sorry.
I mean, I can see the sledgehammers already out to get me.
Well, either way, there's more than one Joe in the world.
Yeah, no, there is more one than Joe. And especially this one here. So no, I am Egyptian. I live in U.S. for the last 30 years, and
Gotcha.
I've seen this scenario before a million times. What's going on in Gaza and in Palestine. The issue we always have is when is this going to be solved? Where is what's the solution for this? So this time social media helped a lot. It will definitely, we could have used it in Iraq war and the wars before. So at least we got a little bit more sensitive to what wars can do to people. But Iraq didn't have that chance to have this social media frenzy going on, and people can see all these horrible images. But anyway, we are here right now, and everybody is asking, what's the solution for this? We know that Netanyahu, he doesn't want a peace. He's Israel from day one. Since I was born, and I'm 53 years old, a little younger than you are. But everything that they say, it's all about, we have an enemy somewhere that we have to defend ourselves from. If it's either Hamas, it's either this group of people, there's Iran, somebody always behind them. It's
Hold
either
on.
anti-Semitism.
One second. Hold on. Just when you say that, we have to say different words on here. It's silly, but the algorithm catches us and will kick us off. So just say things like H group and Zionism and stuff like that.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if you go with their narrative, you will never end. You will never have a solution. In 2015, all the Arab nation came together with the Saudi Arabia, and they said, okay, we have the Arab Initiative, and they said we will normalize our relationship with Israel if you create a second state for the Palestinian.
Right.
And right after, they got into Gaza again, and they you see, we can't talk. There is an issue there. There is some militant firing some rockets on us or whatever.
Yep.
You understand? So the fact that there is nobody to talk to is definitely, it's not an argument for them anymore, because the only solution right now to the U.S. actually, and where we put ourselves in, is to lead the whole United Nations and everybody to try to create a state for the Palestinian right now, right after this war, because otherwise it will never happen. Because right now, everybody knows that these people need a nation. These people need to be self-determined. These people need the leader that actually can take them to the next phase. And of course, they're going to be demilitarized. There's no weapons going to be, they will be protected. Back then, Saudi Arabia told Israel that we will protect you. Everybody going to be there to protect you from any attack from West Bank or Gaza. We will be there. And they didn't, no, they said, no, we don't trust that. It's not going to happen. So the fact that they think that there is any other way to do this beside a state for the Palestinians, it's not going to happen. What they're doing right now, they're pushing people away. Nobody will take them in. Sisi is not going to take them in. The Jordan is not going to take them in. Even the people in Jordan, they don't have citizenship in Jordan. 60% of the citizens there are Palestinian, but they don't have a status. Who wants that? You understand? So they wanted to make it 70% or 80%. It's not going to happen. What's going to happen is only if these people actually, the U.S. started with, to start to put their foot down and say, enough is enough. Get out here, Netanyahu. Get somebody that has Ishaq Rabin mentality, that they want peace for their people, because there will never be peace for the people. The settler, they're coming from here. They're coming from Poland. They're coming from everywhere. They are not people that they live there. They go there and take something that's not theirs. So for them, they don't give a damn. They are actually losers in their country. And they come in to be like a citizenship and free this and free that. So for them, it's win-win situation for them. So for us, actually, we can just only expose them. We can only talk about it. The politics in this area, in this region, the whole region, it's above what we all do, because it's all connected to oil and connected to money and connected to everything. The only thing we can do is what we do right now, calling, putting pictures on Instagram and TikTok, whatever. But the only thing I can hope for is the policymaker here start making different decisions, because the blind support to Israel is just taking us in a bad place. It's bad for Jewish people too. Anti-Semitism will go up. It's always going up because of Israel, not because of people hate Jews. So people need to listen and start actually making some sensible decisions that help us to move forward, because our economy is not the best over here. You understand? And I'm a businessman. I pay taxes to my teeth. You understand? And you know that. You understand? And when I see that the taxes I pay, it goes to $3,000 a pump that can drop on people, that's not something I want to see. I want to see my kids can get a better schools or better roads or better infrastructure. But again, the lobbying and all this we know about. But what we can do right now is actually try to start from our local government, our local municipality. This is where it starts everywhere. What I see in my kids' schools right now and how they talk to them. I am a Muslim, and how my kids they talk to about the Palestinian issue, and how my daughter is in law school, and she actually told me how they coming very hard on them. They're law students, and they are trying to come very hard on them to silence them.
I was on mute the whole time. I'm so sorry, guys. My dog was barking. What I was going to say is sorry to hold you off there, Joe. I don't want this to turn into a lengthy diatribe, because a lot of times people like an interchange. So I was just going to say, I'll try to summarize it. We've talked about a lot of these possible solutions and where it starts. None of this is fair. Okay, it's immoral, it's disgusting, it's unfair. But the existing power structures are what's supporting it and letting it continue. And unless we can break those power structures, which is basically taking on the U.S. military and the government, those power structures are not going to change in the short term. No amount of pressure, no amount of cajoling with Arab states is going to make it happen. It just isn't, which is tragic for the Palestinian people. Now, how far will it go, and how many people will be pushed out of Gaza, if any? I hope none. But I know this for sure. That seems to be the intent. I know that Egypt's resisting, so is Jordan, because nobody wants refugees, first and foremost. And secondly, they know very well if the people do leave, they're never going back. Okay? So the dog's about to make some stuff. Anyway, let me get this person out of here. Just a sec. So this is the other Joe. Mute. There we go. You can stay in here, Joe. I'm just going to mute you so no more bullshit. Okay, let me bring you back in. Just please try to keep it brief, because we got to let somebody else on here. Sorry to cut you off. Okay, it's not letting me do it for another minute for some reason. I don't know why it does this sometimes. Anyway, so just really quickly, to kind of build on that, I don't want any of this to be happening any more than any of you. It's tragic to watch. It's heart-wrenching. But this has been the dynamic politically, with the U.S. providing cover. This is not just the Netanyahu administration, guys. This has been going on under every single prime minister to some extent for decades. The only time there was a chance for any peace was under Yitzhak Rabin, and he was assassinated by the right wing. A guy, believe it or not, who was sort of a tutelage of Benjamin Netanyahu. How disgusting is that? So let me see if you can come back on quite yet. 12 more seconds. Okay. I apologize for the wait if anybody's in the queue. I'm still outside with the dog, so I'll continue the show until I get back in. When I get back inside, I got to get off. I've been on for 7 hours and 35 minutes, which is quite a marathon, right? So here we go. Joe, I think I can let him back on now. There you go. Sorry about interrupting you, by the way. You should be back here. Anyway, so Joe, I don't know if you're coming back on or not. Yeah, okay, let's let somebody else come up. Maybe we'll let Joe go. Thank you for being on. Joe, you made some really good points. I'm sorry you're paying a lot of taxes, by the way. Okay, we got a couple more people that are going to come up, I think. Oh, there's 4 more people in the queue. Jesus, this is going to never stop. Let me bring one more person up. We'll just do it one at a time, okay? We got Bobby Digital, and then we'll go down the list. So, again, I got to stop at some point.
Hello, Chip. How you doing?
Good.
Apologies for earlier. I think I nodded off while I was in the queue. How you doing?
I'm trying to get my mic unmuted. Let me see here. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, no, you're unmuted.
Okay, good.
So I can
Thank
hear you.
Okay, great. I'm glad I didn't say anything inappropriate. Okay, good.
No, it's okay. You deserve to. Sorry to do
What's
that
on
on
your
the
mind?
platform. Just Palestine. The poor children, the poor Palestinians that are going through this atrocity. The 1.2 million children that Israel was starving, depriving from water, basic needs like food, warmth. It's something needs to give. I really don't understand how the international world is sitting there watching this happen. Like it's crazy. It really is.
Well, the answer is what can anybody do? And if they do step in, what would happen to them?
This is the issue. Is what are we going to allow? The problem is we're allowing Israel to just do as they please.
Well,
There's
but
no international law.
let's focus on reality for a second. I'm not saying that
Mm.
I don't want them to do something. I'm just saying, in your opinion, if you were Lebanon or you were Iran or you were Jordan or you were Egypt, what would you do? And if you did it, what do you think would happen?
The issue, none of them can do anything because Israel already threatened them that the same thing would happen to them as Gaza's fate. And no one wants that for their people.
Yeah, exactly.
Wants that for their country. It has to. I've been advocating for an international mandate to dismantle. I know it sounds a bit far fetched, but an international mandate would dismantle the Israeli government, the H group, the PA, the occupation, and start again. Like it really needs to, because that place is a cesspool of hate. Like I'm sorry to say, the Israeli government has been inbred on hate. They educate their whole population to hate and to live in fear. They do believe they're victims of their own making. They're scared of letting the Palestinians go, just in case they're going to do something to them. Like they're living in a fairy tale to believe that they can take someone's home, encage them, and expect them not to retaliate.
Yeah.
We live in a messed up world where they believe they can do as they please, bombing hospitals, affecting premature babies to a lot more. It's when is the end? Are we just going to let Israel just do what it pleases till there's no one left in Gaza and the West Bank? Because there's a West Bank too. It's not just Gaza. This is the issue.
Yeah, I know a lot of people agree with you 100%. The question is, people keep asking, what is the solution? It seems as if the only thing that will change the outcome of this is the decision of the Israeli government and or the U.S. pressure on the Israeli government. And so far, the U.S. has said some pretty stern things publicly, but in the end, actions are what matter. And if the U.S. wanted to stop this, it could stop it. It would call Netanyahu and say, listen, enough's enough.
No
That's
more.
it.
Yeah.
We're done. And if you don't do it, we're going to sanction you and keep the money from you, which is unthinkable politically, right? Given what we're seeing. So again, the U.S. is complicit. My country. I went on TV on Turkey about
And
a
the
couple weeks
UK.
ago. So whomever, anybody who's helping supply the money and the backing. There's one thing about being financially and providing the weapons. That's direct complicity. But yeah, indirectly by supporting it, sort of the moral support by Rishi Sunak, who's a complete jerk off. Yeah, not too good.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't see. There's not going to be an end. This is the problem. There's nothing we can fix that we can just now. The problem is the not the problem. The good thing is the world has opened its eyes to Israel and
That's the only
what
good.
it is. That's the only good that's come from this. But we Palestinians have paid a heavy price. It's 1% has been unalived so far, and we don't even know the numbers at the end of it. So we could be talking in the hundreds of thousands because kids are starving to death right now.
Yeah, I don't think we
It's,
should speculate in those. Those numbers are tough to speculate in.
I
But let's
hope
talk
not.
about the here and now. So we have
Yeah.
people that are on the edge of dying from different illnesses and different food
Mm.
shortages, and those numbers could in fact eclipse the numbers from the direct combat. So,
Yeah.
or you want to call it one-sided, bombardment or slaughter.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what, we do have some other folks who want to come up. I know you slept earlier, so maybe catch up on your rest, and we'll
Yeah,
see you
no,
later,
I
mate.
need to. Thanks for having me up, brother.
You're
I'll
welcome.
see you
Take
soon.
care.
Take care.
Sure. Thanks a lot.
Talking.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you. Love you, bro.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
it's always nice to have people up from the UK. I'll tell you, a lot of good people in the UK. They care, and they're also equally sick of their government. Okay, somebody by the name of Amy Barnes is here. I wanted to give Amy a chance to talk because that's my same last name.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have a cold. And
Okay.
yeah, that's definitely our last name. So I appreciate that. I've been kind of purveying all of the different lives and just kind of like listening and et cetera, et cetera. And the majority of the debates are on international law. And I have some like a little bit of subject matter expert in this realm because of my degrees, and I also have my kids are Jewish, and it's just like I've had the same opinion for over a decade. And here's the thing is that international law is an issue, but it's not the end all to be all because Israel does not ratify international law.
Yeah.
So therefore they don't act within its confines.
Yeah, it ignores
And
it.
it ignores it completely. And I'm trying to explain this to people, and they get hung up so heavily and ultimately into the weeds. And it's just like it's a non-debate because we have the media purporting international war crimes, and they are valid if you look at precedents. But you probably know as much as I do that I mean, please tell me the last time that international war crimes was brought to a head in The Hague on a state level. It's not. It's individualistic. I mean, tell me I'm wrong, but everyone's like, international war crime, and I agree. But it's unratified.
Well, let's remember that any law period, not international, but just anything, it's only as good as its enforcement mechanism. So if you have a gun law in a city, but nobody from the police ever arrests somebody, what's the point of having the law, right?
Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to explain. It's just like we have a lot of pro-Palestinians and a lot of pro-humanity folks and a lot of like, please ceasefire. And they are so like anchored in the international law theorem or the paradigm, but the paradigm is not serving them. International law at this level is unratified, so therefore it doesn't apply. So it's totally unfortunate, but the war crimes that may come to head and like be presented in prosecution level or in The Hague or whatever you want to call it, it's going to be after the fact. It will 100% be after the fact. And what's more important is if you're going to use international law, use that as kind of like, how do I explain it? Use that as terms of conditions. These are conditions to which you want to operate in a sovereign state. It's like, I know it's morally ambiguous to say that because sovereign states are sovereign states, and it's, the UN is only applicable to the point of the UN, and I'm not an expert in that realm, but I do understand regionalism, and I do understand globalism, and this is a regionalist predicated issue, this did not just happen on its own. There was like the Belfort Declaration, there was, the Oslo communications, so on and so forth. There was the assassination, blah, blah, blah. I'm not discounting all of that, but it's like anyone who's going to go out there, because I know not a lot of people have a lot of ability to make a change, but if you are engaging in online internet activism, please understand that international law isn't the final decree. The final decree is what you're doing from a morality perspective, and that you're either founded on the principles of, peace, prosperity, inclusivity, so on
So,
and
Amy,
so
listen,
forth.
I want to step in and just say something. I
Together.
think your main point is that international people shouldn't get too hung up on international law. And the whole point is, if you're having a discourse with somebody and they're stressing that international law is being violated, it's really not germane. It's only germane when there's an enforcement mechanism, and if the power structure is in place, like the U.S. and Israel, and they back up the entire system, they're not going to be subject to the things that would otherwise be subject to a less powerful nation. And I think Amy's point was, don't get too hung up on international law because it's not really applicable. So thank you, Amy, for sharing that point. I hope your cold gets better. We got some people that are kind of pushing to get on. That's why I had to move on here. So thank you very much. Folks, listen, this has been an adventure. I'm now into the 7 hour and 45-minute mark. So I think what I'm going to do is kind of start to wrap a little bit. If anybody jumps on for the last few minutes here, I'm still walking the dog. Anyway, so I wanted to share a couple quick thoughts. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer because we all have to maintain optimism. If you look at the political landscape, we do have some tools, but the power structures that have come to be have shaped over long periods of time, especially in the United States. So those who have power are the ones who have money and influence on Capitol Hill. And a lot of people are from industry, large moneyed interests, large shareholders, the donor class, quote unquote, the national security state, right? We got 3-letter agencies, the NSA that filters all the stuff we're doing right now, probably going to put us in some hot water. And, it is what it is. They've got a lot of consolidation of power. So they've got the electoral system locked up, lock, stock, and barrel. You can vote for a Democrat. You can vote for a Republican. You can vote for an independent. Guess what? You're going to get the same outcomes on 95% of issues, unfortunately. So, especially on this issue, and let's just paint the picture accurately, Joe Biden, Zionist. Donald Trump, more of a Zionist. Bobby Kennedy, 10 times more. Okay? So on this issue, it's heads they win, tails we lose. If it lands on its side, we're still screwed. Okay, that's the deal. So for this issue, there is no political strategy within the U.S. And since the U.S. is providing the power dynamic that allows the Israelis to do what they're doing, that's not going to change, right? And that sucks. But guess what? That just means we got to get to work. AIPAC has done a very good job. I did a video on their CEO, Howard Core, KOHR, and Howard has navigated AIPAC since 1969 into a behemoth with way more power than it had back then. He changed it to a domestic lobbying firm, changed the name. It used to be called the American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs. Now, that Zionist word was rather supercharged. So what they changed it to was the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Okay? They made it a domestic lobbying entity, tax exempt, and they don't have to report their sources of funds because they're not a foreign agent, which is crazy because they advocate for a foreign government. So what the hell do you do with that, right? They now have so much power that if you go against them in any way, shape, or form, they vow to primary you, meaning they're going to run a candidate against you and spend a shitload of money. This is how brazen they are. Nobody does this, okay? Most lobbying groups keep things quiet, right? They do things in the shadows. The money moves, but it's not publicly discussed. AIPAC is so arrogant, and they don't care what people think. They just wave their big wand around like a big club. They publicly announced they're going to spend $100 million in the next election cycle to try to unseat 7 Congress people. Nobody does that except for AIPAC. Why do they do that? Because they are in charge. And as James Traficant said, former congressman from Ohio, the Israeli lobby owns this place. And it's true. Now, there are other interests that affect Congress too, money like the different industry groups, different war state machines, stuff like that. But all that pressure together creates an unbreakable barrier. So if you think you can go to the polls, I'd like to tell you this, okay? Just imagine this. Close your eyes and imagine a new world where tomorrow morning, every elected official is gone. They're pushed out. A new law comes in. We got to replace the whole thing, right? That's the new law. So they're all out of work, right? Good for them. We don't like some of those people. Tomorrow morning, we elect all new people. right? Guess what? Every single thing that you've seen come to bear here will come to bear in the new system. Why? Because it's the system that's the problem, not the players. You can take a chess player and change the pieces on the board. You can switch from black to white, but the same chess player is playing the game. The same rules apply. The person's still going to lose, right? Different tennis racket, different golf club, same idea. So the system's what has to change. And Americans, unfortunately, are conditioned to believe that it's our civic duty to vote. And that's the way you pursue change, is by, campaigning and lobbying and, going door to door and canvassing and looking at the issues on their website. Guess what? The moneyed interests buy A and B. They're pre-selected. They're pre-vetted, so that you don't even have a chance from the very get-go. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come on. Come on. So that's the deal. Now, you can acknowledge that. You can disagree with that. But my evidence is this. When in the last 80 years has anything that affects the moneyed class, corporations, the wealthy, or the war machine, when has any of that changed from administration to only spending more and more money, allocating more and more resources to the war machine and all the subsidies and tax breaks for the rich people and the corporations, right? It's getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And who's taking the short end of the stick? The public. Look at the people in Hawaii. Those houses burned down. Those poor people lost their families. Our government, they gave them $700. Imagine what an insult that is. You get 700. That's not even enough for groceries for 2 or 3 weeks for a family of 4. Might probably 2 weeks, right? So anyway, that's just where we are. And the people in Ukraine, by proxy of our weapons manufacturers, get what, 120 billion. That money never goes to Ukraine, or most of it doesn't. It goes through U.S. weapons manufacturers. Who are the shareholders in those companies? The richest people on earth. That's why they say war is a money laundering operation. Okay, you're starting to see a pattern here. Everything gets cycled to the benefit of corporations and wealthy people. That's it. That's how it works. So as soon as you understand that, you stop getting upset and you realize where the real target is. And this is how bad it is. They have Americans bitching at each other about social issues like abortion and gun rights and stuff like that, which are big deals, obviously, but they're a distraction away from these huge power dynamics where, because of chain stores and the way the economy is now structured, all the money goes up to Wall Street. How many places do you shop now that are locally owned? Maybe a handful. So anyway, these are real. Then I'm not the only person to talk about this stuff, for God's sakes. You can listen to Chris Hedges or any number of people. Speaking of which, if you go to my Twitter feed, which is on twitter.com or X, just type in my name, Chip Barnes, you will find a list of all these great people, including Chris Hedges, that I've learned to follow over the years, from whom I've learned most of what I'm sharing with you. I am not smart enough to figure out most of this stuff on my own, but I am smart enough to read, and I know how to look at a website or watch a YouTube video, thank God. And what I do basically is I take lots of different stuff that I learn, I distill it down and try to put it back in ways that people can get their head around. That's kind of my skill. So that's what I'm going to continue to do. So on this issue, I don't see much movement. And it's really disgusting that the U.S. is providing cover for a military to commit massive war crimes. They lie about it constantly, and they say one thing in public but do another behind closed doors, and it's disgusting. But there's nothing right now that we can do, given the current power framework, to change it. Nothing. Unless you can find a way to completely replace the government from top to bottom and get rid of the moneyed interests. And that's not going to happen. Let's be true. Let's be serious. Okay? So don't cry in your beer. Get busy, right? We got to get busy. So what do we mean by that? Well, how do you work out a situation if you can't have elections fix things, right? What's next? Well, think about it. We have 3 things. We have our numbers. There's a lot more of us than there are of them, right? That's a good thing. But if we're fighting back and forth, we can't get together and do shit, right? So people are going to have to put aside some of their smaller differences to get together on some of the bigger outcomes they want, right? That's going to have to happen. Secondly, we have our labor, right? A lot of people go to work. Companies can't function without workers, right? So there's that. Now, we know how companies work with a strike. The union pulls their labor, right? They agree to help the workers survive the strike. They go on a picket line, and then they kind of wait out the company. And the company basically has to make a concession at some point, because otherwise they're not going to run their company. So that's how that works. Well, it's the same thing writ large. Imagine a union for all the people in the whole country, workers, right? The U.S. union nationwide. Now, a general strike, just so you know, is illegal in the U.S. But we're not. It's a non-violent, civil, disobedient thing to do. You're not taking up arms and hurting anybody. You're just saying, hey, I'm not going to work. Fuck you. So they can come and arrest you because you're, quote, breaking the law, but it's like speeding, right? And then finally, we have our purchasing power. You don't have to buy things. I'll tell you what you need to live. Ready? You need oxygen, you need some type of liquid, mostly water, and you need food in that order. 3 minutes without oxygen, 3 days without water, about 45 to 60 days without food. Those are your three thresholds. So you can, listen, I was in the military. You'd be surprised what you can do if you have to do it. You just survive. So we have to get real and be willing to take it on the chin for a while and live very simply so we don't have to spend much money, come together and survive this thing. You don't have to live in a 5,000 square foot house. You can cram into your neighbor's house and not pay a mortgage. Fuck the mortgage or whatever. But you're not going to live this high standard of living and make it through a long-term sacrifice without sacrificing. Most people in America aren't willing to do that. We've been conditioned for convenience, for voting, for enjoying the good life, blah, blah, blah. That good life is not going to get better because we're on the downslope of empire. If you don't believe that, go look at Ray Dalio. He's a guy who owns a hedge fund called Bridgewater Capital, and he spent the last 10 years of his life studying this shit historically, and he's put together some great presentations. I've read all of them, and he's right on money. And he goes back like 5,000 years and looks at all the empires that have ever existed. This stuff doesn't change. People behave in an individual way the same and collectively the same. It's just a weird thing. It's a phenomenon that once you study it, you're like, it makes sense. And every society has gone through this exact process. We're no different. So right now we're the dominant superpower militarily, but economically we're falling back fast. And with this break in the financial system with the BRICS nations and the break of the energy markets, that's fragmenting. It's going to change over the next 15 or 20 years dramatically. Not as much in the next 3 to 5. But anything can happen. And the big wild card is nuclear weapons, right? That's the big wild card. So I'm talking a lot, but this is shit that's percolated in my mind for decades. And I'm at the conclusion now where the only thing that'll change it is massive, widespread, decentralized civil disobedience and protests and removal of labor and purchasing. That's it. Anything else is a fool's errand. You may disagree. If you have a better solution like a light switch, I'd love to see it and hear it. Okay? And if you heard all this before, I apologize. I mean, most people who come to my audience might have heard this before. I tend to repeat myself sometimes, but it's worthy of repeating, right? So the sooner we get on with that, the sooner it has a chance. Now, will it play out? I don't know, but I think the deck is stacked pretty heavily, right? So if we're going to be honest and weigh the odds, just like a football game, if you have a team that's 1-17 versus a team that's 17-1, well, guess who's probably going to win the Super Bowl, right? I mean, I guess the 1-17 team might pull it out, but the chances are very low. I think that the U.S. public is probably about a 3-15 team, and the government is a 15-3 with the power structures, right? So that's kind of where it is. And it's probably going to get worse next season, unfortunately, because we fuck up at the draft. So that's where I think things are. But doesn't mean you don't go out and try to play the game, right? Anything can happen. So what we have to do, though, is get enough people on the same team to have a chance to win. We got to play better together, right? The team that's 3-15 are not working well together. They're not clicking. We got to click, okay? That's the deal. But a lot of people aren't going to want to do it because it's a lot of work, right? It's kind of fearful. It's kind of scary. And many people don't even know it's a problem. They're propagandized out the ass. They think of American exceptionalism. They think voting is the way to fix shit. And they bicker and they watch MSNBC and Fox News and gripe. That's my family. They think MSNBC is true. It's fucking horse shit. The whole thing's a pageant. And it gives people, like George Carlin said, it gives people the illusion of democracy, the illusion of power. You have none, which is what George said. You are owned. They own you. You work for them so that they can get more and you can have less and all they want is more and fuck you. That's the deal. Okay? I'll cover one last issue. I know I've kind of beaten that dead horse. By the way, just to put one piece out there for some glimmer of hope, you can go to, there's people on here starting to recognize all this stuff, not because of me, because they have their own common sense, and they've arrived at similar conclusions or close to it. They're starting to say, hey, what can we do differently? So that organizing process is it. Now, people have different mindsets about it, but the bottom line is the murmurs starting to come up, like the grumbling from the audience. So there's a group that we created on Telegram. If you don't know what Telegram is, it's an app where you can basically communicate with, basically it's like stealth. It's like encrypted and secure. So there are groups there that you can be a part of. I'm not trying to tell people to leave TikTok. I love TikTok. I've been here for 8 fucking hours. I think that's proof. But The group that was created is called Action for Change. Action, the number 4 change. You go to the links in my bio, which is my link tree. It's a place where all my social media is, YouTube, Rumble, the whole 9 yards. Self-explanatory, you'll see it. And this video is going to be posted. This 8.5, almost 9, this 8-hour video is going to be posted on it. I'll put it in like hour-long chunks or something. Anyway, this is going to be up on both those sites if you missed some. We had Quinn on earlier, so you want to check it out. But anyway, so the bottom line is join those groups, get involved, talk to other people, exchange ideas. There's going to be stuff coming about because it has to. Or we're going to sit back and take it, right? And who wants to sit back and take it, right? That's a very passive bullshit way to be. At least maybe you want to. I don't know. You be you. But that's not what I think is a good way to go. If you care about your kids and you want to show it, get off your ass, right? Netflix has got to get canceled. So, but do what you want. Do what works for you. Anyway, so somebody asked about this person who's of conversation right now in my world. Her name is Fiona Ryan. Okay, I did a video about Fiona. If you don't know Fiona's story, she's an active social media person. She lives in the UK, and Fiona has been very outspoken about her dislike of Zionism and of the components that make it up. And she speaks about it in ways that are a little more controversial and blunt to her admittance. And she says that that's how she prefers to do it because she doesn't want to be compelled by the political correctness to do anything differently, which is her choice. And so today, I did a video. She got arrested by the British government. They used a T-word charge, the T-rism charge, to barge into her place a couple mornings ago, pick her up, take her into a police station for 7 hours, and basically read her the riot act as far as she got charged with malicious communications. Now, I don't know exactly what for. She said in her video that it was for the things she'd been advocating for Palestine against Israel. So, and she said it wasn't even her own videos. It was stuff that she reposted that other people had put up on TikTok or wherever. So, or maybe she retweeted something. I don't know. And I don't even know what that content was. So it may have violated British law. It may not have. It doesn't matter. They picked her up, and they shouldn't have done that. That's bullshit, right? So initially there was a lot of outrage, myself included. I made a video. It got like 500,000 views. It wasn't me trying to seek views. It was just like, hey, this is fucked up, right? But anyway, there's more to the story. Like anything else, usually you talk about part 1, and then you learn there's other chapters, right? So what I subsequently learned, and people quickly notified me, because I said, I think I used the word, she's a good content creator, which signifies some sense of approval on my part, right? So yeah, a few days ago, whatever it is. And so I had heard her on a live, and I was impressed. She was knowledgeable. She was speaking very with a lot of acuity. She was very articulate, and she was knowledgeable. So that's the only impression I had of her at that time. I didn't know much more about her. I just thought she's a normal, like friendly, upbeat, but very strong advocate for Palestinian stuff and critical of Israel. Very similar to me. But there's more to her than that. And she admits that she's very strong-tongued and likes to do it her way, and she doesn't want to have to acquiesce to any sort of social norms to temper or kind of curb her content, which is fair. Listen, that's everybody's right, okay? That's everybody's right. But I had her on a live. I think I put out the word on her comments or something like that, like, hey, I'd like to get you on a live sometimes or whatever. So she popped in today unannounced. We hadn't like closed the deal, so to speak. So she pops up, and first she wanted to go live. I said, please come in as a guest, because we hadn't talked. I like to talk to people before I bring them on as a co-host, just as I want to make sure things don't go haywire. So anyway, so she comes on as a guest, and we start having a conversation about this, and I wouldn't say it didn't go well. I would just say that there wasn't a meeting of the minds on parts of it. And she started saying things repeatedly in a way that was congruent with what she'd been saying in some of these social media posts, such that I thought it was offensive. And I think most people who were Jewish would have found it very offensive. And she's been accused by people who are Jewish of being anti-Semitic. She holds on to a thing that Semitism is inaccurately used in the colloquial form in society, and that Semite people are of Semite descent, Semite bloodlines. They live from the era that's considered Semite people, which is like Palestine. And therefore, the people from Europe that are of Ashkenazi Jewish descent are not true Semites because they came from Europe and they're not Semitic, okay? Now, she's arguing that because people misuse the term, that she has the right to basically flim around words like Ashkenazi and Jew out the yin-yang. I don't agree with that. And she did a tweet that said that Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, was a, quote, I'm not kidding you, a goblin-faced Ashkenazi Jew. And I'm like, what the fuck? And she's like, well, I don't agree with his policies. And I said, well, why can't you just say that? Why can't you just say you disagree with their policies and the fact that what he's doing in his country is bad for their people and there should have been peace and whatever you want to say that's critical of Zelensky is fine, right? That's political. But using terminology about someone's ethnicity and their looks, not so cool, right? And unnecessary. So that's why people take that offensive. She said some other things that are considered to be transgender, biased against transgender people. And why? By the way, she can perfectly have her point on gender reassignment surgery, gender dysphoria, hormone blockers, all of which I think are issues that are fair to discuss, right? And people have different points of view about timing and age and all that stuff. Got it. So that's fair. But saying things like really harshly about people who do those things, listen, I don't know what it's like to go through gender dysphoria. Who the fuck do I know? It may be some people that are going through mental health issues, or it may be legitimate just dysphoria, right? I think that's fair to give somebody the benefit of the doubt and not shit on them. She kind of was shitting on people who are doing that in a way that was inappropriately harsh, just like the Ashkenazi comment, right? So it's congruent in that she doesn't want to have any governors on her speech. That's her call, right? I just don't want it on my live or my content, right? So I feel a little bit sheepish that I put out a video sort of not praising her, but I sort of used the word good, which is a sign of approval kind of thing. And it's not me to approve or disprove anybody. Like, who the fuck am I? But in terms of my platform and my audience to whom I'm responsible, and also just my brand, so to speak, I don't have any hate in my heart for anybody. In fact, I love everybody equally. I may not agree with things, but I'm not going to be mean to somebody because I disagree. I think that's bad. So therefore, these things were contentious. She was on today, and while she was repeating some of these things that she feels she has the right to be blunt about, I had to cut the conversation off and say what I just told you. I don't think it's appropriate. I defend your right to say it all day long because I believe in free speech. But you can keep your style, but I don't want to have your style on my platform. That's basically what happened. So who knows what's going to happen moving forward. I hope she didn't take it negatively because I have no ill will towards her. I don't necessarily even agree with the fact that the way she's phrasing it is inaccurate, but I think the way that people perceive the language of anti-Semitism, they don't know the full information about the Semite bloodlines and that stuff. So when they hear the term, they think anti-Jewish, right? So that's why I think that she should have been a little more conciliatory, because anti-Semitism is what people think of anti-Jewishism, right? But she's using the change in language as a reason to obfuscate that and kind of slide out from it. That's my opinion. And maybe I'm wrong. A lot of people in the chat disagree with me. That's okay. But that's my take. And I think more people in the end, if you polled 1,000 people, probably 800 out of 1,000 would agree with me and 200 wouldn't. I guess, whatever. So we'll see. Listen, I'm no beacon on truth, or I don't have a monopoly on jack shit. I'm just a guy with my take, and some people like it. And as Quinn would say, if you don't, scroll the fuck on, right? That's how it works. So yeah, listen, I think it's fair. I try to think before I speak. Not that I want to be like politically correct to the point where people are beating me down in submission. I can't speak my truth, but I do give a shit how people feel. And I think that language matters. And especially nowadays when it's kind of looked at carefully and there's certain things that are kind of off limits in terms of the social situation, there's a way to get your point across without disturbing the waters. You don't have to throw a boulder in the lake. You can skip a stone, is what I would say, right? So that's kind of where things are. That's what happened with Fiona, okay? Hope that helps explain it. I kind of went off there, but anyway, I'm sure there are people that disagree, and that's okay. I can't make everybody happy. So anyway, that's where it is. I've had a long 8-hour marathon here. I will put it up on YouTube for those of you who missed it. There was a great conversation with Quinn earlier, so I think you'll like it. We covered a lot of territory on this live, so I appreciate everybody being here. Just real quickly to let you know my schedule in case you want to catch me the next time. I am on live on TikTok every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 8 p.m. Eastern until 10 p.m. Eastern. And then every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, I'm on from 12 noon until 2 o'clock, unless I decide to go till 8 o'clock, which I'm not going to do again, okay? And then, of course, I want to tell you I have a link tree in my bio. I'm working on this full time. I've been at this a little over 8 weeks. So I'm brand new. I'm still in my rookie season. And I almost didn't do it because I was kind of scared to do it, quite frankly. But I'm really glad that I did because it's worked out pretty well. But because I've been doing it full time, I haven't been earning any income. I've been working solely on this issue and trying to build up this stuff. So if you would like to help me, which I hope you will eventually, because I got to survive like everybody else, I have some links in my bio that allow people to contribute. I have a Patreon page, which is $5 a month, no big deal. It's going to be more stuff on there soon when I fix it. And then I have a Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and Zelle. So if you want to help out, you want to contribute, I live a very lean lifestyle. I'm a simpleton. I don't buy fancy shit. I don't travel. I mean, your money's going to help me survive, and any more that I get in is going to go to kind of build the team out, right? And I'm building up what's called a cooperative business. So everyone who comes onto my team is going to be an equal owner of the team. And that's how we're going to document that content, which is going to be cool, right? So those who get on my Patreon will get early access to all my stuff, as well as be able to see some of that background stuff that no one else is going to get to see. Okay? So it's pretty cool stuff. I hope you'll help out. But in the meantime, I really appreciate you. I have a lot of good videos on my page, so I hope you'll check it out. All the stuff I talk about here, I've talked about in little baby pieces, okay? Cops are coming to get me. See you later. Bye, everybody. Thanks for, by the way, Maz, thanks for moderating. I really appreciate it.